Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox All In channel, another episode of the Wrecking Crew. I got the usual suspects in here. Go ahead and shut you guys up, man.
Hey, this is
What's
E-Rock X. Oh, my bad, Hunter.
no, you
Hey,
go, you go, you go, you go.
yeah, man, this is E-Rock X, man. We back here with the Wrecking Crew. Going to talk about these topics. I don't know what the topics are, but I'm sure they'll be scintillating. And it's great to be here. Let's go.
Go ahead,
Y'all
Andrew.
know who I am. Y'all know who I am, the notorious one out here in these gaming streets. What opponents love to hate. You know, saying Hundo, aka Hunted. What's going on with y'all peoples? You know, saying hoping I have a great weekend and enjoy the show.
Yeah. So the purpose, man. Thank you guys for being here. Hebot will probably jump in a little bit later, and I know we had Unlimited. Oh, he's back. Hey, Unlimited, man, shout yourself out, brother.
Yeah, what's up, man? It's your boy Unlimited, man. Let's get this. Let's do it, man. Wrecking Crew podcast. We here tonight.
Yeah, we definitely are. And yeah, so as the name says, Wrecking Crew podcast, and the title tonight, man, we're gonna be destroying some of these pop culture narratives, and we're gonna cover everything. Tonight. I know I got two brothers in here that really want to talk about all the DC drama that's going on, and we're gonna kick it off with that. Then we'll talk about the uh, the Game Awards. I know I've seen you guys videos where you guys talked about it in detail, so I get your opinions for this podcast. We're gonna talk about these weak ass Xbox fans that we got to deal with every time the
Mhm.
narrative shifts. Right, we'll hold these guys up, and then we'll talk about the politics of the FTC. Like I know a lot of guys are getting tired with this stuff. I absolutely love it personally, right? And the reason I do, like anybody else, man, the drama and all the faux stuff that's going on with this Activision thing and what the government is doing and regulations, and of course the Sony guys. But for me, man, I love it because the more that it goes on, the more stuff, more people are getting exposed. And not just talking on the Sony side, even on our side. And these guys was big cheerleaders in the beginning, and then as the time moves on, right? These guys, you see them getting weak. This is why we've lost a lot of people on the Xbox side when these guys can't hang. But first thing I wanted to talk about, we'll do a pop culture stuff with the DCEU. And if you guys didn't hear the news, because I know a lot of us we cross pollinate when it comes to this kind of stuff. I know the brothers in here, man. We cover all of this stuff. Dude, we grew up in this stuff. So I'll kick it over to Unlimited Production, man, because I did a video last night. He jumped in, and we took like a left turn talking about Henry Cavill and what's going on with the Superman role that he was promised to have and is no longer going to happen. There's some other news that came out with him as well. But yeah, Unlimited, man, kick it off, dude. Give us your thoughts on the whole DCU issue.
Yeah, I think that pretty much it's just a very big mistake to not go forward with Henry Cavill and whatever the hell they're trying to do with James Gunn. You guys could hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm having some technical issues on my end. So if I get kicked out, I'll be back in Sega forever. But the point is, man, I'm a huge, massive DC fan. Love DC. It's probably my favorite IP in general. When it comes to entertainment, I read the comics. I grew up on the cartoons. I played the video games. You name it. You put DC on it. I'm one of them people who, I line right up. So while for me personally, I'm not cutting, I'm not saying that, oh, this is the end of it. I understand why everybody's mad, and I'm upset about it too, because I really wanted Man of Steel 2. I want to see more Henry Cavill Superman. I thought he did a great job during his time with WB. And then, it this is just the issue with this merger and all this other shit, right? Where this merger and all this other shit, right?
My man just cut out. Yeah, he said he was having technical difficulties.
Yeah, he'll be back, and then I'll put him back in. And you can pick up. Iraq, you wanna give your 2 cents?
Yeah. Uh, I know everybody. There's some people. Can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Perfectly, man. So
There's
so
some.
let me say something real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic, man. When I hear outside these noises coming up, I'm muting my mic.
Oh, okay. Oh, what? Your parakeets and shit. Man,
Dude,
anyway.
we got like 18 wheelers coming up the road. I can hear them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. It, I don't even know what to say anymore. Not just a huge DC fan. I'm a huge fan of the Warner Brothers brand. I've been following Warner Brothers for years. They're having their 100-year celebration. I own all of the DC movies, most of the animated cartoons, some, not all of them, because there's been a million of them. But this is just like the crazy situation of a company that's always making 2 steps forward and 12 steps back, right? If we can get to the merger, this guy that took over David Zaslav from Discovery, I've seen executives like him before. This guy is a bean counter, right? And his whole thing since day one when he came in last May was, we got to slash prices. We got to slash prices. They canceled Batgirl, right? The Batgirl movie. And the first thing this dude said was, well, don't worry, everybody. We're going to get a 90 million tax write-off for it. And I'm like, who discloses that kind of shit? Who gleefully discloses that kind of shit? Why would you tell broke people in your audience to not worry that you rich motherfuckers is going to get a $90 million tax write-off? Like, who does that shit, right? So I've been watching a pattern with this dude because Hebot was defending him for a while. Me and Hebot, we disagree as probably brothers. But I just said, me and Unlimited said, we just want to play wait and see with this David Zaslav dude. Because he says all the right shit, right? But he does the opposite of what he says. So it was real shitty the way they got rid of Walter Hamada, right? Walter Hamada was the last guy that was in charge of DC properties and most of Warner Brothers. Walter Hamada is the guy that's responsible for most of Warner Brothers' profits this last decade. The Conjuring movies, the Conjuring franchise, that was his baby. Zack Snyder's DCEU, that was his baby. All of them, the successful DC movies, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Zack Snyder's Justice League coming to HBO Max and doing gangbusters on HBO Max and drawing people into getting HBO Max, the subscriptions. That was all Walter Hamada. They did my man dirty and got him the fuck up out of here so they could make room for this Discovery merger, right? And so what this guy is doing, I've seen this before. This guy is doing a scorched earth tactic and just trying to slash money across the board, right? So he could look like a hero for the fucking shareholders. And when the time comes for the shareholders to get rid of this motherfucker, because it always happens. It always happens. When the time comes for the shareholders to get rid of this motherfucker, I guarantee you now, you can come back to this fucking podcast in a year. He will leave with a golden fucking parachute and he'll be cool. Him and James Gunn. Completely not giving a fuck about the collateral damage they've left in their wake. Well, E-Rock, what collateral damage? Now, y'all asked me to speak on this, so I'm going to speak on this. No, I was around in 2013, right? When writers that I knew, Todd Jacobs from IDon'tLikeYouInThatWay.com, motherfuckers from BuzzFeed, was hating on Batman versus Superman before it even came out in 2013. The second Ben Affleck was announced as Batman, they was hating on this shit, right? So DC, even though they got out the gate first in 1978 with Superman the movie, probably the greatest superhero movie of all time, they had an uphill battle because Disney had got out there first. Marvel had got out there first with their new universe. It was successful. And so now when somebody gets out there first, whoever gets out there second is always going to be unfairly or ruthlessly compared to who got out there first. I was there for all of that shit. The DCEU is going to fail. They should reboot the DCEU. Nobody asked for this. The DCEU should start over again. Man, this was after the second fucking movie. They were never even trying to give this shit a chance. But slowly but surely, Wonder Woman, 2007 by Patty Jenkins. Slowly but surely, Shazam. Slowly but surely, Aquaman, their first real billion-dollar movie. All their movies made 800 or 700 million or more, but Aquaman really fucking killed it. That was James Wan's baby, and Walter Hamada's baby was Aquaman. The perfect casting, and Jason Momoa, the perfect casting, and Gal Gadot, and the perfect casting, and Henry Cavill. Their trinity, even though the trinity is Superman also, but that was their trinity of actors that Zack Snyder had hired. Let me see. They got rid of Zack Snyder in 2017. The week that his fucking daughter committed suicide, right? So they get rid of this. They get rid of this nigga because they was tepid about the response for Batman versus Superman. Oh, it only made 897 million. Who the fuck cries about 890 million as opposed to a $160 million budget? So they brought in this dude, Josh Whedon, right? Figuring that they would kind of marvel up the DC universe. And it didn't work. It didn't fucking work. So all we've been hearing is this revolving door of people coming and saying the DCEU needs to be fixed. We're going to reboot. The DCEU didn't need fixing. They needed to keep doing what they were doing. A bunch of movies unrelated to each other, except for the main Snyderverse. Their biggest successes, the Joker, that had nothing to do with the DCEU. That was Warner Brothers leaving Todd Phillips the fuck alone and letting him make his movie. Aquaman, that was Warner Brothers leaving James Wan the fuck alone because they was afraid to fuck with James Wan because that was Walter Hamada's boy. See, that's why they had to get Walter the fuck up out of there. They left James Wan alone, so what happened? Aquaman was a success. They left Patty Jenkins alone, so Wonder Woman was a success. They left Matt Reeves the fuck alone, and what happened? The Batman is like a cinematic fucking masterpiece, closes it on 800 million. When you leave these directors alone and stop twiddling with shit like Zack Snyder, y'all left him alone to do his Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? And that shit was a big hit for HBO Max. These guys are revamping HBO Max, trying to integrate it with Discovery. When I've been telling Unlimited Production, you, God, my mom, my cat, your fucking pet, Mr. 100's aunt, I've been telling anybody who will fucking listen that if you're Warner Brothers, your main prime directive should be your streaming service. Why? Because the streaming service will survive long after the movie theaters have become irrelevant. But all we've seen since 2013, actually longer, we can go back to Superman Returns. Superman Returns only made $300 million. So what did they do? Well, we got to get another guy in there as Superman. That worked out for y'all. But now here we are, not even 11 years later or 10 years later, and y'all on this dumb shit again. It's been a revolving door of these executives coming in. And really what they're doing is they're chasing box office. They're chasing box office. And you can't chase box office no more. There's no guarantee Avatar 2 is going to make $1 billion. That audience might not be there like it was in 2009. Wakanda Forever.
Avatar 2 has already hit 50 million in under 24 hours.
Well, hold on for a minute. Let's just wait and see 100, because sometimes pre-ticket sales don't fucking add up.
They said people went to the movie and saw it that Thursday on the premiere. That Thursday.
Okay, all right. Well, we will see.
50 million worldwide.
They said the pre-sales for Wakanda Forever was through the roof. That motherfucker ain't gonna make it to $800 million. They thought it was. It's not, right? So we can't always go by.
I wouldn't expect that to do no.
Right.
I expect to hit no making numbers like that.
But anyway, what I'm getting on is it's ridiculous for Warner Brothers or any studio now to keep chasing box office. But that seems to be Warner Brothers' prime directive. And what's worse is they are now willing to cannibalize and destroy their franchises. And what I mean by cannibalize their franchises is I don't mean doing what Disney does by beating Star Wars, beating that horse dead and dry. I don't mean Disney by beating Marvel dead and dry, because hey, we can hate Disney all day. Nobody asked for a goddamn Ant-Man Quantumania, but goddamn it, you're getting it. Goddamn it, you're getting Ant-Man fucking 3. Nobody asked for Ant-Man 3, right? Who the fuck asked for Ant-Man 3? Did you ask for Ant-Man 3? If one of y'all asked for Ant-Man 3, come here. I got some baby powder and I'm gonna slap the shit out of you, right? But Disney is did anybody ask for Indiana Jones and the enlarged prostate? What thrilled to the adventures of this motherfucker going to Rite Aid to get his prescriptions. Thrilled to Indiana Jones taking his afternoon nap and taking a sis bath. Yeah, who the fuck asked for this shit? But that's the dichotomy between Disney and fucking Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers has always been tepid. They've always been apprehensive about stepping on the gas unless Walter Hamada was there. And Disney is like, fuck it, get it out there, get it out there. Get it the fuck out there, and we'll worry about the after effects later. Warner Brothers has shown a history of just saying fuck, not just the fans, but fuck these established franchises. Fuck these actors who we got lucky. We got lucky finding Henry Cavill. We got lucky finding Gal Gadot. Remember all that talk about Gal Gadot? She couldn't act. She's too skinny. Well, she killed it as Wonder Woman and became the definitive Wonder Woman, right? Sorry, Linda Carter, we love you. God damn, you gorgeous. But Gal Gadot nailed it. And as far as her being skinny, baby got back from somewhere because in Justice League, god damn. So you got somebody, you got 3 actors that everybody liked. And what are they talking about? Well, after Aquaman 2, we don't know about Jason Momoa's contract. What do you mean you don't know about Carl fucking Drogo's contract?
You said he ain't coming back.
But why though? Something had to make him not want to come back. Something has to make a basketball player not want to come back. We saw this shit
because he probably already knew what was going on. See, a lot of stuff.
Right.
See, a lot of people like the surprise. Like I say, people mad at Cavill, and I kind of like what Gunn said. Fuck it, I'm gonna clean house.
No, fuck that. No. I disagree with you.
I'm gonna tell you.
No.
I'm gonna tell you
go
why.
Go ahead.
If I want to,
go ahead.
Because it's just like if I even got an NBA team, right? If you already got me with these scrubs, I'm a motherfucking Phil. You know what I'm saying?
One scrub.
If I got all these scrubs, I mean, if I got a couple of scrubs and I got a Kobe Bryant in the shack with a bunch of scrubs, I need to get rid of these scrubs to put some road cleanser behind me.
But here's the thing though.
If I go flush the whole team out and bring them with some superstars, that's different.
That makes no fucking sense.
But if James Gunn wants to go his direction, because think about it. DC jumped the gate. You know why they jumped the gate? Because of Marvel. Marvel did it right. How they introduced. But
DC was always out there. They were always out there.
But they were
Where the fuck you been?
No.
Where the fuck you been? They've been out there since 1978.
No, I'm talking about in the movie. I'm talking about in the movies. In the movies, DC messed up the game. And
how they messed up the
game? Because look, you had Wonder Woman going everywhere. 85, 69, 36. You got Batman already fighting Superman. For what? What you got him fighting for?
Because it happened in the fucking comic books. Why the fuck are the Avengers fighting Thanos? Because it happened in the comic.
Yeah, but why now them two fight? Why you have to have them fight now?
Because that shit was
you could have introduced a Batman by himself, then introduce a Superman by himself.
They already did that. Why?
You could go sit there and then you could have put Flash and Cyborg together because that's what I heard they was going to start doing and combining.
Here's what you don't know. Justice League was in development hell since 1997, 100. So there was always going to be a Justice League, irrespective of fucking Paramount doing Iron Man. Because originally it was always Marvel Studios, but it was Paramount. Marvel Studios didn't have a leg to stand on, bruh. It was Paramount that said, go ahead and do fucking Iron Man. Justice League was in development hell since 1997. Go to Google, make a liar out of me. These movies were in development hell. They were always planning on Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but
they were always planning on Justice League.
But look how long it took.
Well, here's the thing.
Those movies cost some money. Some movies cost money. I heard the only reason that the Joker and the other Batman going on because they ain't costing no money like that. He ain't cutting them yet.
Dig this 100.
Because he got them in their own universe. It's not part of his.
If you gonna be in this business, you're either in it to win this shit or you're either in it to fail, like All Elite Wrestling, who let their EVPs chase CM Punk, the only money maker they had out of the company. So how you got Well, let me finish. Well, we can talk about that another time because me and you, we disagree on shit, and that's cool. We ain't supposed to agree on shit. You had one money maker in fucking Jason Momoa who made you $1 billion fucking dollars. You had one motherfucker made you $700 million. You had another movie made you $896 million. There's only about 4 Marvel movies that cleared $1 billion. What they don't want to tell you is a lot of those movies underperformed, but it's Disney. Disney takes a loss on this shit and says, fuck it. Nobody went to see fucking Ant-Man and Wasp. Nobody went to go see fucking Thor the Dark World. But we gonna put this shit out there any fucking way because we're fucking Disney. What you don't do is you don't keep recasting. You don't come in and wipe the slate clean every 10 years. Because what this does is you burn out your audience, and this new audience you're expecting to get, they're going to be more ambivalent about you than ever with this rebooted shit than the previous shit. All of these motherfuckers who hated DC finally came on board because they have one thing in common. They all like Henry Cavill. They all admitted that Zack Snyder's Justice League, Shazam, Suicide Squad, Aquaman was all good movies. These motherfuckers finally came on board. You know why they want a clean slate, Mr. 100? Here's why they want a clean slate. David Zaslav let this shit loose, bruh. David Zaslav came in. He don't want to pay Jason Momoa his fucking $15 million. He don't want to pay Gal Gadot her $20 million. Turns out Gal Gadot was smart. She had a contract in play where Wonder Woman, the first one, made over $600 million. It made over $789 million. Did her next two films, she gets $20 million. He don't want to pay these motherfuckers, right? So he'd rather destroy the established fucking universe, right? Which exists in a multiverse. So you still could have did Zack Snyder's Snyderverse, and you still could have did Robert Pattinson's The Batman, or the Joker, or the Blue Beetle, or fucking, I know that, but you have to hear what I'm saying. Robert Pattinson ain't asking for $20 million. Ben Affleck is, right? So you can have your fucking polka dot man and your sock man or your fucking butt plug man, whatever dumb shit James Gunn is planning, but you could have also did the Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot movie. This is all about money. This is all about chasing box office. This is all about David Zaslav trying to save a penny. And he don't care if he destroyed the universe and if he destroyed the goodwill between the fans. I read the trades every day. I'm on Instagram every day. I don't do Twitter. People, they started a hashtag called Fire James Gunn. And really, he ain't the problem. There's a puppet master pulling his strings, and that puppet master is David fucking Zaslav. He put a guy in charge of the DC universe that just a couple of years ago, Disney fired because they found some shit in this nigga's email years ago. Now, I'm not coming down on James Gunn, but I think this whole shit is off base. As a guy who supported Warner Brothers forever, as a guy who supported Marvel in the beginning before they got fucking arrogant, but as a guy who supported DC and Warner Brothers forever, I think this shit is asinine. I think this shit is stupid. It's going to be hard now to get people 100 to reinvest.
Trust me, people buy. Everybody's not diehard fans like we are.
Have you bought a PlayStation after they burnt you?
Yeah, they ain't never burnt me because I never had one to get burnt.
Why did you never buy a PlayStation? I had one.
I had one, but I didn't have no credit card on there.
But why don't you like PlayStation?
I don't like the controller. I only bought it for Metal Gear. I only bought it for Metal Gear. I don't.
It's people that feel that way now about DC, and trust me, this is something I know, but I'm older than all you motherfuckers, right? If you burn people long enough, they are not going to come back and buy your product. So in closing, Sega Forever, I think this is the most disastrous shit. I've never seen a company shoot themselves in the foot with a 12-gauge shotgun. You clean house when you got fucking serious problems going on, like over at Disney, where that movie Strange World just lost them millions. You clean house when you done lied about your taxes and you done lied about your revenue from your theme parks. You clean house when there's fuckery going on like at Activision. You don't clean house when you've had a string of successful movies in your universe that people finally warmed up to. And I didn't mean to come at 100 full barrel, but like as a guy who used to be a part of a business, and as a guy who understands that sometimes you have to make changes, 100, boom, my brother, I love you. This was one of them times where change was not necessary. This was one of them times where this shit was ridiculous. This shit was unnecessary. It's motivated by money. It's motivated by he don't want to pay these three actors their money. and they're sitting there saying, "Well, we don't know if the next Aquaman is going to be a hit."
For one is they already getting paid. That's why ain't nobody's bitching. That's why you don't hear no backlash. They're getting paid. They're getting paid to go home.
How are you going to get paid when the next Wonder Woman don't get made and you've essentially voided the contract?
They already got they didn't void their contracts. They contracts are bind. They're making their money. That's why you don't see none of them say nothing negative. They always say, "Oh, we going on with it, man. You know, I wish the best," because they're getting paid.
Well, when I see that in writing, they're
getting paid. They getting paid.
Because
they're not going.
Trust
me, if they're not getting paid, trust me, they'll be slandering.
Because right now,
Tony, you wouldn't see no Finny Pavel at the same time. It's like, hey, I talked to Gunn and I guess I'm out, you know, and I really want this and this and that. You wouldn't have them release the same shit at the same time unless they came somebody getting paid.
Okay, if you say so. Because right now, Tony Khan has voided CM Punk's contract, so he don't have to do a 90-day non-compete. And what he can do, he can actually sue that company, which is why he hasn't spoke up yet. But I'll get back on the subject. This business shit is something I follow, bro. These dudes now, they what they've done basically is they buried their brand. I'm not going to a theater to see Superman, no matter who you cast. Not just because y'all fired Henry Cavill, because I've been emotionally invested in this shit for like 20 fucking years. I don't have the energy no more to invest in Doctor Who, Bone. I don't have no energy no more to invest in fucking Star Trek.
I'm not going to no movies. I went to go on the streaming service. And
so that's where they make
their money. Like you said, you're smart. Just talking about you said why they made a with that Ant-Man 3, right? Guess what? Ant-Man 3 might not do something at the movies, but Ant-Man 3 gonna everybody gonna look at it on motherfucking Disney Plus.
Well. See that's smart. That's why Netflix is the top streaming service on the planet. Netflix, they make their own goddamn movies. They make their own fucking movies. They have more content than any fucking body.
Yeah, but they start doing that.
Well, they've been doing it for a couple of years now because they realized they needed their own fucking content. They needed to own their own shit and say fuck having Star Trek on their channel and fuck having Disney shit on their channel and Marvel shit on their channel.
They had to do it because they knew Paramount was gonna come take their shit.
Well, no, even before that, bro, these companies were getting greedy because
I'm telling you, bro.
Stuff like that.
They
so what they did was they got tired of seeing Netflix getting all the, the viewership and stuff like that, and they thought in their infinite wisdom that they could create streaming services to compete with Netflix. Unfortunately, for a lot of these guys, Netflix is still the big dog.
Yeah, I say, HBO Max. They say HBO Max makes a shitload of money, and that's one that costs. But I know it ain't. Yeah, but talking about for the time being, Paramount is getting up there now because they got some shows.
What they'd have to do is combine all these services even to touch Netflix right now. That's what's always great about being the first one in.
They were the first one in. I'm not saying. Yeah, but my thing is, I just want a little piece of the pie. I don't want all the pie. I
understand. There's a lot of people like when I see people complaining about streaming services stuff like that. I just remember I was paying $140 for cable.
So I still pay one. I still pay $200, and I don't even use it.
If you guys would have asked me right now, E-Rock and Unlimited Production, you guys are huge DC fans. We just took on a fucking whim, on a lark. We just decided to call you motherfuckers from Texas and Philadelphia. Would you help us rebuild the DC universe? And my first question, I would entertain the call. I would go over there and get the check if I could. I wouldn't know where to be. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wouldn't know where to begin. And I'll tell you why I wouldn't know where to begin. It was hard enough trying to recast Superman. They didn't like the first guy. They didn't like fucking Brandon Routh, who did an excellent job, right? They didn't like him at all, right? So you lucked up and found this handsome English dude built out of granite who made people not forget about Christopher Reeve, but he finally put that baby to bed. You had Ben Affleck, a fucking Academy Award winner, who really should have told y'all to go fuck off, but y'all lucked up and he was a Batman fan. So he comes and he's the fucking definitive goddamn Batman. And then you lucked up on this fucking chick from Israel who was in the Israeli military and a Miss Israel 2010, Gal Gadot. And everybody said, well, can you gain the weight? This bitch got in the gym. started fucking eating fucking cornbread and greens and got some booty back there, and turned in one of the best performances in the entire DC fucking history, other than Christopher Reeve. And you expect me to figure out how to recast these people? That's like, okay, Paramount got lucky. J.J. Abrams got lucky with Star Trek 2009. But here's the trick he did. He said that Captain Kirk and Spock that you grew up with, E-Rock, they still exist. But this is an alternate universe. So right then and there, you sold me on Chris Pine and what Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto was going to do. And Carl Urban, who turned into Bones McCoy. You sold me on that shit. Unless there's a multiverse, this is multiverse shit, you cannot sell me on Black Superman or transgender Superman or transgender Wonder Woman who goes around and tells people about the errors of their ways. And people are like, well, they're doing this so they can introduce Superman into Matt Reeves' Batman. Matt Reeves said he don't want to touch that shit. He wants to keep his Batman dark and gritty and grounded in reality. He doesn't want to touch that.
No, but what to call it? No. This is what they said. Variety came out yesterday saying.
I'm telling you what Matt Reeves said, but tell me what you heard.
Yeah, but James Gunn said this yesterday on Twitter. They were trying to say Variety saying that they was going to make Patton Batman canon, and James Gunn came out right there on there and said no. He's not canon. He's in his own universe.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
That's how Matt Reeves came out and said, "Thank you." He said, "No, it's going to be a whole. It's going to be mine version of the DC universe."
Because Bo, you've already created a fucking canon, right? That can exist outside of the Joker.
That canon was thing was everywhere. You got to understand.
No, it wasn't everywhere. No, it wasn't.
The Justice League was everywhere.
Which Justice League did you watch, though, bro?
I'm talking about putting them together and all that other stuff. That was.
Did you watch Zack Snyder?
The Snyder cut was better. That's not a good. Well, you know how look how what's called put together. How they put the Avengers together. They had a couple. They had little side moves and then they put them together. You got to know. Okay, this is Iron Man.
Whatever your blueprint in life was or how you were successful, should me and Unlimited and Sega Forever follow your footprint? No, we should do shit our fucking way, right? So what Zack Snyder did was like, we're not going to do all of these fucking origin stories. I already did Man of Steel. We're going to introduce Batman. Wonder Woman has her own movie coming in 2017. We're going right into Darkseid's Invasion, and then we're going to do The Flash. And then maybe I'll get the Man of Steel too. He had his own fucking blueprint. The problem with AEW is they're trying to be WWE, and it's not fucking working. They should try to be themselves. Let's talk about that later. But go ahead. Sega Forever don't know what we're talking about. First of all, Sega Forever. AEW is a wrestling promotion.
I know AEW.
Yeah, they're on TNT Network. They had the keys to the kingdom, but they flushed them down the toilet by letting Cody Rhodes and CM Punk go. But let's get back to
but see, I'm gonna tell you like this: they're not trying to be WWE.
They're not.
Be themselves. No, they're not.
They do stuff. They do stuff. Unlimited. They hired everybody WWE let go. What the fuck is he talking about?
Look, they got homegrown talent too.
Is Ruby Soho homegrown? Is fucking Soraya homegrown? Is Chris Jericho homegrown? Was fucking Cody Rhodes, CM Punk homegrown? Homegrown?
You gotta have a foundation to build on.
Yeah, I watched AEW like twice in my life. I'm not that invested in it.
MGF got a better promo than anybody in the WWE. Even Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns still shit from him. Him and and I love Roman. It's their own identity. Don't match them. That's what Booker T was saying. Or they trying
what to did you know? Now, hey, y'all, pay attention. I got this nigga. What did you just say? AEW is their own identity. Don't try to match them. Why are you trying to not let DC have his own identity? Why are you doing that?
What you mean? They are having their own identity.
Then let them. You comparing them to fucking Marvel, and see that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there.
That's like their competition. I'm going off their competition. So
They're always so now they're going to reboot this shit, right? They're going to reboot this shit.
You gotta That's just like me. When I worked at the airport in Oakland, right? They gave me the takeover for a couple of months, right? I had a little crew, you know what I'm saying? And one day it was a Tyson fight, and it was a Saturday and was busy, and 85% of them didn't come in. I knew where their asses at. Guess what? Monday morning, I fired all their asses. I cleaned house.
Well, did the motherfuckers come late? They can't work late. You should have fired them.
No, they called out. But I already know what they was doing.
Well, you don't fire. But here's the thing.
I fired everybody that was at that party.
You don't fire your assets, dude. Your assets was Caval, Momoa, and Godot. But take this. The dude that's staying is the motherfucker that was in Europe smacking bitches, burning down bread and breakfast. The motherfucker that was choking bitches, he still got a job. What's his name? Ezra Miller. The motherfucker that was smacking bitches.
Ezra Miller ain't got no job.
And drove across fucking state.
Dude, Ezra Miller got arrested in Hawaii. Now you got to be pretty.
Yeah, he gone.
He got arrested every fucking where. Well, I don't know where you're getting your reports from. This nigga went to the media and said, "Look, man, I'm having mental problems. I'm sorry." And so now what he did was he backed Warner Brothers into a corner where if they fire this nigga, oh, you fired a man with mental problems. I ain't heard shit about them saying they fired Ezra Miller.
They did a recast.
Full speed ahead.
Ezra Miller going to jail.
Well, could you please send me your fucking reports because we getting varying reports. I need to know so I can have accurate report on my Instagram.
They killed everybody off. Like I
said, but anyway,
then they said they could bring some people back too. Right?
But see, why would they come back? Why wouldn't Henry Cavill?
Because they might come back like they might come like Flip saying like Superman Kingdom Come or something like that.
Yeah, Kingdom Come.
Yeah,
because you know Marvel wanted Henry Cavill to be this dude called Captain Britain. So why the fuck wouldn't he do a CM Punk and go somewhere else and say fuck you at this point?
Well, right now he supposed to be doing something for Amazon.
Yeah, Warhammer.
But anyway, I'm gonna close this. I think this is a disastrous decision for Warner Brothers. I think that there's this thing called a rope. It's called the tether, right? And you know I'm the biggest DC defender, man. I was the biggest PlayStation defender once. But PlayStation pulled on that tether, and until 2012, when my identity got stolen, that tether broke. And I said, fuck them. I had ex-girlfriends, Sega Forever, that pulled on that tether, and that tether broke. Warner Brothers has pulled on that tether, and you watch, this shit ain't over. If they did this to the DC universe, their next target is the Wizarding World. Just watch. Just fucking watch, and in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, be like, damn, E-Rock, he was right. They're going after the Wizarding World next, and J.K. Rowling, who owns the publishing rights to Harry Potter, is going to say, fuck you, and take that shit to Disney. Warner Brothers is hell-bent on destroying it. Listen, we never thought Henry, what do you mean no, Bone? We never thought
they canceled their own. They canceled Westworld, and Westworld was the shit. They canceled Westworld. They cutting from everything. They canceled. What was that? The wolves, the girls with the wolves, the thing. They canceled all that shit.
And so this is okay to destroy your company from within. I don't care. I don't have any stock in Warner Brothers. I'm just sitting here watching this implosion. I'm shocked. I thought Disney was imploding faster. No, Warner Brothers is like, yo,
Disney got the thing about it. Disney got the money, got the pockets. Disney can do no wrong. Disney got more pockets.
Disney heard. Look. Let me just say this. Hey, I have to say it to you guys, man. I'm actually jealous. I wish David Zaslav was at Disney. I'm over here being jealous, man. I know it's hurting you all.
Yo,
I'm over here being jealous, man. But I wish we had David Zaslav. That's what David Zaslav is doing. I thought Bob Chapek was going to do at Disney, right? And Chapek tried to play both sides of the aisle, right? And he got crushed. And then they brought back Iger. But I'm not gonna lie, you man. I wish we had your boy over in Disney, man, because they need to clean house.
But there's places that need a house cleaning, and then there's some places that didn't need cleaning. You when you come into a new company, the first thing you're supposed to do is look at what your assets are and you take it from there. This happens in every major corporation: WWE, GlaxoSmithKline, Philadelphia Gas Works, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Eagles. You come in and you look at who your assets are, and you adjust from there. You don't get rid of your fucking assets. And if you're going to rebuild, you do a slow rebuilding, and you stick the knife in the fan slowly. You don't gut the fucking fans right away, like out of the fucking gate, because it's hard to.
I'd rather hear it now than hear it as all of a sudden we decide to just don't do it no more.
Well, I'm glad you don't run a multi-million-dollar company, because I would get with the rest of the board of directors like, you got to get rid of this bald head motherfucker. You got to get out of here.
Getting rid of me. Hey,
because
if James Gunn gonna sell me, if James Gunn sell me if James Gunn sells me on something and says this is what he want to do, and I'm paying him all this money, and I'm gonna give him the keys to the range.
But here's the thing: but here's the thing: who the fuck is James Gunn? What has he done besides the first Guardians of the Galaxy, which was great? He did Peacemaker, which was a huge hit for HBO Max. He did Slither. He did Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which was a fucking piece of shit. Everybody can agree on that. He don't have the track record to come in and challenge a Patty Jenkins. He don't have the track record. Hold on. One second, Bone. 1 second. He don't have the track record to come in and challenge James Wan. Do you know who the fuck James Wan is? You ever heard of Conjuring? That shit's made over $3 billion for Warner Brothers. James Gunn had the fucking track record to be coming in and cleaning no goddamn house, right? So what he should have he should have came in and he should have took baby steps and was like, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to try to do. This is what I want to try. I want to try to adjust some things. You don't come in like a goddamn bull in a fucking China shop, because I read the trades every day in social media. What it's done is it's pushed a legion of fans away. It's already made motherfuckers who already hated DC more adamant in a position. It's burnt hardcore fans like myself away, who own every fucking movie on digital, some movies on DVD, who own most of their animated properties, who's been defending these guys against these fucking writers and these goddamn Marvel psychopaths for the better half of a fucking decade. And you come in with this attitude, well, I'm going to clean house. Well, I'm opposed to that shit, Bone. And I hope Warner Brothers fucking burns. They're going to lose money. They're going to lose money. You're going to always be looked at as being second rate to Marvel, which has been a shit show for the better half of 9 fucking years. You're looked at as second rate, even though your movies have proven to be fucking better narratively and cohesively. And now you want to come in and clean fucking house and say, we're going to start over again with who? Who's your writers? Who's your creative teams? What do you have to back up?
He said he write the next Superman.
Nigga, I might as well write the next Superman. I'm a fucking nincompoop. What? You got lucky with, let me see. I think fucking Suicide Squad 1 made double the money that Suicide Squad 2 made. Why the fuck are you writing a fucking movie? Come on, Bone. You're a businessman. Use some fucking sense.
Hey, that's. Hey,
I hate to be.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like me and Flip said the other night. I can't get mad at rich people money. That's rich people problems.
You're right. You're right.
I'm not gonna get my pigs in a bunch off of rich people problems.
Bone, you're right, and I apologize. Yes, sir. You're right. It's just Bone Tone. It pisses me off, man, because I've invested in this company for so long. You're right. Bone, common sense prevails. You and Flip are 100% right. I apologize for yelling. I apologize for getting heated. It's just as a DC fan, Bone. Thank you. I love you for saying that, man. It's the same way we were when Xbox was canceling games in 2017, and I wanted Phil Spencer to be fired, and I didn't understand what he was doing. But I have no confidence in James Gunn to do a fucking Phil Spencer and be like, see, this is what I was trying to do. Only because we live in a age where people have a recency problem. They only know about what you've done for them lately. And this shit, to me, as a stockholder, I would have no faith in Warner Brothers. As a fucking investor, I would have no faith in Warner Brothers. You've shown no reason why the audience should invest in Aquaman 2, should invest in the next Black Adam, if there's another Black Adam, should invest in Flashpoint later this year, should invest in Shazam, Fury of the Gods. This could have a trickle-down effect that y'all haven't even seen yet. Why would people go see Shazam 2, Fury of the Gods, when it's locked into another universe that you just wiped the slate clean? It makes no fucking sense to me that this was the decision you made. And you had weeks to think about this shit, months to think about this shit, right? Since you fucking forced Walter Hamada out there. I think Warner Brothers is making a bad decision. I think next they'll probably be trying to sell the Wizard of Oz to fucking Disney. Who knows what they'll do next? Anything's on the table now. They'll probably be going after fucking the Wizarding World next. And I think that's a mistake to fuck with J.K. Rowling because she could take her ball and go to fuck home. And now you motherfuckers got nothing. You motherfuckers got nothing except those first fucking 9 movies, right? So I think Warner Brothers has shot themselves in the foot, and not with a 32 or 45, a 12 gauge. You know, you shoot yourself in the foot with a 12 gauge Sega Forever. You can't repair the foot. There's no repairing 12 gauge damage. This is 12 gauge damage. You even got The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, the second biggest box office star in Hollywood, other than fucking Tom Cruise. He's pissed. Now it's like, now you done fucking messed up with his production company, Danny, whatever her name is in them. They don't want to fuck with you guys no more. This is fucking disastrous. All because James Gunn has got his fucking dick in his hand and he's got this clear vision. He knows that in the next 3 years, Bone, his movies is going to make billions of dollars. Motherfucker, you better be right. Because if you're not right, you've cost people billions of dollars. You've lost me. You've lost the rest of the fan base. But I digress. That's how I feel about a Sega Forever. I think this is the worst decision Warner Brothers could have made. They are hell bent to destroy their fucking company, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm angry right now because as a business guy, if I came in and my top earners was 100, Sega Forever and Unlimited, I want to try to keep you guys and fire. Like the first nigga I would have fired is Ezra Miller. Like, yo, man, can you come in the office, please? Yeah, I heard you punched a bitch in Hawaii. Yeah, we gotta let you go, bro. But Henry Cavill, who everybody, women like him, guys like him, gamers like him, dogs like him. Like I just don't, I can't fathom. That'd be like the Sixers coming in and telling what the fuck is his name, man? Telling their star player, man, we want you. You got to pack your fucking locker room. You're done. It makes no. We're going to rebuild the Sixers at this point, or we're going to rebuild the Eagles. We know you motherfuckers are 11-1 with Jalen Hurts, but we want all you guys going. We're going to rebuild the Eagles. Like what? You already built the Eagles 4 years ago when you got rid of the coach and the quarterback whose statue sits outside your fucking stadium. I'm not with this shit. I'm not with this wholesale just reshuffling the deck because the Eagles lost fans when the old coach and the old quarterback fucking walked. You can damage your brand, Bone, by doing this stupid shit. I know y'all got all the faith in the world in James Gunn. Please remember, this is the motherfucker who I hear had fucking boys' underwear half off like he was Walmart. I don't have any faith in this motherfucker whatsoever because he did what? He did Peacemaker. Yeah, Peacemaker was good.
Yeah, but see, you,
I'm not letting
you in the 1%. You know, like you're a hardcore one in the 1 percentile.
No, nigga, I'm in the 40%.
No, you're in the 1 percentile because half them people you named, I don't know who the hell they are. And I'm have to say I'm a hardcore fan. I don't know who's this person and this and that. I ain't got time to keep up with them goddamn. That's rich people problem. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time but they be coming this person, this screenwriter said this and that. I bet he just know the director, who go to producer. I don't give a shit who out, you know. No, okay, that's Josh Whedon did that. Okay, this is what you call the person. I can understand it, but I don't know who doing this, who's doing that.
Okay.
I knew about the merger through Discovery and Warner Bros. I knew about that, and I knew old girl was coming in and she's finna switch some shit over. You know what I'm saying? And switch some shit over. So I'm like, okay. So you should know. As a matter of fact, I'll put it this way. Say your boys was Jack Trenton, right? Well, not Jack. What was that? Jack Trenton was the last one. No, Sean Layton, right?
Who just keeps track of that shit?
Yeah, Sean Layton was having PlayStation rolling, right? It was rolling. Somebody saw Sean Layton do something, and then what? Lion Ryan came in, and what did he do?
They reshuffled the deck.
He shuffled the deck.
It was disastrous for them.
And guess what he is? And what he is? He's penny pinching now. He's penny pinching.
Yeah, because he read the tea leaves. Sony read
Yeah.
the tea leaves of what was going on. That's why they're in trouble now.
Yeah. So
This,
yeah.
this, this shit, this shit is disastrous. Now Warner Brothers has a ton of money. They do have enough money to match fucking Disney. They're the only company that can fucking go toe to toe with Disney as far as franchises, streaming service, and revenue, which is why Disney hates them and has feared them for so fucking long, and is going on an active campaign to try to derail any one of their movies coming out. But they ain't got to no more. Fucking Warner Brothers is fucking derailing themselves. So it's like it's just how do these white people? Excuse me, I'm sorry, second I just gotta go. How do they continue to fail upward? Because I know what David Zaslav is going to do. Because I follow this shit. It was important for me to know who David Zaslav is, just so I can have a point of reference when we do our post mortem of Warner Brothers in 2 years. Like why this fucking company fucking tanked, why this company lost billions of dollars. We now know when, where, and why. It's important to know the who, when, where, and why. Walter Hamada, the only reason why I know of him was because the Conjuring franchise, the most successful horror films of the last 20 years, that was his baby. But he also signed off on a lot of the DC movies. And he said, listen, in this business, this is a quote from Walter Hamada. You can look it up. In this business, in order to make money, you got to spend money. And not everything's going to make $1 billion. Sometimes you're going to take a loss. But the thing is to get your shit out there. Now, that's something Disney believes in wholeheartedly, because who would have ever thought we'd be getting 297-year-old Indiana Jones? Who would have ever thought that shit, right? But Disney don't give a fuck how much money they lose, how many billions they lose. They bought Lucasfilm, and goddamn it, they're going to get it out there. They didn't recast Black Panther. What sense would that have made? They didn't recast Captain America. They didn't recast Iron Man. So I kind of respect them for that, for having a respect for their fucking history, instead of just coming in with a new guy saying, well, we're going to clean the fucking slate and we're going to start over. It makes no fucking, it's like Star Trek now. Star Trek is so fucking confusing, but they did that to themselves. They did that to themselves and made that shit so confusing and never explained to the audience what direction it was going to go in. But it is what it is, man. Like Bones said, it makes no sense me sitting here arguing with him over these white people's money. It's just frustrating to have been a DC fan for decades and have supported Warner Brothers as a company for decades, and to see them just callously throwing aside these great actors who made you money, who made you billions of dollars, and not only that, but saying fuck the fan base. You ain't got to take my word for it. I'm nobody. Neither three of y'all got to take my word for anything. I'm nobody, right? But I have seen brands damage and tarnish their reputation and lose fans by doing shit like this. And that's my speak on it, Sega Forever. I think this decision by James Gunn and David Zaslav is disastrous. I think they have destroyed the DC universe in one night. And why would anybody pay to see Aquaman 2, The Flash, fucking Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Blue Beetle? Why? How can I, as a marketing major or as a marketer, tell you, Unlimited, to go out and see these movies when they don't mean shit? This is going to be in your collection. They're not going to add to the broader universe. We're cleaning the slate because we got some fucking hotshot in here who's decided he wants to write a Superman movie. Like, motherfucker, unless you dug up Richard Donner, and unless you dug up Mario Puzo, look those names up. They're the motherfuckers behind Superman 78. Unless you fucking dug up those motherfuckers and composer Leslie Briscues, and you dug up fucking John Williams, is he still alive? And you dug up John Williams, then maybe you're onto something. But unless you got that team together to do your Superman movie, I don't have no fucking faith in you, James Gunn. Yeah, fucking Peacemaker was entertaining. Suicide Squad was great, but they made no money. God damn it, man. Fucking Suicide Squad 1 by David Ayer made triple the money that Suicide Squad 2 made. David Zaslav, you're so scared. You should have made David Ayer be in charge of DC then at that point, because he made you money.
Yeah.
I gotta say this real quick. Me and E-Rock's the only two that is looking at both of our studios and see which one's gonna reach the bottom first.
No, I think Warner Brothers is going to do it first. I thought it was going to be Disney, but Warner Brothers is really trying to see, yo, man, I wonder how fast we can fucking lose investors, lose money, and just lose fan base and tank this shit. Let's just reboot every goddamn thing. Wait a minute. Didn't y'all just reboot DC after fucking Brandon Ralph? Oh well. Oh well. Didn't y'all just reboot DC after fucking Green Lantern? Well, oh well. Like, what is it? What, you can't have your fucking cake and eat it too, man. You gotta stick with something. You gotta stick with something. Whoever the writer is of Doctor Who, he's now gotta go over there at the BBC and clean up that fucking mess the last person made. But he has an easy job. He can always say, well, the last motherfucker fucked up because of time travel. You know the motherfucker travels in a time traveling police box. Don't look at me, massa. Don't look at me. I didn't fuck shit up over here, Doctor Who. So he got an easy job. He can explain shit away. It was time travel while we had a white woman preaching to our audience. It was time travel while we replaced the original white doctor with a black bitch. It was time travel that did all that shit. Like Star Trek, you can explain all that shit away. Well, the reason why we had that nice white man having dinner with his crew was because of Q. You can explain all of that bullshit away. You cannot explain away how you snapped away a universe that the fans was behind. And even DC haters was like, you know what? DC's a bunch of hot garbage, but I like that fucking Henry Cavill. Something about him and that damn Jason Momoa and his hey bro attitude appeals to me. Now the motherfuckers is gone? Like, come on, man, get out of here. Fuck Warner Brothers, fuck you. I'm sorry, Sega Forever. Go ahead, man. Do your show, man.
No, Unlimited, man. I know you bounced out, dude. Go ahead, bro. I know you gotta give your 2 cents.
Yeah, I don't. Dog, I think E-Rock just stole my 2 cents. I don't know what to say anymore.
Hey, can I ask you this, E-Rock?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me tell you what.
Yes.
Guess out of all the movies, guess out of the movies that I enjoy. I enjoyed the animated movies.
They're great.
Yeah, they're great.
I prefer them. They don't fuck them up. I'm good. I enjoy them more. I enjoy the regular movies. At least they cuss, fuss, have sex, all type of shit.
I respect that.
They bounce around here, but they'll tell you why they bouncing around here. They'll tell you Flash is doing a Flash point, and then they're like, okay, that's the end of New 52. We're gonna start over.
I respect that.
Yeah, but DC and animations. DC and animation's always been fantastic, man.
Yeah,
That's why I'm a DC fan. That's why I'm a DC fan, because I grew up on the old DC universe with Batman, Superman, then later Justice League, Static Shock, and all that.
That's what Zack Snyder was trying to do. He was trying to make DC more adult, like the comic books and the animated shit. But motherfuckers kept breathing down his nuts. He just said, "Fuck this shit, man." He quit the first best back to Stogie, wherever the fuck he came from.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm with 100, man. I do love them animated movies too, man. I used to, I still own a number of them, but eventually when they became easier to access, on streaming sites and all that, I kind of stopped buying them. But yeah. As for all that, E-Rock hit it. He pretty much hit the nail on the head there. Sega Forever. I don't really have much to add when you put it so profuse, so vehemently over the last hour, basically. It's just a wild time as a DC fan, as a WB fan, whatever the case is, man.
Okay, well, so
my enjoyment of WB, isn't like E-Rock. I like the Lord of the Rings films. I got into Harry Potter recently. I was a big fan of the Looney Tunes cartoons. I used to like the Looney Tunes cartoons more than the Disney ones, their classic stuff. While Mickey Mouse was a little too corny and safe for me, Bugs Bunny was getting shot up by Elmer Fudd and shit like that. That's the type of humor I was down for.
Good shit.
Yeah. So my love for WB, in DC, it just sucks to see it like this, man. I saw it like 25 years ago when I was a big WCW fan and watched how the NWO got overexposed, and then within 5 years of that company was dead,
closed.
And look, and it's to the point. Like I'm not a big wrestling fan now, because if I watch it now, it just doesn't feel the same like it did back then. When I watch wrestling now and I just see people do a bunch of flips and shit, I just see like a Cirque du Soleil show, not really a simulated fight.
Damn, that's what Jim Cornette says.
Yeah. Well, then we're on the same page, because when I see that shit, I'll be like, athletically it's cool, but you know, I want to see motherfuckers get in each other's face. You know what I'm saying? I want to see some blood and like the
Like
one
the Rock and
AEW
Stone Cold
match.
Steve Austin.
Yeah, I watched AEW like twice, and the one match that I did like, it was a cage match between this girl Thunder Rosa, and I remember because she's from Texas, and I'm one of the people. If you're from Texas, I tend to remember you. I forgot who she fought, but they
That's
had a
Britt
cage
Baker.
match. Yeah. They had a cage
was
match,
awesome.
and they beat the shit out of each other for like 20 minutes. I was like, oh my god. I was like,
You
damn.
won't get
That's
see,
what
that's why
I
I'm
like
saying
to
you won't
see.
get that in WWE though. You won't see nobody. You won't see them girls get bloody because they treat their girls
Well,
like princesses.
They can't because they got that PG rating over there at fucking USA Network.
What I heard, they were trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Trying to go up.
Yeah, and then it's like and then I think another time, you know, then the other time I watched AEW, it was something a little more stupid for my taste, right? And I was like, that's not as cool as the cage match. I just don't remember what it was, but I remember it was just something stupid. I think it dealt with Chris Jericho. I'm like, damn, this old motherfucker still wrestling, huh? And then he does something stupid. I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch this anymore. But that's just me, you know. That's why I like DC more than Marvel, because when I was into DC, they had the stories like what got me into comics was Kingdom Come. When I read that story, it blew me away. That I was like, oh my god, I now understand why people love this comic book shit, right? And then I started spending money on it, right? And I don't remember what Marvel was doing around that time. But my favorite era of DC was like the late 90s and to like 2010. And they had the, like Final Crisis, Infinite Crisis, and Identity Crisis. They had a lot of big stories with Crisis. But the point is, you know, they did that the Death of Batman where Dick Grayson took over as Batman for a while. They did the Green Lantern War. Comics that I still own and love, right? So that stretch of era, you know, was, and I've seen people criticize it as DC went unnecessarily dark. I think like, dude,
they've always been dark.
Yeah.
Since the 80s.
Yeah, exactly. Since the 80s with the the Neil Gaiman Sandman days with their vertical lines because DC, that's what DC was publishing. Yeah, the Frank Miller Batman, The Dark Knight, homeboy who made that movie. Zack Snyder ended up making a movie of.
Watchmen.
I can't remember. Yeah, Watchmen.
Alan Moore's Watchmen.
Thank you. Alan Moore's Watchmen, so DC and dark, it's always went hand in hand, and that's kind of drew me to it, and it's nothing against Marvel per se, but just for me, when I see something like Thor Ragnarok, which I hate that movie. I hate that movie with a passion, and I hated it because it was just nothing but 2-3 hours of stupid jokes where nothing was taken serious, where even something that could have been cool, like Bruce Banner jumping out the shit to turn to Hulk, he just fall flat on his face, and it was just like, am I watching Looney Tunes or a superhero movie? You know what I'm saying? Or a scene where Thor was I think he's trying to open up to Valkyrie and he's throwing a ball and then the ball hits him in the face. I'm like, okay, what is this stupid shit? You know what I'm saying? That's how I interpret a lot of the Marvel humor. And the Marvel humor does kind of drive me crazy because there's so much of it. Age of Ultron had the stupid humor. I don't think Endgame had as much humor, but that one just kind of just threw shit at the wall and was
those brothers were working on it.
Yeah, that's right, the Russo brothers.
The gold standard for them was Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Captain America: The First Avengers, and the first Guardians of the Galaxy, which I told folks that was the Star Wars for a new generation.
Yeah,
but that humor is only with so much you can do with that humor, and
it doesn't work when everybody has humor. Why is Captain America making comments of his ass? Is that what people really want to see?
This is America's ass.
Yeah. Like stuff like that. I mean, the audience laughed at the theaters, but I just like,
well, that stuff is made for normies, and the problem I had with it is it was starting to become a crutch.
Yes, right? Yeah. As E-Rock said, they just made Joss Whedon films after the first Avengers movies.
Yeah. To touch on what Unlimited said, all I've heard for the last, 6 or 7 years since Batman vs Superman, well, DC's movies, BVS was too edgelord, and I'm like, dude, all that shit was an adaptation of Frank Miller's The Dark Knight. So you mean to tell me you guys have never read the comic books? Oh, there it is. You never read DC has always been fucking edgelord. They killed Superman. Shit, they've always been fucking edgy. So what the fuck are you doing?
These guys don't know who these people are. The amount of people I have to talk to, and these guys are supposed to be guys who read comic books, that have to tell them that everything that they're looking at right now, the stuff that they like the most, was all created by these guys. Like Frank Miller, dude. A lot of the stuff, like even the Marvel stuff, it's pulled directly from the comic. Now they'll take it and they'll rework a lot of the stuff, right? And they add their little stuff in, like you said, the humor and all that kind of stuff. But baseline, this is why phases 1 through 3 worked. And what ended up happening is Marvel got because Marvel was getting a lot of hate when they first started off. There's a lot of doubters out there, and then Iron Man kicked it off. But the movie critics, dude, were just hating on Marvel for the longest time. And then Avengers hit, and when Avengers hit, that's what's
it went viral. I didn't know what viral was back then. It went viral.
I live in Hawaii. And this is the first time, and I'm saying I was living in Hawaii with episodes 1, 2, and 3, and my friend is a huge Star Wars fan. He was pissed because there was no lines here in Hawaii for that. But when Avengers hit, that first Avengers movie, dude, there was a line down at my local theater that wrapped around the block, and I had never seen that before in my life.
The way Avengers was the greatest marketed movie ever, in my opinion. Like story wise, I personally don't think it did anything new, but the fact that it pretty much used its first 5 movies as a commercial for it, basically, and that sounds.
It was definitely a first, like for the Marvel, just for comic books.
I mean, just for movies in general, there aren't too many like Disney classic movies, like the animated movies I grew up. It didn't have like the Lion King met up with Aladdin, and then met up with Hunchback of Notre Dame after they released all the movies, and they came together, had some Disney adventures, some shit. No, I can't think of any movie really that had multiple different name movies. They brought in, because superheroes for the longest, they're just kind of their own thing. And at most, you had a situation like Elektra, which was a spinoff from Daredevil. But Daredevil wasn't going to meet Blade in 1998 and none of that shit.
No, the sad thing about Blade is nobody knew that it was a comic book character. That's the sad thing about it. And the thing about Blade, I know who Blade is as a character. But a lot of people didn't. So when they went. The reason why people went to go watch Blade, besides it being a vampire movie and the trailers look cool, was Wesley Snipes. People forget how huge Wesley Snipes was back in the day.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
and it worked. And like I said, it worked so much that's the image of Blade now since then.
Yes.
And that's okay. That works for someone like him because he wasn't in the public consciousness the way Spider-Man is. And so like with Spider-Man and Batman and Superman, you kind of can't go too far with them, on changing them too radically, as in like their personality and their core self. Like Superman can't come out one day. There can't be a Superman one day where he's wearing like pink and green suit and all this shit. It'll just be like, what the fuck are you watching?
Are you sure?
Unlimited.
James Gunn is James Gunn's at WB now.
Some of this shit Unlimited is and 100 is 100% right. There's nobody who's going to disagree that Marvel did a good job of setting up their universe. It's the reason why DC had to go in the opposite direction. They would have been forever had to hear about, they're trying to be like Marvel. But with some of these characters, like fucking Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman, Unlimited, it's kind of if I was in charge, or Star Trek, it's kind of bend but don't break.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I think they broke Spider-Man with turning him into a kid again. We already saw that. They broke Spider-Man by having the annoying Asian kid, and even though everybody loves Zendaya, why does Hollywood like Zendaya so much? Because Hollywood is full of pedophiles. And Zendaya looks like she's 12 years old, right?
I was about to say because every time I look at her, I'm like, damn, she looked too young.
Dude.
Everybody be like, oh, she's so beautiful, isn't she? I was like, dog, she looked like my sister. What the fuck you talking about?
Now you know what's going on in Hollywood. Oh, we hate pedophilia. But why is Zendaya in every fucking movie? Yeah, I know the bitch is fucking 20, but she looks like she's fucking 11. But you got the Black Mary Jane now telling folks, well, I don't want to go into the Washington Monument because it was built by slaves. No, the fuck it wasn't, bitch. It was built by skilled labor. They wouldn't have had niggas nowhere near the Washington Monument. But anyway, the fucking you can bend, but you can't break. And when you talk about the rumors I hear that they do have a script ready that J.J. Abrams was going to go with for a black Superman, or possibly somewhere out there, I think there's a gay Superboy. You can bend, but you can't break these fucking characters, Sega, forever.
No, but see, that's what this is what I disagree on. Me and Phil do this. Quit making these characters gay or whatever. Now, if that character was already gay in the comic books or whatever, I can see that. Don't make this person gay because all of a sudden he's got to be gay. You know what I'm saying? Don't make them what do you call that? Binary. No. That person, that is like what you call it. Magneto. Magneto said, "Oh, I'm gay," and then you got what you call it. Says she a lesbian. Come on,
They
don't
are
force
not
it.
going
Don't
to
force
stop.
it. They even doing it in Street Fighter. The announcer dude, he's gay. You can turn your character to a gay person. It's crazy.
In a fighting
Don't do
game.
it.
Like they gonna be kissing at the end scene or some shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
hey,
ridiculous.
800, just download Persona already, man. You know you want to play.
Oh no. Me and Persona, no.
Yo,
You gonna play Persona 5?
What is it about Persona?
It's got
Is
on my
Persona
hard
really?
drive. When I heard about the penis demon, I was good. But my thing is, I ain't know. Yeah.
Hey, Hunter, stop, nigga, stop. Ain't no penis demon in fucking Persona 5. Get out of here.
That's
You know-
what it is. I am. Hey. Yes, it is.
So he was telling the truth about this shit.
Yeah, you got teachers raping kids and shit, and you got to go beat them up, molesting
Damn.
kids and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I need to download.
Yeah.
I need to download that shit tonight, so I have a laugh.
I was like, shit, I'm not gonna fuck. I said I'm not no turn-based guy, so fuck that shit.
Oh shit! Wow. I thought He-Man was joking about a guy turning into a mouse and shit and going up a tube. I was like, He-Man, get out of here.
Oh no, that shit for real.
Yeah.
No, K Mega told me before. He was like, man, I just fuck because he played it on PlayStation, and I'm like, oh my god, see. I said, you ain't my friend no more. You can go take that.
Hey man, that whole gay shit, man, that shit that ain't going away. Unfortunately, the people in Hollywood just love that shit. And I was on Netflix. You know, Netflix, they've been doing a lot of video game adaptation, you know, doing a lot of animated shows, and a lot of them been good. Cyberpunk Edge Runners was fantastic. Cuphead is funny as hell.
Okay.
But the other day, I was trying to watch Dragon Age Absolution, because I think Dragon Age is a great series from BioWare, right? And I watched the animated show. Yeah, it's like prime. Like if you called up the quartering, that YouTuber the quartering, and asked him what he hates the most, it'll be something like that. Where of the 6 characters, 4 of them are gay, and you got the shitty romance dialogue and all this other stuff. And like the first, and so I had to drop it after like 2 episodes of that shit. I was like, oh no, I can't stomach this shit. And it sucked because the animation was very fluid and beautiful, and the character designs are fantastic. And then you listen to the writing, and it sounds like the worst of Twitter just got together and put in every fucking stupid tweet you could think of in their dialogue.
Wow.
That's the problem I have with a lot of these shows, right? It's not just like the gay thing aside and everything like that. It's just like I can't watch anything where you break reality with me.
Yeah,
right?
like the new Voltron, like the new Voltron.
Yeah, they did.
I was loving it. I was loving it.
Yeah.
I was loving it until you talk. Spin is gay. When Spin was gay, Spin was
right? You can tell they just forced that in there, dude.
I'm like,
they just forced it in at the end. They did that with the Avatar, the new Avatar. What's it called?
Man.
The newest one.
Legend of Korra.
Legend of Korra. Like all of a sudden, Asami's gay, and I was like, dude, she was just like macking on, like they was like trying to build that romance between there and
they literally put that in the last scene of the last episode. They were super cowardly with that.
And then they cornered those guys, man, and they came out and said that, and that's why a lot of people got pissed, man. I was like, why would you do that? And that's a problem with either in games.
And the way they did it with, sorry to cut you off there, but the way they did it with Korra was just like you knew they were scared to reveal it, because they literally put it in the last scene of the last episode, right? And they don't kiss or nothing. They just hold hands and walk off. So when I saw it Sega Forever, I'm like, okay, it's just friends going off on an adventure. And then all of a sudden, how people on social media are, that if they think something gay, they're gonna ride that shit hard. And I guess they just went with it.
Their community.
I guess they just went with it.
No, because we're on the first Avatar, man. One of the best scenes, and it's the last scene, dude. It's like if you invested in Avatar, the first Airbender one, with Aang and Katara, there was like this uncomfortable tension between them liking each other, and then at the end, dude, they actually kiss. And that was huge, man. I remember that happened, dude. I was watching it with my kids, right? And then everybody was talking about it, right? And that's the kind of moments that that you need to create that are more natural. And look, like I said, these people can't do that, man, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to basically push, what their agenda is, or their
These are
ideology.
shows for kids, man.
Yeah,
You're telling me
E-Rock, I'm telling you, man, kids shows push the gay stuff harder than everything right now.
Yeah.
It's actually
wow.
kind of disturbing.
that's indoctrination.
So you're telling me that you're telling
Yeah,
me that there's a gay character in fucking Voltron? I grew up with Voltron.
Yes, yeah.
You telling me
The
there's
new
a gay-
Voltron, Spin is gay. You find
Could
out
you could
Spin
you
is
fucking
gay.
could you fucking imagine? I'll form the head. I'll form the tail, and I'll form the head. Now, without me, honey, like who the fuck? Like, what? Who the fuck?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're
Y'all
wrong.
And it
just
came out of
y'all
nowhere.
destroying my childhood.
Yeah, that was my child. Like, man,
Wow.
I mean, and Spin, and the way they did it, they tell you it's a different universe of this one. Because Spin leads them to first, but he ended up being like the commander, and Keith go out for somewhere for a while, and he ended up running it, the Lions and shit. But it's like, damn, man, why he have to be gay? It's like, why? Ain't no. You had other characters you could have made. You could have made what you call it. You could have made Lotor gay. I would have been good with that one.
Yeah, the villain.
Also, for some reason, man, they love the gay black dude, and then he always with a white person. They did that. No, I kid you not. That movie, I didn't see it, but I read about it. Eternals. They made the only black dude in that one gay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He had a white husband.
Yeah.
That show I was just talking about, Dragon Age. The black dude, they made him gay, and he some white elf or some shit. The gay black dude trope for some reason.
No, it's like they have that checklist, right? You gotta go down.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Entertainment suffers when they do that checklist shit, and you could tell too. You could always tell.
Yeah, because it's not about the story. It's not about the characters. Look, dude, like Apex Legends, somebody told me like, hey, dude, there's like a Polynesian guy in Apex. I'm like, all right, whatever, that's cool. And then the next day, it was my nephew, and then my nephew was all pissed off. I said, what's wrong? He goes, oh man, he's gay. And he said, oh man, we never had a Polynesian in there. They made him gay.
They're trying to get some people with the letters, the LPG, WYON, them people with the letters. I don't care, but man, you're trying to get their money. But no, man, come on, don't force it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm from the old school. If two men can reproduce, you know what I'm saying, it'd be right. If two women can reproduce, it could be right. So if that's you want to go down that path of unrighteousness, that's on you. I'm not forcing you. I'm not telling you can't have no job. I can't even say you can't even be a movie star.
100,
like
man.
that.
They
the day that two people of the same sex can have a kid and produce life, then you can fucking tell me to accept it. Until then, fuck yourself.
He-Bot, you remember we was kids, man, and G.I. Joe, they would just shoot each other for like 30 minutes. None of the bullets would hit, but like, you know what I mean? You know, they fucking shot at each other, and there was no gay shit, no agenda. Optimus Prime and them would fight the Decepticons, and the Decepticons would get away, and Wheeljacket would be like, Prime, where's Megatron? I have no idea. And they would have about their Now everybody got it.
Because the programming was focused.
I thought one of the GoBots was gay. What was that? Screech?
Listen,
the GoBot.
The GoBots alone, brother.
TV shows focused on what it was supposed to do, programming to entertain the mind of children, right?
And sell them toys.
Right, and sell the toys, absolutely. But in a lot of cases, like, believe it or not, a lot of cases, like in the He-Man case, right? He-Man, it was a toy first. It wasn't a TV show, right?
That's right.
So it came out first as a toy, and it did so well that they were like, oh, we got to make a TV show out of this. Kids are going to love it. Then they watered it down because it was supposed to be darker, more barbaric, more medieval, and kind of like got that darker tone, because that's how the comic books were that came with the figures. Mm-hmm. But then when they toned it down, some filmation with, Lou Scheimer, right?
Whoa,
he did, he did it, huh?
Good shit, He-Bot.
Yeah, with Lou Scheimer. He did Brave Star. He did
Yeah.
the real Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Thunder the Barbarian. He was involved with a lot of things.
All this shit in the 70s.
Yeah, all good programming. But and his daughter was one of the first women in the industry that was moving forward animation, children's programming. It was because of his daughter why they created She-Ra, which ultimately became the story arc of He-Man's sister. And then they did it how they got separated, how Hordak and Skeletor did a bond, and they kidnapped the daughter, Hordak, when she was little. He raised her as his own and lied to her, and she became General Odora, right? Or something like that. She was really evil. And then when she found out that she was from an Earthling woman, which was Queen Marlena, the woman who was an astronaut that crash landed on planet Eternia, was rescued by King Randor. She fell in love with him. She couldn't go back, or she was able to go back because the technology in the world, even though they were more barbaric, the technology was super sophisticated. It was like super advanced, and she was able to go back, but she fell in love with him, and that's why they had He-Man and Adora. And then she was the reason why they made that arc, right? How people like to say, "Oh, the women have never been included. They've never been inclusive." The whole existence of She-Ra was because of his daughter. You understand?
And there was no gayness detected nowhere. He-Bot is old enough to remember that that studio that he's talking about did Flash Gordon, and every year Flash Gordon was kissing Dale Art, and I was like, damn, they about to fuck. It never happened, but like damn near, like you know what I mean. But like there was no gayness detected. Now it's like these cartoons they pushing the fucking envelope with this.
Yeah. These cartoons, they suspect as fuck. They suspect as fuck. They're like, yo, what the fuck is that? Wow.
It's not suspect when it's that blatant, man. It's pretty wild.
And
it's
don't get me wrong.
It's to the point He-Bot, when I see a black male in a children's cartoon, I'm like, oh shit, he's gay. And
let me ask you a question. Why is it
the dude?
Why is it? Have you noticed that a lot of times when they put black characters, they always make them homosexual?
Yeah,
I'm like, yo, what's that all about?
He was just saying that like 20 minutes ago.
No sense.
If it's
or is it me? Am I imagining shit?
No.
You don't have to play. You don't have to play Who's the Sausage Smuggler. Soon the cartoon come on.
The Eternals, the black dude was gay. That Disney movie that I can never remember. They said the first gay character in the Disney movie, and it was some black kid. And it's like, come on, man.
Well, remember in fucking Peacemaker, Amanda Waller's daughter hit every checklist.
Yeah, that's right.
She was a woman. She was first of all, she was a woman. She was black, right? A woman of color. She was overweight. She was fat, and then she was gay.
Bitch had high blood pressure, all that shit.
That's right. I forgot
like,
about the fat
holy
black woman
shit.
trope too. That's right. There's the fat
That's
black
why
woman
James
trope
Gunn,
too.
the fucking faggot, don't know what a real man Superman is like. Want to write his homosexual Superman? The fuck out of here with that shit.
He-Bot called it. I was watching this video because I enjoyed Peacemaker for what it was.
Right.
Like He-Bot made you hate that. He-Bot made you hate that show, didn't he?
He made me hate that shit. I was like, this Puerto Rican motherfucker is right. I got bamboozled. Like, give me my money back, Warner Brothers.
I watched that video too. I was like, dang.
You tried to push your propaganda on me, and I ain't even noticed that shit.
Yo, He-Bot, man, they trying to get you all too, man, with that Latinx stuff, bro.
Listen, man, you can try to cancel me all you want. That shit ain't happening. I will fuck curse out everybody. I don't give a fuck. You ain't canceling shit. You ain't canceling shit. Fuck out of here.
Hey, look, I don't worry about y'all, man. I worry about young men and young women who grown up on this bullshit.
Yeah,
man. That's what I worry about because I don't know how they can escape it. You know what I'm saying? I probably shouldn't keep talking because I'll say something really fucked up.
I don't care. They
I once pissed off a friend of mine when I told her that if I had kids and my son was gay, I'd be disappointed, but I'll never tell him. Because I still love my son. He's my son. She's like, oh, don't say
obviously.
That.
I'll tell him. I'm like, I'll tell him you my son. I'm gonna love you, but leave your boyfriend at home. No,
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Listen, son, I love you. But I love you, but keep
now
that
you
gay
talking about
shit behind closed doors by
yeah,
yourself.
uh-huh.
See,
Because I don't want to see
By
that shit.
yourself.
If I see
I
you
ain't
with
trying.
a
Like I said,
boy,
yeah,
I
like
ain't trying to be
I
like
got a
Magic
cousin, and
Johnson
I didn't
out
even
there,
know.
man.
I got a
I'm with
cousin.
you
I
100.
never, like I got
uh,
a cousin I never knew.
no, Unlimited, man. Yeah, or I think it was you that answered that question. Why is all the characters like that? We are the reason why. This conversation we having right now, right? Was we old school, right?
We're an endangered species. We're fucking five heterosexual men who like women, and they don't like that. I mean, they're actively trying to, and I'm sure Mr. 100 has noticed this. They're actively trying to destroy every straight white male character or male character out there. All the black characters in cartoons, as Unlimited said, are gay. I didn't even fucking notice that shit. Captain Kirk, for some reason, they hate him now. And I noticed this in the Star Trek fandom because I'll be on Instagram getting into arguments with these motherfuckers. Oh, well, William Shatner, he's a cis white male. I said, what's a cis white male? I'm not up to speed on all these pronouns and
Right.
adjectives and verbs. Well, he didn't go to George Takei's funeral, Mr. Sulu. I wouldn't go to Mr. Sulu's funeral. No, his wedding. I
Wedding.
wouldn't go to
I was
Mr.
gonna say, I
Sulu's
didn't know
wedding
he
either.
died.
Well, they
Fuck
couldn't
him.
stand each other for a long time. So
Yeah, William Shatner they hate him because
Yeah.
Captain Kirk was a straight white male going about the galaxy, stoic, solving problems, and fucking green bitches. They hate him for that shit.
Yeah, and it's funny, it's funny that they're so militant about it too, man. It's
oh,
so
these guys are the
militant
new.
about it.
You know who these guys are, dude? These are the new Puritans, man. That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
they're the new Puritans. Yeah, they have their own set of
Well,
values,
look,
morals.
let me say something to you guys. I don't know if you guys will agree with me or not. A lot of people don't understand that a lot of times, right back in the day, when you didn't see a lot of, like, let's say, black folks or even Hispanics in TV programming or movies, it was because they just weren't into that, right? They weren't into that genre or into that space, right? The movie space as
Mhm.
much. Then, if they were, a lot of times they would keep it a secret because if a black dude was like, "Yeah, I like sci-fi," they're like, "You fucking nerd!" You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, you were. Yep.
And they get labeled for it, like they were soft, right?
Mhm.
You growing up in the hood and
Bro.
you get labeled soft, you don't want that, right?
No, hell
So they
no.
would keep it a secret. But now, since everything's so open and different, it's okay to be a fucking nerd. So that's why you see so much more people from different ethnicities and colors and different backgrounds that are into these, nerdy type things. Or they were labeled nerdy type things like sci-fi, like comic books, video games, and more pronounced in movies and sci-fi movies and things like that. That's the reason why. It wasn't because they weren't trying to represent them. It's just it's a cultural thing, right? You know, in the black culture and Hispanic culture, we're very machismo. There's a lot of machismo, right?
Man.
And if you fucking show just 1 inch of sprinkle of this motherfucker, he a little weird, a little different, they label you like a bitch or you soft or something's wrong with you. Or go get some pussy, you don't get no ass. And that's why it was not as prominent, right? And they hit it. And a lot of people don't like to point that out, but that's one of the biggest reasons why you didn't see so much representation. Now, it's, nobody gives a fuck. Now everybody wants to be a comic book artist, a comic book fan. Everybody likes toy collecting. You know what I mean? It's almost like this, like sneaker collector. Everybody want to be involved in the nerd culture because nerd culture now is like you walking around like Tom Cruise with a big, hanging with your dick hanging out, and you the coolest nigga, the prettiest nigga in town. Like that's the mindset now. So that's why it's so different. But
We need to.
they
I
go
wish we would go back to
into those
that. We need
details,
to
like
get
they do
back
with Microsoft when they mention shit. They always right.
I did not hear
It's
that.
fucking retarded, man.
Well, these
Dude,
guys
I
aren't.
know friends.
These guys aren't real nerds, man. That's.
Dude, I know black dudes that are biker guys. Back then, you barely saw that shit.
No.
Or you know what I mean? Or they were hippies and shit. Like, bro, like you got to cut the shit out.
Well, here in Philly, there's. I mean, even though I didn't see them, but
Rock knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, there's always been bikers like here in
Hey,
Philadelphia.
mute
We got
yourself, Sega man.
Sega man,
we got there's an echo here in Philly. We got a somebody got an echo.
That's Sega man.
yeah.
Oh, we
Sega
had a
man,
we had a
Sega
biker
man.
gang for years called the Wheels of Soul. He bought is 100% correct. Back when I was in high school, I used to be a drawer, a daydreamer. I used to sit in my classroom drawing little Starship Enterprises and shit. And the motherfucking animals in 7th grade would be like, "Oh, look at this faggot, he's drawing. Hey man, after class, fair one." I'm like, "What's a fair one?" And I found out, pop, boop, pop, boop, pop, boop, pop. He bought ain't lied about shit. So when motherfuckers bought the New Yorker shoelaces, you bought the New Yorker shoelaces. When motherfuckers bought the name belts back in the 80s, you bought the name belts so you could fit the fuck in. You know what I mean? I mean, the NTA and the teachers confiscated the name belts and confiscated the New Yorker shoelaces. You know what I mean? I mean, you had motherfuckers that would take your fucking shoes and shit. So you was either a fighter, which I wasn't back then. I didn't become tough until the late fucking 80s. But like you either fucking ran for it or you tried to blend in, so you didn't draw. You didn't say, "Yo, man, yo, did you go see Star Trek too, man? You better not mention that shit." Because them motherfuckers, they be listening to everything. Like,
Like Star Trek.
For
I was
me,
trying to get some pussy from Chaquisha.
yo, real rap. High school for
You
us.
know what I'm talking about, E-Rock?
Unlimited. I'm sorry, man, but because I know you from the new generation. But like when you watch them 80s movies, like 16 Candles and The Breakfast Club, that was the white people. That was
yeah.
me and he about 16 years is more like prison. Prison yard.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna tell you a true story, right? I had some friends, right? I had a friend of mine named Ron, right? Really cool kid. He was a little younger than me, but he was always in the streets. You know, he always wanted to act cool by playing basketball, trying to hit it to the girls, and basically I introduced him to video games, right?
Oh wow.
And he wasn't really into it. He always, that's a waste of time. Fuck that. We gotta be out here doing this, doing that, getting this pussy, right?
Yeah.
And mind you, this was him talking when he was like 13, 14, right?
Yo, you ain't lying.
So anyway, I got him into video games, right? And then he got into it as well, heavy, right? And like 20 years later, maybe 15 years later, he told me, Chris, I thank you so much for introducing me to video games, because if it wasn't for you, I would have probably ended up in jail. He seriously told me that. You know what I mean? It saved him from being in the streets, basically, is what he was telling me. And that's why I tell people that it's not just, like video game is not like, it's not just a little kid play toy. You know, people, this is a little kid. No, it's a hobby, but it's a hobby that has impacted society, that has impacted people differently, right?
Yep.
And in some cases, it's saved their lives. Some cases, it's helped them mourn with death. In some cases, it's helped them, become better people, believe it or not, right? And this is the type of shit that get me mad when I see these motherfuckers that talk about it like, "Oh, no, fuck that. You motherfuckers take this shit way too serious." Like, no, motherfucker, because you weren't here from the beginning. You don't know how hard it was to grow this shit.
Like Mr. 100 said earlier, Mr. 100, we kind of got no disagreement, but he said, I saw his point of view because he's very wise. But he said, E-Rock, you're passionate about shit. And, we came to an agreement. It is what it is. But he bought us right, because I wish video games had to save me. Because if motherfuckers had found out in the 7th grade that it was your birthday, it was your birthday, huh, Eric? See you in the hallway. Your ass was like 100 fucking hits. Your ass was catching it. You was catching it, boy.
Hey, just really quickly, guys. Sega man, dude, shut yourself out, bro.
Yo, my niggas, am I like echoing now?
Nah, you good. You good.
You loud and clear, man.
You sound good, brother.
No,
You see this 100?
no Obama, no
We
Obama
turned Sega Man to a monster.
Hey, Sega man, you never got the 100 hits back in the day for your birthday from the boys in the hood.
What was that?
Your birthday, man. You never got them 100 hits. Oh, you 15 years old. and you got lit up. You never got that Sega Man.
It used to be punching the arm for me, except for my one motherfucking cousin Dante. That nigga punched me so hard in the back and knocked the wind out of me. We started fighting. When I collected myself, E-Rock, we started fighting, man. I'm like, yo, what the fuck's your problem? You got a grudge or something? I'll never forget that, man. Sega Man. I say he knocked the wind. He hit me so fucking hard in my back. I thought I got hit by a truck. I was like, oh my God.
Wow. So young boy know what's up. Yeah, they were still doing that in his generation. Damn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a real story, man. My uncle fucking hit me in my chest. He said, "Happy birthday, boy!" Fucking hit me in my chest like a motherfucker, dude. Knocked the wind out of me. God damn.
So we
forget those days, man.
What we trying to say, Sega Forever, is the Breakfast Club and 16 Candles. That shit lied to you. That's not how it was for us back when we was coming up.
Oh, dude, I'm the same way, man. It was my birthday. I walked by. My dad looked at me like, "What?" What?
Anyway, brothers, how y'all doing, man? Happy holidays to y'all, man. It's your boy.
Hey, brother Sega, man. How are you?
What's going on, man?
We good, man.
Always nice to hear from you, brother. How's everything?
See all my boys in here, man. What's going on with you guys, man?
Waiting for you to pop up, my nigga.
Your show with Other Zinc was fire the other day, man.
What's that, bro?
I said your show with Other Zinc was fire the other day.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Zinc popped in there, man. Zinc's a wild one, man.
Yeah.
Now, Zinc's he's a wild one, man. But hey, as far as that, man, all I gotta say, man, things is good. I'm high on life, man.
Yo,
high on life, bro.
that game. I thought it was going to be good, but I had no idea it was going to be really well done. And you know something is crazy out of the gate when there's a cocaine reference. Like,
did you guys did you guys see the ad that did for Game Pass for it with the gun? Did you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, that shit! You gotta see it. It's hysterical.
Oh man,
you gotta see it. It's fucking funny as shit. It's making fun of people trying to say that it being on Game Pass is not gonna be good enough for shit. But it's really well done. It's funny as hell.
Xbox knocked that shit out of the ballpark, and of course, as usual, they get no credit for it.
No. Oh, reviewers hate that fucking game. I saw
that game.
I saw somebody say I think it got like a 56 Metacritic. I don't know. Again, I don't read reviews, but apparently reviewers hate it. And I like, it's the Gotham Knight situation again.
Yep.
Come join me, fans of High on Life.
It's the Gotham Knight, and it's the Game Pass. We can play it exclusively, but PlayStation can't affect. That's what
it is.
That's all it is.
And he bought. That's why I haven't made a video about the award show and Xbox not showing anything. Because I'm not going to let people who spent $70 on The Last of Us tell me High Off Life is a trash game. Go fuck
exactly.
No, you know what they did? They let that. See, that's why I don't go to they go to what you call it, Metacritic and all that. See, they get bamboozled. I already knew about the game. They let us. Think about it, we didn't see that game for this last year. When I first saw the game and we heard the little remark, I said, "Oh, that's it." Something tell me that's gonna be a hit. It's gonna be a hit. And we was looking for it, and I had to go to work Monday. And it was saying it was going to release Monday, my time at 4, and then at y'all time at 7. And I was pissed. I'm like, I got to sit in this office. So Flip was already ahead of me at the time. I come home and shit. And I was like, okay. And the way crack jokes on IGN and them. And Kotaku, go on and mark me down right now. Go on and mark the score down right now. They talking.
Oh, yeah. There's somebody shared that clip, bro, where they did the pipe. And then the gun's like talking, right? Oh, sorry, man. Spoiler alert. But the gun's talking, and they come to this pipe part, and then he goes, "What?" The gun's like, "What? Another pipe? Who did this level design? Go ahead,
I think the whole story of the game, right, is they're trying to disintegrate aliens or abduct them so they can make them into drugs or some shit like that.
Yeah, the aliens are coming
use us for drugs.
Yeah.
Okay. They use humans as drugs.
High on life.
Yeah.
It's very cleverly written. It's a fucking shooter. It's a fucking shooter, but they disguised it and they put a fucking an alien goofy.
You know that inspiration, E-Rock. That inspiration came from Stranger's Wrath from the Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
Remember when all the fucking weapons used to talk and there were animals and used to talk
I
shit
did not
then?
play that. I did not play that game. I missed it.
Yeah, it's awesome. It was an awesome game. Yeah, it was awesome.
Because you get what you call it. You also get You also what I do like I like all the different guns. They all got different personalities.
Yeah,
especially the needler. They even go to Halo and with the needler, with the girl.
Oh wow!
And she talking shit. Yeah, you get and she start talking shit. I'm grumpy right now, like she on her period and shit. Like, oh, this is how you shoot me. And then you get when you get the sperm, you get the sperm gun. Like, oh, I'm looking at all, and it's joking. Like, oh, I'm spitting all of my kids. I can make some more. I can make.
Yeah. I remember that gun. That was funny.
That is a really well done. There's a few audio issues that they probably will patch, but other than that, man, I was shocked by the quality of it. I'm like, wow, this is like a limited set. A triple
phenomenal.
A triple A
is phenomenal
that nobody's talking about again.
Dude, it's funny to me, man, because the colors of the game, that thing is just laced with drug references and innuendo. But I like the way they do it because if you don't know anything about it, right, it'll go over your head. But you know, guys that are older like us, I mean, the color scheme. When I first saw the demo for it, I was kind of like, oh wow, it looks a little bit, you know, it's a demo, of course, right? But then the colors look kind of bland. Man, I was playing that on my QLED, dude, that thing pops. It looks like, you know, it's basically an acid rush, is what it is, right? Where the colors kind of melt together. Just like Erock said, dude, it's amazing to me how good that game is.
It's a neat game too, Sega Forever, man. When that little thing, you get to that one board, he's like, oh, I know you want to kill me, but you can't get me off the screen. I know you're trying to kill me, but you can't get me off the screen.
Oh, the little boy.
Like, cool, fucking get off the screen, man. That shit was it's a funny game. I love it. And then when the ads all pop up in front of your face, oh, I'm sorry about all the ads. All the ads pop up. That is a really, really good game, man. I love that game, man. It's
you know what's great about that part, bro?
That's how you write a game. Not hey, maybe the fire would put that out.
And do you know this motherfucker won a goddamn award for best voice actor for that shit?
Really?
Yes.
Really? For being bland, no emotion.
For God Award, the motherfucker won best voice actor in a game, and he went up there and did the acceptance speech of a motherfucking lifetime. He thanked his church, he thanked his mom, he thanked Cthulhu, he thanked everybody that he was able to play Kratos in God of War and give that bland ass dialogue. But yet the girl Amicia in A Plague's Tale won nothing. It's a travesty.
My thing is, I tell them when you go into them rewards, so go in that mother. I didn't even watch the shit. I took me a nap. Shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I jumped up. And said it's gonna be on. The shit gonna be on what you call it. It's gonna be on YouTube anyway. But I can go catch what I want to watch and potty and be in 4K. So I don't. Like I said, Jeff Keighley. They say that's the Jeff Keighley Award, and then people like, well, people sitting there, well, that's the Microsoft theater. Microsoft don't own that theater. They just put the name on it. A&G owns it, just like the Staples Center or the crypto. The Lakers do not own
ain't literally Staples Center.
Yeah. That whole thing is made by AEG. It's a white guy. He owns 10% of the Lakers, and he owns all of that. He owns all the LA.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I didn't make a video. That's why I didn't react to it, because I can't get passionate over something I don't even watch. That's like saying, hey, Unlimited, man, did you see someone died on the Young and the Restless? I don't watch that shit. How the fuck am I supposed to know?
Yeah, and then they get mad. Oh, well, Microsoft wasn't there. This would have been the perfect venue. Man, they was there in spirit.
Hey, and let me call out the gaming community, man, because y'all so full of shit with this. How is Microsoft going to miss the biggest gaming event of the year? Where the fuck were y'all in June when they were the only ones doing the show?
Okay, it was a dude on Twitter. I wish I would have stole this and told him, "Can I stole it?" He actually made a nice little grid. He said Microsoft get ridiculed for not going to the Video Game Awards. Nintendo and Sony don't get ridiculed for not coming to E3.
Boom.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
And Sony literally lied to them saying when they stopped saying, "Oh, we're going to do hundreds of shows."
Oh, And that's a fucking fact because E3 is a much bigger stage than fucking the Jeff Keighley one. Like that's a fucking fact.
And Jeff Keighley be at
But you know,
E3.
what makes me laugh is last year, you know, when they didn't show up because they didn't have anything, they only had Kita and Deathloop. Everybody was like, "It's okay, bangers are coming. We're all right." They got delayed.
Yep.
This year, you know, it's different because okay, Microsoft didn't have a AAA first party, but they did have first party studio along with indie and along with AA and single A, right? They had all types of games from
High on Life is a $60 game. That tells me it's a AAA.
So that's a AAA,
Can we stop,
right?
Can we stop this? Can we stop falling for this dumbass narrative, please? Don't ever talk to me again about first party, this, and that. If you can't play it on your PlayStation, Nintendo, then it's a fucking Xbox game. All right, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Yeah, but my thing is, we got to quit saying what's AA and what's AAA because there's a bunch of these what you call the games are great. I'm playing what you call it. I mean, I play it several times. I'm playing Vampire Survivor. I wouldn't have played this shit unless it came on Game Pass.
I can't stop playing that game.
Man. Right.
I'm over here trying to level.
Well, that's my point, 100. That's my point. We had Somerville, right? We have Scorn. We had The Legend of Tiandi, right? We fucking had the other one. What the fuck? Warhammer Dark Tides coming out soon, right? What was the other one before that? You know, the ability to play Plextel's Requiem on day and date on Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
Even though it was a multi-plat, but we could play it on Game Pass. We didn't have to worry about not being able to buy it, right? Especially when it's the holidays and you have so much stuff that you got to worry about. You know, Microsoft is having all these third-party and indie games that are exclusive. Because you like you know, just like Unlimited said, and I've said that multiple times. If you can't play it on PlayStation, it's an exclusive. It doesn't fucking matter. How come when it's exclusive on PlayStation, right? And you can't play it on Xbox, even though they don't own it, everybody acknowledges that it's an exclusive for PlayStation.
Oh yeah, they put that shit on their list wars, no matter how good or bad the game is. No, I guarantee you, there won't be a single soul. Dustin Legary, who made a stupid video about how
he made a horrible video.
About Xbox not showing up to the Game Awards, some shit. And they always go so extreme too.
Yeah, him and the black dude. What's that? With Victus, what's the old boy that did the Xbox show? What's the black guy?
No, man, McCaffrey's is the worst. Ryan McCaffrey,
the black guy. No, the black guy.
You talking about Barry?
Yeah, the guy that
Ricari?
The guy that does kind of funny games. He does a podcast. He's the black.
He's not a pirate.
Huh?
No, the guy with the glasses.
No,
Ricari.
No, Ricari is the that's the brother. He did the last two Xbox. You know what I'm saying? When he was at home, they flew him up to Redmond. We can't think of his name. I know his Twitter name is Victus or something like that.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So he goes in and say, you should have, that was a perfect thing to go stump on what you call it. I'm like, Microsoft don't need to stump on nobody's feet because Sony don't have nothing out. Then I got a pony gonna tell me, I end up jumping into what you call it, and I said I turned into E-Rock, fucking what you call it and shit. And I was like, man, I jumped in the comment section on what you call it. I got tired of seeing that motherfucker people throwing Red Dragon. So I jumped in that and Moose threw it in. Moose threw that shit in. I jumped in. So I said, okay, let's take the same thing. I said, when y'all got all them first, I said, don't Sony got all them first person shooters? Why they can't make a first person shooter? Keep that same motherfucking energy.
Next year.
Why they can't make a comparable fighting game? Why they can't make a comparable racing game?
Yeah. So I said, you know what? I said, you know what you mad about? I said, you mad about one game that you ain't. You want everybody to start with an S. You know what I'm saying? You mad because you ain't getting Starfield. That's what y'all don't worry. Y'all don't play none of them other games.
And 100, because they're not getting Starfield, they're going to do everything in their power to fucking bury Starfield.
Oh yeah.
I already saw how they're pretending that they need Bethesda needs to prove themselves. I literally heard
Right.
Bethesda need to prove themselves with Starfield. And
I'm
I'm like,
looking at it. Even if they got
and then
Starfield,
he
they
said they
wouldn't
ain't got
play
no
it.
homegrown talent. Then he's talking about where the homegrown talent. So where your homegrown talent? The only last homegrown talent I thought y'all had was motherfucking what you call the studios, Japan Studios, and y'all can them motherfuckers.
Yep.
So
That shit was close.
y'all can them. So what you talking about? I want to know
They
what
mad
you
because
talking
they ain't
about.
getting Starfield, Hunter. Even if they got Starfield, my nigga, they won't even play it. They got games that we had over here. They got them and they didn't play them. They didn't support them. They won't even play it.
They didn't play no what you call it. Matter of fact, I think I put more work in what's the I got to think of that damn game.
Andre, last generation, they closed more studios than Xbox everything.
Yeah.
Talking about y'all
They closed down Sony
Lion
Japan.
game.
They let go of the partnership with Ready at Dawn. Remember? The Eco fucking studio. The ones who did the fucking other game, what's the name? The racing game they had, Drive Club. They closed them motherfuckers down.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, what was it called, Darren?
Drive Club.
Avalanche Studio, they want Evolutions. They closed them motherfuckers down. Then they closed down the ones that did fucking what the fuck was the other one? Beyond that they got sold. Remember the ones that did the Beyond game and the fucking Detroit. What the fuck are they called?
Quantum Dreams.
Quantum Dreams. They let go of them. They stopped having a relationship with them.
Oh no, Quantum Dreams. No, Quantum Dreams said they after what's called the bust. They said no, we're not doing no more exclusives for Sony.
Yeah, after, they got bought out by somebody else.
No, after what you call it bust. No, after Dreams bust, it went wood.
Mm-hmm.
They said we're not doing no more. They said
they got bought out.
All our stuff gonna be multiplex.
Mm-hmm. No, they got bought out by another company too.
Probably Tencent or something. Tencent. I think they talking about monopoly. That's the
but
monopoly.
My point is that these motherfuckers don't point that out. All they ever talk about is Microsoft cancel Scalebound. Like, so they cancel. They canceled Fable Legends. Yeah, they canceled it, but they're remaking it again.
Well, I canceled your mom last night for coming over. What's wrong with that?
That is wild to me. Bethesda needs to prove themselves. What?
Yeah.
The motherfuckers that made.
You know why they're saying that, E-Rock? Because of the Fallout situation. But now Fallout people love it. They said that shit is super fixed. They love that shit. Fallout 76 or whatever. That's why they're trying to say that.
The company made
Morrowind, for free.
Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
But it's all a fake narrative. They're just trying to start up so that when Starfield come out, they'll be like, oh, this shit sucks.
Motherfuckers are still playing Skyrim. How the fuck do they need to prove themselves?
They play Elder Scrolls Online.
We're talking about to the same people that boycotted Call of Duty to make $1 billion in 10 days. What they say don't matter to me.
Yep, you're right.
We are. What dude tell me yesterday? I mean, on I think that was on Wednesday. He said, "We buy more third parties than you guys. Get the fuck out of here!" I'm like, man, you better go find them numbers at. Talk about ain't nobody playing Halo. I said, go find them numbers when nobody's playing Halo. Because I swear to God,
all you had to do, Hunter, to end that shit, we buy more third parties. Say we just bought Bethesda, ZeniMax, and Activision. End of fucking conversation. That's at least 70 IPs there.
Tell me where your homegrown studios at. It's called a whole bunch
343 Studios, fucking
the Initiative.
The guys that make the Initiative.
They're only saying that because they can't buy it. If they could buy it, then this wouldn't even be a narrative.
But think about it, Activision went to them first before they went to Microsoft.
We know that. They know that, but they don't care.
They said they can't do it.
Exactly.
Look, listen, 100. There's no amount of facts you could ever present.
Microsoft overpaid for it to make sure nobody can outbid them.
No, Microsoft got a deal on them, bro.
Yeah, they got a deal on it. Because it was originally 127 billion.
They wanted more.
That's what they wanted. That's why nobody was able to fucking match it, 100. They went to everybody else. Microsoft, go ahead, like you just said. They couldn't match it. And when they came to Microsoft, they said, all right, we'll give you 69.
Bobby Kotick was pocket hustling. How much you want for this shit, Bobby? $9 trillion. God damn, nigga. You better come off that shit, motherfucker.
Yeah, but all that bad press they were getting, that helped drive it down too. Just
Oh,
like
yeah.
Bobby still with. I gotta meet Bobby Kotick one day. Like, man, what's it like to be as brazen as you are? You just smacked the bitch and asked Microsoft for $10 trillion. Like, well, you a bad white boy. You know that, man.
Yeah, that nigga G commit all kinds of crime and still live the high life.
He go walk away with a golden parachute and shit. They threatened to fire his ass. He's like, oh man, that'd be great. Like these white boys.
I like his memo after like the Sunny thing. But he did that memo, and the memo was like, "Don't worry, troops."
E-Rock, put it in perspective. E-Rock, imagine doing a crime where you're supposed to do big time because it's something bad, and instead you're getting a slap on the hand and you're retiring with like $3 billion.
Yeah,
wow.
That's why racism can't end, because I can't get hooked up like that, and I'm mad at them white boys for that shit.
You're right about that.
Yo, eliminated alive, man.
Fuck that white motherfucker. That shit, bastard.
David Zasloff at WB, like, take notes from Bobby Kotick, folks. We could run this shit to the ground and sell off.
Call Henry Cavill to the office immediately. He tells nigga he's fired. Like we're gonna get that nigga Jim Varney to play fucking Superman. Like let's call this nigga up.
Motherfucker.
Hey, E-Rock, I can see it now, man. I can see it now. He like, what did Bobby Kotick do to that bitch? And he got paid how much?
Call Gal Gadot.
That's why I said my video. Fucking James Gunn, the fucking audacity, the goal. You motherfucker, you got fucking canceled out because you were doing pedo parties with your adult friends with fucking playing out as priests with little kids. You dirty, sick motherfucker. And then you got a fucking second chance and opportunity. You go make a man that waited almost 12 years or 10 years to get a fucking goddamn role that he's been wanting, and he's clean as a whistle. That motherfucker's an angel compared to you. And you're going to be like, oh, no, by the way, we don't want to see you with Superman's futures with my vision as him young. Like, nobody wants to see your fucking gay-ass Superman. Get that shit out of here.
They fell, him, Bobby Kotick, they fell upwards. Now, if I get a job with fucking Instacart, the white people will tell me, well, nigger, your territory is from here to Washington. You're driving. Like, yo, these white folks, man, they fell upwards. Yo, you just got given the keys to one of the most profitable franchises other than Star Wars and Marvel. If Star Wars is number one and Marvel's number two, then DC got to be number three. You've been given the keys to a profitable ass franchise, and you're like, man, we're resetting every goddamn thing. Call that Israeli bitch Gal Gadot in here, and that fucking Hawaiian, what's his name, Jason Momoa? Sounds like a fucking Chinese dish. Get him in here too. We're gonna fire off him and start clean. Like
that motherfucker.
The balls on this motherfucker. He
just took the biggest L, man. Motherfuckers wasn't that motherfucker. God.
Yo, Mr.
He
100,
been in a job a month and motherfuckers want him gone.
He bought Mr. 100 co-signed on him. 100 was like, yo, let's go full speed ahead with this shit. I'm like, damn, motherfucker. Like, what?
Why wait? Don't kill me. This is what if I'm in a relationship, don't paddle me on. You know what I'm saying? Just get you want me? Let me move on. You know what I'm saying? Let me hurt right now. Don't gradually. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna try to make it work. Come on, bitch. What you gonna stay or no? I'm gonna do it for you. I'm gonna cut my own self out. You know what I'm saying? You too scared. I'm not playing that. I'd rather just get it over with. Give me a. You know what I'm saying? At least I can know. What I got choices. I got, like I said, Jason Momoa. I didn't know how good the man was. The man got a show on Amazon,
Apple TV.
I mean, on Apple TV. That's
he's everywhere.
Apple TV.
Oh, he got deals everywhere.
That show called See, and he plays as a blind guy. Oh
my
God, that
show
is crazy. It's like
you said that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is fucking. It's like Game of Thrones on Sherm. times whatever, and you see people double
Yeah,
crossing and all type
he's one of those guys, man. And whatever he touches, he does good. And most of the time, he's successful because he's a talented dude. He's just talented. He has a lot of, charisma. He's good. He's good on screen. He has presence. You know what I mean? Plus, he's one of those actors that's kind, right? That he likes to make sure that everybody is on the same type of playing field as him, right? That they all feel as valuable as he does, even though he may be the megastar, right? That's why people like him. It's like Henry Cavill, same thing. People like that motherfucker. So he got a job. The next day, he gonna be the fucking main character of Warhammer and Netflix. The next day, he got a fucking job. They're not gonna. That dude, like,
Jason
fuck that.
Momoa,
James took a fucking L for that.
Jason Momoa drew them their first $1 billion DC movie. Walter Harada drew them billions of dollars for that and The Conjuring. And fucking Bobby Kotick, David Zaslav and James Gunn said, call them motherfuckers in here. Call them in here right now. Call them in this fucking office. We cannot pay these motherfuckers. We got to get them out of here. Who we gonna hire to replace them? I don't know. Hire anybody. Hire the motherfucker at Pizza Hut. Who we gonna have to be?
That's the rumor. You know that, right, Era?
What?
That they can't pay them because they're worth too much.
Yo, stop. Sega forever. What did I say about an hour ago? What did I say about an hour ago when Bone was arguing me down? I said David Zaslav do not want to pay these motherfuckers because they owe Gal Gadot $20 million.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to.
$47 billion in debt to do that.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to pay them regardless because they're under contract.
Yeah, but they don't want to pay them the big bucks for the next movies. That's what it is.
Well, would you rather Would you rather go? If you rather lose your job with $20 million, or you rather lose your job with nothing?
Oh no, 100. They don't listen. 100. They don't lose because they're still going to get paid. I agree with you 100%. But what I'm saying is,
I ain't arguing about
what I'm saying. The real reason probably why they're doing this chop block is because of that. It's because they can't afford it because they're $46 billion in debt. And $46 billion with a B.
Yeah, do you know why? Do you know why they're $46 billion in debt?
Yes,
making a movie for $90 million and canceling that shit. Could that be the problem? Not focusing on your fucking streaming services. Could that be the problem? Releasing Wonder Woman 1984 during the height of the pandemic. I don't know, dumb shit like fucking releasing Suicide
It was
Squad.
A lot of that decision making from the old regime was really fucking stupid.
Y'all
That's
did
the problem.
that fucking shit. The actors didn't do that shit. The fans didn't do that shit. Everything seems to work out for Disney. When are we going to release fucking Black Widow? I don't know, man. There's a pandemic going on. Fucking release it. Who cares if they fucking die? Release that shit.
What's crazy is that they don't face consequences, man. Let me tell you a quick story that happened at work years ago. I work super close with my boss, the CEO of the oil company I work for, right?
Nice.
And I remember one time, like we work so close, we're on first name basis basically. And there was one time
he was smart man.
He called a former manager in, and he blew up on him. And at first I'm like, damn, I've never seen Eddie this mad before, man. And then I found out the manager cost us a seven-figure deal basically, and that's why he went off. And after that, I swear to God, I had the best month of my life at work. I was when he fired that manager, I was like, oh shit, this shit is for real. This is a real money in stake, and I had the best fucking month at work in my life.
Nice,
because there are consequences when you fuck up everywhere except Hollywood, apparently.
Everywhere.
I just don't get it, man.
There are no consequences over at Disney. Apparently, no consequences over at fucking Warner Brothers. Y'all can just do whatever y'all want. Y'all cancel fucking Jason Momoa. Y'all cancel fucking Henry Cavill. But somehow y'all thought it'd be a good idea to release the trailer for Indiana Jones 5. This motherfucker is held together with tape and glue. This motherfucker is like, the matter of fact, he couldn't do all the stunts, so they CGI'd him on a fucking horse.
Remember he got hurt. Remember, he hurt his back. Remember they had to.
You would hurt your back too, nigga. You was 80. Shit.
I'm not gonna do none of my stunts if I was 80.
That motherfucker.
I can't do none of my stunts now, and it's 43.
Disney don't give a fuck.
But I told E-Rock, man, that I wanted a Days of Outlaws to come to Disney.
Oh hell
Yeah,
no.
it's a great house.
I'm jealous.
No. Like I say, sometimes I know it hurt to start over, but if I like give the man a chance. If E-Rock, I put this way, if first couple of his movies flop, I'll be first on the ship to go on with you. Add me on your show, I'll go on with you. That stupid mother, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, maybe he has a vision. Maybe he had to sell them people a vision.
If his vision is
like
gay
Deion
Superman, then I'm
it's
out.
just like Deion said, vision thinking he gonna get them white boys to go play up in that cold ass motherfucking mountain with all them racist people. Nah, I ain't going up there. I ain't going no Colorado to go get I don't care if your name was Deion.
You know 100 though. E-Rock made a good point on I think it was on Instagram. He said this right, but E-Rock said learn how to read the room.
Yeah, yo, man, read the.
That's a fucking fact.
And my counterpoint to read the room is you can't read the room when you're in a bubble. The people they're surrounded by are not mad at this. So what room is there to read where you're getting praise for these decisions?
Yeah, nobody. Like I say, you don't see.
That's the biggest problem too. That's another problem.
See, none of the stars said anything. You ain't heard Henry Cavill say nothing bad or nothing. They accepted. It's like, okay, we cool. We getting us a check. We good.
Oh,
they said it's part of the business. He said it's part of business.
But it was classy. He said something.
He said it's part of business. Yeah, he
was classy about it. I mean, he's probably getting like Hunter said, he's probably getting that $20 billion on the side. You know what I mean? So I'm hanging up the mantle, but I'm getting $20 million. So I guess that's a good trade.
And they said it's a possibility. They said it's a possibility he might come back. And
that's just fluff you say. Come on, 100. Yeah. That's what you tell a girl when you break up. Oh, we could be friends. No, and then you're never going to talk to her again.
No, that's not the truth. Because I might just want to hit that jukebox one more time. Shoot, you know.
No, they're probably gonna have him. They're gonna probably have him play the Wonder Twins. He'll be the brother.
Oh my gosh.
So that's all they're gonna be able to afford.
It's just,
man, that's it. You think they're in bad shape now? It's over for Warner Brothers.
But see, y'all understand what you call the money is there now. Discovery money is there. Discovery's money was already up. They have a shitload of money. They up. So that's why. That's why the change is going in. They got
you know who had a shitload of money back in 1999 or 98. 100. One of the most infamous mergers in fucking history. You know who had a ton of fucking money? America Online, when they bought Time Warner, and they fucked up that company within a fucking everything was sold. The fucking Atlanta Falcons, the Braves, the goddamn this arena called the Omni, this company called WCW.
Everything's gone. American Online is gone. That shit don't even exist.
They sold a $12 billion company at one point. No, what was 120 million or some crazy number WCW worth. They sold that to Vince McMahon for like $1 million, almost less than $1 million. Like America Online came in and became the model for how not to do a merger. So Discovery, I don't care how big the company is. That's what makes Microsoft so astounding is that they've managed to stay fluid, liquid, and make the right business decisions for decades. Like Xbox, this would be the equivalent. The Warner Brothers should have been.
They know how to recover when they fail.
Yeah.
But I think that comes. E-Rock, that comes because they failed and they've done it before and learned how to overcome it. Yeah. So they know how to do it because it's happened to them a couple of times, frequently. When other companies when that don't happen to them, that's why they don't know how to build back up.
Peabody, could you imagine?
So failure is a necessity in every business.
Failure teaches you what to do better the next time, what not to do. Could you imagine Xbox telling everybody tomorrow that we're rebooting Game Pass? We're not going to have games day and date no more. We're rebooting Game Pass. Xbox Live is gone. You would destroy every fucking thing overnight.
It's like they grabbed the anchor themselves and killed themselves doing that.
Hey, Heba, can PlayStation stay relevant?
Oh,
you think?
Huh?
Do you think PlayStation can actually stay relevant, man? Because I don't see them in the future.
They saying.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny how. Check this out, brother Sega man. and my brothers here in the panel. It's funny how they talk all that shit, right? About games their day and day that really is not a good model, right?
It's not
But yet
viable.
they announced, I think today, that Stray was played by. They announced today somewhere because Red Dragon's dumbass put that up, contradicting his dumbass. That Stray was played by 4 million people, and I believe Stray was put on
It was on
PSN.
Yeah,
It was
day
on
one.
PSN.
Wow,
Right, it was part of
that's
PSN,
it.
right?
That's it.
Yeah.
So
4 million?
what does that do? What does that do, fellas? That
If-
proves
If flopped,
that
it
if you
was on
put a
Game
fucking
Pass.
game day and day,
But he said all. See, I understand with Jim Lion Ryan, the money that they put in, all that voice acting, all that stuff, all that story and all that stuff. It don't. He figured if I throw it in day one, I ain't gonna recover that money back because guess what? They don't have a live service game. See, like I told people, yeah, we got Halo.
yeah, but
Game Pass,
then
we got
then don't fucking hire real expensive
Yeah.
actors.
Yeah, so
Stop trying to be more than what
but
you
see,
are.
Yeah, but see, like
Be
what
within
Halo
your
is,
means, honey.
yeah, but see,
Yeah,
like
honey,
Halo,
you ain't
Gears
gonna
of
go
War.
buy $1 million house if you only have $100,000. You see what I'm trying to say, my brother?
This is
Fuck
Sony
Sony.
we're talking
They make
about.
stupid decisions. That I'm not gonna feel sorry for them. You know that. If you can't afford those expensive actors, don't hire expensive actors. Leave that for the big boys like Microsoft.
But the
Yeah,
perception, they won Game of the Year. Perception, Game of the Year. That's what I hear is more important. So, I guess they're doing the right thing.
Yeah. No, but they do. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'll tell people this. Like I said, they don't have a service game. Like I said, we
Right.
got Halo, right? Now, Halo,
Right.
we didn't pay for Halo. But guess what? I spent more money on Halo than I would spend on thing. I would have paid 60 and that would have been it.
That's why
now
they're fighting that's why they're
I
fighting
didn't
the
spend
Activision.
I didn't spend $150 and maybe finding some more if I see some gear. And it's like $20. I might buy
You
it.
Halo
You know
simp.
what I'm saying?
You Halo simp. Get out of here. You
Hey,
simp.
Gears of War. Yeah, I might go buy it. And like I said, I didn't
will.
know until I started adding it up. I'm like, okay, that's 20 here. This is this, and I want this. Oh no, what? Go on and give me the season pass. No,
This is what Other Zinc talks about. Other Zinc talks about this. Yep,
Yes, he does.
A great
Shout out to him. He
detail
does. He says that game as a service is a killer.
Boom.
Yeah, so that's
Here's the proof right
so
here.
you got something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't. He's saying I can't forward my game in there because my game is a one and done game, and then why not going to play it? It's
Well, I
done.
mean,
It's
Stray
like,
was the one and done,
people
and you
playing
got it's a game about a cat, and 4 million people
Man,
played it
anybody
because it was given for
give-
free.
man,
but
Stray was
Stray
gay.
isn't $100 million game like
Obviously, no, but you know what I'm trying to say is that it's funny and hypocritical how they say it's not important, it's not smart to put a game on there because it won't help it. But yet, this fucking game about a cat had 4 million people play it because it was given their service. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
These lessons are universal. I look at a game like A Plague Tale Requiem, which is my choice for game of the year. We'll talk about game of the year Sunday on the Exile podcast.
Right.
Sega Forever 100. You guys are more than welcome to join us Sunday at 6 o'clock.
Spectacular game, yeah.
But it's a spectacular game with great voice acting. But they spent as least money for it as possible. Fantastic generation graphics.
They stay within their means.
They stay within their means. They're going to make their money back. Completely shut out of Game of the Year because had that game won any Game of the Year awards in any category, it would have been embarrassing for a big juggernaut like God of War, which really is a last generation game, which costs probably 3 times as much. There's a lesson to be learned from games like A Plague Tale Requiem from the movie industry. You can make a movie for $80 million like Shazam and see a return. You ain't got to make a $125.
Like Joker. Look at Joker, for example.
Thank you, Hebot. Thank you. You ain't got to make a fucking $120 million movie, David Zaslav. You spent $80 million on Batgirl. That was a decision that the previous regime made. You should have put that shit on streaming and let motherfuckers pay and get subscriptions to watch that shit on HBO Max. The whole reason why Xbox Game Pass is working and that business model is working is because people like 100 just admitted that he threw $120 into fucking Halo. The reason why that shit is working is because somebody's going to play High on Life or Scorn like Sega made and say, I like Scorn. I'm going to buy Scorn. That
he bought it,
works.
right.
That fucking works, man. And I'm not
Mhm.
trying to tell these business managers because they're not going to listen to me. I'm nobody. But these business managers, when they make these dumb fucking decisions, it just baffles fucking logic. And that's why we have so much in this panel respect for Xbox because they've been doing everything right. Everything they've done, whether it was meant to be for the fans or not, everything they've done is for the fans.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the trailer that they put out? Speaking of these type of live service games, because every time there's a reaction, like I give credit to Aaron Greenberg, him and his crew is on it, right? They'll release like trailers or push out games coming and stuff like that. But they basically did one whole trailer of just live service games. I saw it today on Twitter.
Yeah,
I saw that
I know what you're
trailer
talking
too.
about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
I
hey,
didn't see it.
but he bought and E-Rock, all you brothers, you know, you guys been out here for a long time, and so have I, and our brother Unlimited. I don't see in the future, man. I honestly, I could be wrong, but
And he put
I
text in his open.
I don't see PlayStation there, man. I don't see them surviving, man. I think they're
agree.
gonna go the way of Sega, to be honest with you.
Well, what keeps helping them is the fucking movie division. That's what keeps helping them. Because they partnered up with like all these other movie studios, right? That do publishing and and producing and stuff. And every time they make a movie, they'll have the help of like 5 other damn studios, and then they'll end up making all this money. That's why I was telling people, the fact that Venom did well helped them. We were supposed to support that dog shit or that fucking Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Same shit. That's what
Oh my
helped
God, Morbius, that piece of shit. And you mean to
them.
tell me
Morbius is horrible.
y'all mean to tell me y'all couldn't have released Batgirl? How bad could Batgirl have been if y'all if they released Morbius?
Right. I mean, probably just as bad. Who knows?
Well, you know how E-Rock always says, man, when we do our podcast or when we do a podcast, he said, I cannot wait until that fucking Japanese box is gone. And he could be, it could be true. It could be coming true. Man.
I mean, here's the thing, Sega. Sega, man, here's the thing, brother. When we say that, it's not because we hate something because we don't want to see it progress for whatever reason. We're saying that because these guys is just nothing but scumbags. They bring nothing to the table. They do nothing but do dirty fucking business ethics. They've done it since day one. And then they have the arrogance and fucking spitting people's face and spitting Phil Spencer's face and everybody acting like we don't give a look what they did when they did the deal with Nintendo. Jim Ryan the next day says, we don't care. Nintendo is a console and a system and an ecosystem for kids. We're not worried about that.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that type of fucking behavior, attitude, and arrogance that makes you be like, why would you want this company to be around that does nothing for the industry, does nothing for gamers, doesn't give 2 fucks, doesn't evolve or make, bring gaming forward? Why would you bother and want them around? Because when people here say, oh, fuck them, they need to die, they think it's just we do it because we're hating on them. No.
Because people like Colin Moriarty and Destin Legary were playing PlayStation 2 at 10 years old 20 years ago. And because they can't let those memories go, they refuse, for some reason, absolutely refuse to acknowledge any objective facts of Sony's wrongdoing. And then so they gotta lie to themselves and thus to their audience of over 100,000 subscribers that has tons and tons of views week after week after week about how Xbox slapped you in the face, gamer, because they didn't show a trailer at an award show.
Right.
And then when you break it down, that's what I like breaking things down to its simplistic, most simplistic form sometimes, because I want you to listen to stuff like that. They want you to be mad because Xbox didn't show a trailer at an award show. If that's not stupid to anybody but me, then I'm not. I don't want to live in this reality, because the gaming world that time after time wants us to be just so mad, Sega forever, so mad, E-Rock, at Xbox over what is literally nonsense. I'm sorry, guys. I don't get mad because a game was delayed. When I got like 600 fucking games in my collection, I just did a video this week, so I know what I'm talking about here, right? I'm not going to get mad because I'm not going to watch a trailer. All right, I can't. What am I going to do with the trailer? Just react to it for 3 minutes and be like, "Hey, that game looks fun," and move on with my fucking life.
Well, they can complain about it because they only play a specific game. They're the ones that have no catalog because they don't play nothing else unless it's an exclusive.
Yep,
That's why their mind works that way. You see what I'm saying?
And because of that, they're going to watch Sony be a sinking ship. Because while we're enjoying High Off Life, Gotham Knights, and a Plague Tale Requiem, they can't enjoy nothing except 4 games this year. Just 4 fucking games this year because it says only on PlayStation. That is fucking pathetic.
That's why I put. Hey, remember? That's why I put that tweet where I showed all the action adventure games.
That's right. And so
that's
somebody even replied to you with a stupid nonsense like, "But they aren't exclusive."
Right, and I said that's exactly my point. They're not exclusive, and you're only worrying about the one game that's exclusive. How dumb do you sound? That makes no sense.
Here's the thing, there's been like 100 games released in 2022. Only a handful of them are exclusive. 4 on PlayStation and like 6 on Xbox and whatever the fuck Nintendo had. The rest are multi-plats. So the gaming world wants to constantly, for some reason, tell you that games like Gotham Knights and Plague Tale, they don't matter. They don't matter at all. The only thing that matter is if it says only on certain console, usually on PlayStation. Right. And in the case of Xbox, where's your single player games? Where's your story driven games? Hey, last time I checked, High on Life is a single player story driven game, right? Yeah. It's about a story. It's you know what I'm saying? So you got what you want, but that doesn't matter because the only thing because since they played PlayStation 2 in 2001 and for some reason everybody just can't let go of nostalgia but me. They just dying on the dumb. They're dying on a steep hill that's just going to kill them when they fall off. And I'm telling you right now, people, get off that hill because you don't need a fortune. You don't need to be a fortune teller to see where things are going. All right. I've seen this time after time. I've seen it.
Well, that's why they're doing being so difficult about this deal going through, because this deal will basically be the nail in the coffin type of stuff.
You don't say. I've never seen this much fucking squirming and squiggling and fucking. I haven't seen this much.
Sony is in the position that Sega was, E-Rock, because Sega, unlike Sony, they had to stop being in the industry, not because they didn't have talent, not because they weren't being the best company creatively at the time, but because their pockets weren't as deep as Sony, and they couldn't fucking buy off people. They couldn't pay people off, all these developers, all these publishers, but Sony could, and that's what they fucking did. And now they're in that same position where their money's not the same flow, and they know that Microsoft hits them hard with this. It's a 20% right off the hit of their annual income and growth. And then if they decide, well, we're not going to make Call of Duty every year, but we're going to give them time to make a better game, that's even going to be worse for them. Catastrophic. That's why they're doing these little deals with these other companies that are supposedly making, like the bitch who did Assassin's Creed. They're doing a pay as a service game online. They're trying to get that Halo, that Sea of Thieves, that, you know what I mean? Like other things always talk about.
And the problem with that, Hebot, is that they're too late to the party with such a game.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. You're right.
Yeah, that's why
you can't force that. That's not that's not something that happens just by buying it. That's a magical thing that happens with transition, with development, with the process, so to speak. Right, going through the process.
Here's the thing, Hebot. Let's be real here. People pretty much buy the same shit. If you look at the best-selling games, it's the same fucking Call of Duty's literally the best-selling game for 15 straight years in a row. All right, people spend and have like habitual spending, if you will. Yeah. You get a game like Grounded that had 15 million players, but a lot of that is thanks to the accessibility of Game Pass, right? But the reality of the situation is that once something is established, unless it just becomes unbearably terrible, that audience just quit on it, chances are they're gonna time after time just spend money on it. I saw it for a decade with Marvel movie. I saw it for Star Wars movies before that got run to the ground. I saw it with the same TV shows being popular every year, right? The best, the highest rated shows are like CSI and all that stuff. So with Sony, Sony, since Sony put their weight behind single player games that only make money one way, their dumbasses shot themselves in the foot because for a decade they trained their audiences that what matters, single player AAA exclusives. And now since AAA games are like $100 million fucking budgets, they can't. Now they're seeing, oh crap, we can't afford this because we don't make enough money.
Unlimited. They had an exclusive AAA title that was bundled in their console that was readily available on Black Friday.
Right.
And still the Xbox Series S and X that didn't have a AAA exclusive outsold it.
Yeah, because Sony.
Why is that? Because people want value.
Yep.
People want value. Yeah, they want those exclusives, but they want value first.
Yeah.
How are you going to turn down buying the most powerful console, right? That's giving you 3 and 4 generations of backwards compatibility, smart delivery, boost mode, lets your peripherals go forward with you. Have all types of things like, that thing where you change from one game to another real quick. What was that other thing? Yeah, quick resume. And Game Pass and online, all under one hood for $15 a month, but you have access to 400 games. Over one game that you buy with the bundle, you're basically paying for the game, but you're paying a little cheaper because it was $350. $550. And then once that game is done, that's it. You don't have no access to anything else.
Right. And let me say this before E-Rock goes. That's why Sony's stupid, because they trained their audience to hate all that. But the problem is all that you just said, it made Microsoft $3 billion Game Pass alone in the 1 year. Microsoft in their fiscal year had a record-breaking $16.2 billion, right? So since Sony trained their audience to hate what makes money, I don't feel sorry when they're gonna go broke.
Yeah.
Go ahead, E-Rock.
I can't even add to that. Everything you guys said is fact. Everything Unlimited Production said about Colin Moriarty and all of these guys clinging to yesterday is fact. Listen, guys. All me, Hebot, and Unlimited Production are saying is that if Warner Brothers, Sega Forever, are you still there? Or you fell asleep on your own podcast?
No, I'm listening.
If Warner Brothers continues to pull on that rope or that tether, as I call it, that tether is already ready to pop. Hebot, and I can tell.
It's a fine line.
Like they're going to lose us. I'll probably will buy on digital the Flash. I probably will buy on digital the Aquaman
2, whatever's left. Shazam 2,
whatever's left. But it's going to be a hard sell getting me to come into the theater. Now, I was a diehard PlayStation guy back in the day. They burnt that bridge. When Warner Brothers burns that bridge, I'm not going to be part of this group saying,
you just don't want to deal with it. You don't want to have nothing to do with it.
Not after all of this time. Not after all of this fighting these writers. And I was actually fighting with writers, man, who wrote for websites, fighting these writers.
Right. I remember you said that long ago. Yeah, I remember that. I remember you saying that.
And fighting these dudes who was trashing DC back in 2013. I can't do that no more. So if I see a company is hell-bent on destroying themselves, like Warner Brothers, I have to emotionally let go. I had an emotional outburst earlier with Mr. 100 because what he was saying didn't make any business sense to me. We have two different philosophies. Microsoft, PlayStation have two different philosophies, Sega, man. And we see whose philosophy is working. I'm not going to sit here saying
the hypocrisy was there and present and very prevalent when you saw that the first thing they said, we don't like the Zack Snyder's BVS and Man of Steel because it's too dark. It's too dark. It's too violent. And then fast forward, we get what's the name of the brothers that did the Avengers series? The Russo brothers do Avengers 1 and 2, and all it is absolute violence. Every fucking hero is getting killed. The Hulk is a fucking pussy, which that's not realistic in any means. That fucking Hulk gets stronger and and meaner as he gets, angrier. And Thanos killed the whole world, and everybody, and it ends up with one of the most beloved characters in Robert Downey with Iron Man dying and all
So
types of shit, right?
how about Thor joking in one movie, the Avengers Infinity War, joking with Star Lord, seeing who could do the best jokes. Then in the next
Right.
movie, Infinity War, he cuts off Thanos' head. Yes,
Thanos' head, right?
I watched
And
this movie.
it's wonderful. Oh my God, brilliant! Absolute brilliance.
It's the same thing with Xbox. Game Pass is not sustainable. Game Pass, we don't know how they're sustainable. It's not going to last. And then all of a sudden, Sony gets their own game service. It's like, when you get tired of something, guys, you let go. And I got tired of PlayStation. I'm about to get tired of WB. I had to let Star Trek go.
Yeah,
I will always. I own every episode of Star Trek, the original series. I love Star Trek: The Next Generation. That got the one with Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
I even love some of the later stuff.
That shit was amazing.
Avery Brooks,
Deep Space
this
Nine,
guy called Captain
Even
Sisko.
Deep Space Nine, that was good also.
That was good. I just
That
can't
was
get
like at his prime still, like where it was still doing what Star Trek fans knew and loved, right?
I can't get into the new shit. I even bought all three of the latest movies. It's just this new shit is so far left of field with everything is gay, everything is transgender. The engineer of Discovery is gay. It's a transgender couple. It's a non-binary couple. The captain is the captain of Star Trek.
Because the focus is not on the story. The focus is on whatever agenda there is in the real society in the world to try to make people feel like, look, we included you, when these are not the demographics that love these genres and that love these series and IPs to begin with.
It's okay to let Star Trek go. It's okay to let Indiana Jones go, because we know, sorry, Unlimited Production, we know that the only purpose of Indiana Jones 5 is for this chick to fucking berate him and tell him
Take
about
the mantle.
Well, if I go back in time, instead of taking that golden idol, I'm going to give it to the natives. And this has already been confirmed on 4chan. And 4chan told us that Han Solo got killed and the ending of Ghostbusters was going to be a dance number. So far, they're batting 1,000 over at 4chan. It's okay to let fucking Warner Brothers, one of my favorite companies, Sega Forever, it's okay to let DC go. It's okay. I'll always have the movies, but I'm allowed to voice my opinion over this dumb, bonehead shit. But this is the difference between me and Colin Moriarty, to go back in full circle to what I said eloquently earlier. These guys can't let go. Man, if I'm willing to let Warner Brothers go, that means they must have fucked up. If I'm willing to let them go.
I feel the same way.
I don't have another 10
They can't admit when their company is wrong at all. At all.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Sony. Sony, they misused my trust. They lost my fucking information. This gaming community, Unlimited Production.
They told you to go get 3 fucking jobs if you want to play this shit.
They continually tell me that it's better to have less than more. These 4 games are games of the year. Why do you want to play Game Pass? Well, because this year I'm broke and Game Pass has got all of these fucking. Why would I want to sit and worship a company that's giving me less? Why do I want to sit around and hold on to memories? If I wanted to hold on to memories I had when I was in my early 20s or when I was 14, I'd go get a fucking Nintendo. I used to love Nintendo.
I mean, they told you to play old games was bad, and then all they do is make remakes. So, like, I mean, what did that tell you?
All we do here, Sega Man, is try to talk common sense. And yes, I am a little emotionally involved with Xbox, or passionate, as Mr. 100 said. I am a little emotionally involved with Warner Brothers and DC because I've been supporting them for so long. But when I see a company doing stupid, deliberate, blatant shit to destroy their brand, how can I fucking wave the flag for you? I'm not going to buy season tickets to the fucking Eagles after y'all fired the last coach, Doug Peterson, and got rid of the quarterback that won Super Bowl 52. I don't care that y'all niggas is 11-0 this year. Y'all got more to do. Y'all got more work to do to get me to get back in that damn stadium and watch an Eagles game. Y'all got more to do. No. I was there with y'all last time y'all got rid of. You can't burn the fucking audience and expect us to hold on to that tether. PlayStation expects Colin Moriarty, and they expected it themselves. The tether them broke with PlayStation. Sega Man is not too far off. That company is done in about less than 5 years. They are done.
Let me get it back. Yeah. They probably got about. If shit don't go straight for them, and the games don't look at God of War. They say, "Oh, it sold this much," and that's it. You're not hearing that's. And I told my boy, that's it. You're not gonna hear no more sales of that game until it goes on for $20 or $30. It sells a couple more million, and then they'll say, "God of War sold 20 million copies," and they'll try to bullshit.
And grounded.
Good. You can't keep burning me, man. So Sega Forever, I'm gonna be concerned about for 2 seconds about what the rich white folks is doing because it's egregious. Yeah, Henry Cavill got paid. Gal Gadot probably might get her fucking 20 million because they fucking breached her contract. It's the principle of the fact that you made us care about these people, and now they're gone. It's the principle of the fact that you made us care
They
about.
made him announce in October that he was coming back. Just to a month later, slap him in the face and tell him, "Go fuck yourself." Like what?
On social media.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that was The Rock's fault. The Rock told him to say that. The Rock's the one who brought him back. The Rock did not write no fucking checks to hire Henry Cavill back. The Rock did not.
The Rock cursed out James Gunn. He cursed him out.
Yeah,
he fucking said, "Yo, you fucking piece of shit." Like Henry Cavill will always be our Superman of this generation.
Yeah, so The Rock and his production company, 10 Foot or 10 Cent, called up Warner Brothers and said, "Yo, man, you better bring Henry Cavill back." Now, that didn't happen like that. Walter Hamada
6 years.
Walter Hamada signed off on that shit before they unceremoniously got rid of him. And now that company is at odds with everybody, including Dwayne Johnson. But I can't be emotionally involved in this shit anymore. It's the same thing with PlayStation. I can't be emotionally involved in a company that continually told me to go fuck myself. So that's why I moved on from them, man. And it's not a stretch to say I'll probably move on from Warner Brothers. Like you move on from an ex-girlfriend who you love dearly, but she fucked up enough to make you not care anymore. So Sega Man is right.
Listen, any woman that got cats getting fucked, when that's not me and she's supposed to be my girl, it's real easy to say goodbye. On top of the ass whooping.
Now I think he bought. You're the only person on earth that didn't have a PlayStation, right?
No, I never bought a PlayStation. Never. It was always gifted to me, or I fucking got it on a trade or something.
I never bought one either, E-Rock.
I never bought one.
Either found it somewhere.
I think legal never bought one either. Oh shit, the rice.
Man, respect.
Yeah, I've definitely bought my fair Sony console.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, I never bought it. Nah, fuck that. I'll never give them my. That's even when the games. Every time I buy their games, I buy them shits when they're fucking. I bought Shenmue 3 for $3. What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, for me,
watch it.
Look. For me, I was a neutral in the Xbox 360 generation. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember. You said that.
And I just played Xbox so much that it just didn't I dropped PlayStation because it didn't make financial sense, E-Rock. Not because I didn't hate them. I started to hate them. I started to hate them when weirdos started to hit me up at 3 a.m. trying to talk about video games. I'm like, you fucking Sony losers. Can you leave me alone?
Right. You stupid.
Well, man, I like Colin Moriarty, man. I was a PlayStation devotee. That was the coolest shit back in 1996. All of their games was on fucking compact disc. The little compact disc was in these little small ass tool boxes. When you turned the motherfucker on, it made that cool ass noise. I was a PlayStation devotee, man. And then I grew the fuck up and moved on.
Colin Moriarty's stakes are a lot higher. Can you see what I'm saying, E-Rock? If you move on, right? You've always been E-Rock. It's not going to change. If he moves on, he's done for. His whole fucking goddamn fucking brand is called Sacred Symbols. He's talking about the X square and zero and circle. The motherfucker's fucking super chill. His brand is done.
P.S. I love you.
That's why he don't want to let it go. His brand will be done.
I love you. I want to marry
Wasn't that
you.
it? P.S. I love you, and that was a play on word. The PlayStation. I love
you.
Yeah. Or am I imagining that?
That's why you don't do shit like that. You don't fucking make your brand based off somebody else. You just do it based on yourself.
Yeah, but it's just crazy times in gaming and entertainment. We're just seeing so many crazy things. But out of all of this, there's one company that remains steadfast in giving the fans and the consumer what they want. Is Xbox. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know whether it's deliberate. But that company they're doing all.
You know what it
right
is? You know what it is? Phil Spencer's a gamer. And in every other situation, like David Zaslav don't give a fuck about DC. Let's be real here.
He might not even watch the movies.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure if they ever, you know how they screen test movies, I'm pretty sure he on his phone during shit like that, right? And he just pay attention to the ending or some shit. They don't, you know. So when you don't care, it's just a business to you. You know what I'm saying? And like I said to you personally earlier, E-Rock, it's okay to run your business, but if it's only money in the entertainment industry, go be a hedge fund manager. All right, because in the entertainment industry, you got to commit to cultivating an audience and understand that audience get emotionally attached to this shit. All right, because many of us, you know, look, many of us probably grew up on the old cartoons like I did, or on Frank Miller stuff and all that stuff, or the Chris Claremont X-Men for Sega Forever, right? And so we don't want to see our favorite characters bastardized, and not only that, for a lot of these characters, they're not only for the fans, they're established into the grain of pop culture, and that's important. That's important because that means that when you're ingrained in pop culture, you have some established characteristics that you don't fuck up, and for some reason they love fucking it up. Right, like Sega Forever. Sega Forever was mentioned in Blade. The benefit of Wesley Snipes' Blade was that Blade. Let's be real, Blade was probably cool in the '70s and all, but it was just like he was just kind of like, oh, Blade. He, you know what I'm saying? And then Wesley Snipes was so damn good in the role, his image took over as the image in popular culture. Right? With Superman, complete opposite. Superman was an icon since like 1938 or something like that, right? You know, he's the reason the superhero genre is what it is today, if you will, right? And so he's so ingrained that you can't do stuff like not make him from Krypton. You can't do stuff like have his ship drop in the hood of Detroit and shit like that, right? you know, because it's so established that stuff like that is just going to lose people instantly. And I think that kind of crossroad is what's at the heart of a lot of this too. Is that you have a generation of what's his name? Henry Cavill was Superman in 2013. That was 9 years ago. So there are people who are probably kids in 2013 who now in like their 20s who grew up on that image of Superman. And for WB to just throw it all away, it is going to piss people off because you're in the entertainment industry. And entertainment does not mean political ideology. It does not mean it does not mean a representation. It doesn't mean none of that shit. It literally just means to perform for your audience.
And in performing for your audience, that's when you make the money. And you're not always going to win. Sometimes you're going to lose. This isn't. And I said earlier about bend and don't break. This isn't a situation like with Doctor Who, which is a British science fiction series, which I've talked about before, where they put in a loophole where the Doctor, every time he gets killed, he can regenerate literally into a different person. So that gave them an out to just recast whenever they want. One of the most legendary characters and one of the longest running franchises of all time, other than Doctor Who, is James Bond.
Yes.
James Bond is something that's generational. So every 6 or so years, you can recast James Bond. It's so crazy, guys, that we have a character that Hollywood wants so bad to destroy. Who James Bond, Sega Forever, was passed down to me from my father. So my father would have been in 1962. He would have saw this movie called Dr. No with this guy called Sean Connery, right? And then my uncle or my brother would have saw some movie called On Her Majesty's Secret Service with George Lazenby. Now, when I was coming up a little boy, my first James Bond movie in 1977 was this guy named Roger Moore in A Spy Who Loved Me. In the 80s, some kid growing up, saw this dude named Timothy Dalton.
That was my favorite Bond.
Yeah, Timothy. Then in the 90s, of course, the Pierce Brosnan, that handsome motherfucker, the James Bond of the 90s. Then for the 2000s, it was Daniel Craig. He's been passed down from generation to generation. But the thing is, bend him, but don't break him. You can recast James Bond. It's a little bit harder to recast Wonder Woman because Gal Gadot has gotten ingrained in the character long after Linda Hamilton. I mean, not Linda Carter. That was the face of Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot didn't erase it. She added to that legacy. We never thought that anybody would ever be mentioned in the same breath as Christopher Reeve. But the fact that Henry Cavill pulled it off is just amazing. Yeah, there'll always be another Batman. Some guys are great, Ben Affleck. Some guys are good, Robert Pattinson. You can recast Batman. Some of these characters, man, you can bend but don't break. I don't know how the hell Jason Momoa took a character that was white.
Not everybody can play a character that's important and iconic. That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's why him pulling it off means so much for a lot of people because
Oh, go ahead, Hebot.
No.
Oh yeah,
Because
I was just going.
Go ahead, say.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the E-Rock.
That's never supposed to happen with Jason Momoa. He's
you see, but Jason. The thing is that Aquaman. Let's be real. Aquaman didn't have the prestige level that a Superman has in pop culture.
You're right.
Superman is one of those guys that if you go to East Embolia in Africa, someone will recognize the Superman symbol.
Like Spider-Man. They know who he is out there.
Yeah, nobody's going to recognize the Aquaman symbol. So because of that, you could put a Jason Momoa in that role. He's so talented, he made it work.
But what Jason Momoa did for the role is now they know who Aquaman is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because he did it so well that now is just like with Flash, just like with even Wonder Woman and Gal Gadot, because Linda Carter was the only thing we knew.
Yeah,
it's iconic as Wonder Woman.
And you know what? And that was one of the benefits Marvel had is that they didn't have the Spider-Mans and Wolverines and all that stuff. So when they hit jackpot with Robert Downey, especially Robert Downey Jr., they hit jackpot with him. Oh, now people don't want another Iron Man. It's going to be a long fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
I think Robert Downey Jr. might have to die before people are ready for another Iron Man.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
What was that, Hebot?
You ain't lying.
Yeah. That's how big he captured that role, right? And
he made a character that nobody really even knew about. It's kind of like what this guy did. What the late did with Black Panther.
Yeah.
But Baldwin, he did the role just a few times, and he embodied it, and people fell in love with the character and him.
Yeah, and Marvel kind of had that benefit that the heroes they had access to. Because remember, the reason why Marvel was in the state it was in 2008 because they sold all their movie rights from how they almost went bankrupt in the 90s.
That's right.
Right? Am I right, Sega Forever? Please feel free
to
correct me.
They filed for bankruptcy.
Okay, good.
They filed for bankruptcy. They were going to be gone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad my history isn't off then. So
this was in the 90s.
Yeah, since they filed for bankruptcy in the 90s, they sold a lot of their rights and stuff like that. That's why
still don't own the Hulk, I think.
Yeah, that Hulk was.
Yeah, they don't. Universal does.
Yeah, Hulk was at Lionsgate, and X-Men was at Fox, and
they don't own Punisher either.
And all this other stuff, and so who they had access to, and they had to work with was a bunch of superheroes who wasn't established like that, and so they were able to hit lightning. However that phrase goes.
In a bottle, lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, catch lightning in a bottle, and become one of the biggest movie franchises ever. You know what I'm saying? Look at Harry Potter. That kid who played him, I forgot his name, Daniel Radcliffe, something like that.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Daniel Radcliffe. Listen, people. There's not going to be a Harry Potter movie in a long ass time.
No,
he going to have to be in gray hairs and in a wheelchair.
That character is incastable.
Yep.
You can't. Forget about it. You can't. They can't reboot Harry Potter in 20 years or 30 years.
Do you guys want to know the reason why Iron Man is a problem?
Oh, go ahead.
I tell my kids this because my kids is a perfect example of this because they don't. It's not about Robert Downey Jr. isn't the suit of armor. Robert Downey Jr. is actually Tony Stark.
Yeah,
that's the problem with Iron Man.
Yeah,
that's the main problem. When people when they think of Tony Stark, they think of Robert Downey Jr. Just like if you guys didn't know, like Nick Fury is actually a white dude, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Samuel Jackson was put in a comic book, and this is when Bendis was doing. He was huge on Marvel.
I hate Bendis, man.
Bendis is he's over. Anyway,
Nick Fury
but
and his Howling Commandos back in the fucking 40s and shit.
Listen, Sega Forever, please tell a story on how they brought in Black Nick Fury. It's hilariously stupid.
yeah, well, because they did that new Avengers, right? And so anyway, when Bendis does stuff, Bendis likes to make the characters because he fancies himself like he wants to be in Hollywood and stuff like that. So the characters he would create, he would make them after a lot of the actors and stuff that he kind of idolizes. Like if you go back and look at what's that Unwanted, he did this comic book Unwanted. So the main character, so they did a movie on that, and he made the main character look like Halle Berry.
Oh wow!
The female in there, then Eminem looks like no, the main character is Eminem. The character, yeah. So Eminem.
Oh yeah, you're the one that you're talking about the one that was played by, and that was a phenomenal movie too. By the dude who played Professor Xavier.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Wanted. Yeah.
So
which also had a dope ass game on 360.
That's what Bendis is known for doing that. So what Bendis
James
did,
McAvoy.
James McAvoy, that's right.
So Bendis made Nick Fury Samuel Jackson.
Wow.
And that's how, and that's why people don't complain. Like they say, well, why don't people complain about that? It's because of Samuel Jackson. Right? It's Samuel Jackson. So
and he came out of nowhere as Nick Fury's black son.
oh yeah.
And so white Nick Fury had this super dark black son.
For real, that's what they did.
It was hilarious, man.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the whole. Looking back at Iron Man and stuff like that, dude. If that movie failed, you wouldn't have Marvel.
No.
Because this was pre-Disney, man. They were with Paramount.
Yeah, I think Iron Man made 800 million. Captain America barely scratched 300 million. The first Hulk, no, the second Hulk with Edward Norton barely did 300 million. Thor barely did 400 million. These movies weren't exactly fucking the big movie that made all the money. 2008 was this little shit from DC called The Dark Knight. You guys might have seen it. You might not have seen it. Yeah, this little shit with Batman called The Dark Knight. That was like $1 billion, and everybody lost their fucking
mind. You talking about from the company that does the shitty comic book movies? Oh,
that company does the shitty comic book movies. Yeah. So when Marvel set up their Avengers, and that movie became an event, and Disney had basically bought Marvel that year. It was off to the races for them, but it was nothing they did. They didn't grow that shit organically. They just bought shit. I remember
that's the best thing that happened to Marvel, man, because they needed that. They needed Disney at the time. And I remember people was clowning it, dude. They were doing like Wolverine, Donald Duck, and all that kind of stuff. People kind of forget like how much Disney, you look at Disney the way they are, Disney Marvel the way they are, and back in the day when they started off, they didn't get into the movie reviewers would tank their films and stuff.
Their films were horrible. I think the only things that were watchable and great was the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Yeah. That really is what like kind of put Kevin Feige on the map, because he was always there in the background. He was this dude.
Put him on the map because he was underneath Avi Arad.
I was getting ready to say that. Thank you very much. Avi Arad. That's the original architect of what we know as the Marvel cinematic universe, not this new MCU from 2008. Like Avi Arad, he was always there. He was the architect. He was the guy that said, we're going ahead with Spider-Man, because Spider-Man had been in development hell.
You mean that bald-headed dude?
Yeah. He did all during the 90s. So when DC was trying to get the DCEU off the ground, and everybody was hating on it and so opposed to it, I was like, you can't have different shit. It's okay to have different shit. But the media, just like with gaming, if it's not PlayStation, they don't want to endorse it. And that's why they're so against everything Xbox is doing. This shit was inevitable. It was inevitable that one console maker was going to pull ahead. And it just so happens Microsoft and Xbox made all the right moves. So like Sega Man was saying, I'm not going to miss Sony when they're going, not to be a dick. Well, kind of to be a dick, because they was a dick to everybody in the business for the last 30 years. But like, it's just the passing of the guard. I know Unlimited's the youngest guy here, and I think the next to youngest is Sega Forever. But Atari came and went, 3DO came and went. Who else he bought? Fucking
TurboGrafx.
3DO, NEC TurboGrafx with the Toshiba. Panasonic, SNK.
They all came and fucking went, and most incredibly,
Philips, CDI.
Sega.
Oh,
It was
Jaguar.
impossible. It was impossible to think that Sega was going to get out of the hardware business. All of
Especially
these
with the talent they had.
the talent they had, especially here in Sega of North America. But like you know, when Hebot talks to you so passionately about why he hates Sony, it's because he's been following this shit for what decades now. And I've been kind of following it too. I only learned like maybe 12 years ago or 11 years ago about the origins of fucking Sony and how you know, they betrayed fucking Nintendo. Well, they kind of fucked each other, but Nintendo fucking stupidly gave birth to the PlayStation. And here we are because of their fucking stupid mistake. They gave birth to that fucking PlayStation, and we've been dealing with them ever since. And Ken Kuraragi, the father of play, he used to make motherfucking soundboards for fucking Yamaha or some shit like that, right? Ebot?
Yeah. He used to work in their. He used to work in their music division.
Yeah. This
Because actually, he got demoted. He got demoted because he was working with Nintendo behind Sony's back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they created the hardware, right?
Yep.
Which Nintendo completely funded.
It was going to be the
And then
Nintendo
when they
PlayStation.
found out that they did the deal with Philips and gave them the middle finger because Sony was basically trying to fuck them over. They wanted money from the console. They wanted money from the CD disc. They were ultimately going to make more money than Nintendo, even though Nintendo was the one that funded everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they said, "No, we're not doing that." They went to the deal with Philips, I think the day before E3, and they did the announcement on the stage, and Sony didn't know, and that's why they got pissed off. And then Ken Kuraragi got demoted to the music department, and then he had to convince the other dude, just like, listen, we got the hardware. They didn't patent it. They didn't even patent the name. All we have to do is put a new 3D chip and produce it and bring it out. That's why they were able to bring it out for $200 or $100 cheaper than Saturn, because the cost was, they didn't put no cost to it. They could take the hit. You get what I'm saying?
To sit here and say for Colin Moriarty and Dustin Legary and that dude from fucking Digital Foundry to sit and say we hate Xbox. Xbox shouldn't have been in the gaming industry. Xbox was always in the gaming industry since before Sony. Sony came in here like a bull in a china shop, and goddamn it, at that E3 2000, at that E3 1995, Ken Kutaragi with his lion ass went on stage and said one. It was either Ken Kutaragi or Kaz Hirai. They went on stage and said one thing. He bought $299. And it was over.
Yeah.
And they haven't changed tricks in 30 years. He went on stage and said one word, $299, and they was
and walked off.
And walked off.
And guess what? The reason why he did that was that he had gotten let go by Sega a year before, because he was working at Sega.
That I did not know. Wow.
Yeah, that's why. They talk about it in the documentary. That's why they knew everything they were doing, the chipset they were using for the 3D and all, and they were able to put the better one, because he knew the shit that was going on. But he got let go because of the money issue, I guess, because you know how Japan basically sabotaged the American Sega because they were doing better than them, and they were embarrassed. They were like humiliated. How dare they? That the American company is doing better, and the people running it over there, like Tom, what's his name? Tom Kalinske. Tom Kalinske.
Oh, wow.
And we're not the ones making more money when we're the ones who did it, and it's a Japanese company, when in reality, thanks to my brother Sega Forever, you know, because I didn't know that they started in Hawaii. They're a Hawaiian company.
Oh, wow.
They used to do entertainment stuff for the military.
Okay.
You know, which I never knew until my brother Sega Forever told me, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh, that's right. I didn't even know that.
Sega stands for service games.
Yo, holy spit! Hold on. We gotta mark this moment down. This is the first time anybody ever taught he bought something. Holy shit!
That was the one and only time, and I'll take it.
Take it.
Wow. and I remember, because that first year that they came out, a friend of mine's, his brother let him hold his PlayStation, and it had some shit on there called Battle Arena Toshinden. And at the time, the Sega Saturn, their fucking Virtual Fighter was looking way better than that bullshit. Better than that bullshit. But you know, they had that low selling fucking price point, and that next year I guess you're wondering, well, guys, how can you start a game company and you don't have any games growing organically? You don't have any studios? Well, easy. You fucking buy shit. You start buying
Also,
developers.
remember, the problem also that hurt the Saturn was that they put those 7 processors. And the reason why they did that was to eliminate the pirating, because they had the problem that they had when Nintendo with Tengen went behind their back and started pirating their games during the Sega Genesis and the Sega Master System era on Nintendo. If you remember, they released Shinobi, Outrun through the brand of Tengen, which was actually what the fuck? What the hell was it? I think it was Namco or Tecmo went overseas, did some hokey dokey shit because they could get away with it overseas. Didn't have to do no seal of authentication or any permission, and they ended up bringing it to the States under a different name, called Tengen, right? Called Tengen, and that's how they released those games. It was to avoid pirating. That was basically it. So they wouldn't steal their first party IPs because, unlike Nintendo, Sega was making their own games, right? And creating them not only for home, they were making exclusive for their home console, they were making exclusives in the arcade, they were making exclusive for other companies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's why they did that. That was the other problem. So the PS1, based on the way they created it with Nintendo, it was really easy. Everything was done by itself. You programmed the game.
A great fucking sound chip. And I think Unlimited Production was a little boy. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. PlayStation was the fucking shit. That first from 1996 to I guess 1999, PlayStation was the fucking shit. I'm not even going to fucking lie. I mean, it didn't look like shit once the Dreamcast dropped, but I'll say by the end of '98, that's when PlayStation's arrogance began. That's when you began seeing their fucking arrogance. You began seeing them do dumb shit like, well, Final Fantasy belonged to us. No, it was on Nintendo first. No, you bought exclusivity, and you bought exclusivity so you could hurt Sega. You could hurt Sega. You had deals with Electronic Arts so you could hurt Sega, even though Electronic Arts was mad at Sega anyway for some reason, which is why Sega created Sega Sports, which was amazing. Sega Sports was amazing, which nobody ever
was. It was.
But like we have a long history with PlayStation. I mean, before the Dreamcast even came out, Ken Kutaragi was saying dumb shit like, a 56K modem. That's like being an ant on the tallest anthill. We're gonna have broadband, and the PlayStation 2 has the motion engine. It's gonna be able to power a submarine and blah blah blah. And then they hired some guy a couple of years later called Phil Harrison, and I don't know where the fuck he came from, but everything that came out of his mouth was a lot. They just got really
legend. He's a legend. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Unlimited. He's a legend.
He's a legend at killing products. He turned Stadia. He killed Stadia in like 2 years.
Wouldn't it be wild if Warner Brothers hired fucking Phil Harrison? Anything could happen. Anything could happen. We got just the right guy to reboot this universe. Fucking Phil Harrison. But yeah. So
I'll check on you, Rock. If he comes on stage, I'll check on you.
When Hebot talks about his disdain for Sony, like it was earned. I've never seen a company more arrogant. I've never seen a company buy so many third parties and sign so many exclusive deals with the intent of hurting Sega. And when they couldn't hurt Sega anymore,
they were trying to hurt Nintendo too.
They did. Yep. Their new goal was to hurt this new game system, which they were afraid of even back then, called Xbox. Because as you guys know, the Xbox was loaded with more power than we had ever seen in 2001. They basically had shoved a fucking Pentium computer inside a black box, and PlayStation was shook. So what did they do? They had fucking this little game called Grand Theft Auto 3 exclusive for like a year. Nothing but time deals. Okay, I didn't see any fucking organic growth other than SOCOM Navy SEALs. I didn't see any organic growth.
That shit is ghost.
Everything about them.
E-Rock, why is you lying? Stop.
It's organic when Sony does it.
Man, E-Rock like spreading those lies, boy. I tell you.
But then, what makes Hebot even madder was fucking E3 2005. Oh my
Oh,
God,
boy.
that's when they really went fucking ham.
Yeah.
Ken Kutaragi goes on stage, Sega Forever, and tells everybody, and I quote, you can find these quotes. PlayStation 3 will instill discipline in children. You will want to work harder to afford PlayStation 3.
Man.
And I was reading no quotes like, there's no way that a CEO of a company
You should
said
get a
that
second job. Damn, that shit was.
Yo, but they just Unlimited, these motherfuckers got mad. They got
Fuck
mad.
yeah.
It's fucking 8 years later when motherfucking Don Matrix said, well, if you don't have the internet, we got a console for you. It's called the Xbox 360.
Mhm.
Well, I'm like, wait a minute. All he did was fucking reverse what y'all said fucking 8 years earlier.
Yes, sir.
Well, he did it
Microsoft-
without lying, at least.
And he did it being honest, right? Well, you know what? To be honest, even when you look at the internet, he didn't do it with no malice. He didn't do it with no intent of being an asshole, being evil.
I watched the interview a couple months ago on YouTube. And
Thank you.
Listen, it was a hit piece because he was first of all, Jeff Keighley. I don't know
Thank
how
you.
he keeps popping up to
Thank you.
shit on Xbox.
That's where he
interviewed him.
started, right there. With that
he
shit,
interviewed him.
that's where he started it.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley interviewed Don Matrick, and it was a normal fucking interview until the end, basically, where all he asked him, was a simple question. And listen, if that quote was never put on the headline, you think it was just a safe, innocuous answer, right? Hey, and yet it was blown out of proportion. And then 2013, that whole era was just that was the save Sony era after they got the 360. That's what.
And I quote what he said was, thank God that we still have a console that we can offer to our consumers that doesn't require the online connection. That's exactly what Don Matrix said. And just like that. And Jeff Keighley said, Don Matrix said, fuck all the people that don't have internet. Fuck you.
In 2013, people were still living in the dial-up age in 2013. No, in 2013 we had smartphones.
We still have rotary phones
like that on smartphones in 2013. That was a hit piece, man.
Listen, Unlimited. In 2013, we barely had payphones outside.
Yeah.
Something that nobody would ever thought would ever even be a possibility. People would need payphones all the time in case you needed to call somebody in an emergency. There's not hardly any. You don't even see payphones anymore.
In 2013, we just had a revolution of gaming in terms of online gaming for the 8 years before that. And so for that, and gamers still do that shit today, where they pretend like something small or something that used to be a big deal decades ago still apply now. And matter of fact, they did that with digital games. That pisses me off too, because everybody was so mad at they're going to force us to buy digital games. Only for now, you know how many? 80% of video games in 2022. I mean, not even 2022. This statistic was in like 2018. 80% of video games then was sold digitally from the same people who cried.
Stop the lies, Unlimited.
The same people who cried that Microsoft's going to force us to buy digital now. Why are you giving us physical games? We can't resell. You can't resell your fucking digital games now. You hypocrites.
They do it, dude. They do it still to today. They do it still to today. They're trying to take the reason why they push Game Pass is because they're trying to take your rights away and steal your games. Like, what the fuck does Microsoft want to steal your games for? No, dummy. They're pushing digital because it's how they make more money. The actual developers, the publishers. That's how they make more money, because when you produce it and publish it in the store physically, there's a third man in between, right? There's the third man. You have to make sure that you take care of them, whether it's for distribution, shipping, what you call that, overseas costs, those customs. The box art, the box itself, storage space, shelf space, you have to pay for all that.
Yeah, and here's
so
another thing.
So if they don't sell a lot of copies physical, they don't make money. Yeah, digital, it goes directly to them, 70%, 75%.
Yep, and not only that, strategic wise, it's good for like the Asian market, for example.
Absolutely, for those countries that can't.
Live in smaller spaces. and they don't have rooms like me and you where we could have large collections.
Also,
of games.
what I said 2 weeks ago, I think it was, and I think it was in your podcast, or was it in Segaman's? I mean, Exile. I don't remember. But remember when I said that when China, they didn't have no console release for like 15 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Xbox One and the PS4 was the first console release there in 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when you bought an Xbox over there, right, the Xbox One, it was almost $800. It was like $750.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? So can you imagine the cost to ship it over there and the logistics only for it not to sell well? That's a big hit that the companies take. Sending it over, shipping it, and then they don't sell well, and then they got overstock over there. Sitting in the shelves.
And then that whole lie about, well, they're going to take your games. I tell you, it took me about a year to learn this. Anybody who deals with digital like I do, I deal with digital because of the convenience. I own a digital movie library of over 700 films. I own a digital library of I don't know how many games, 600, 700. The reality of digital is this: if anything happens with that license, you have paid for a license to own Grand Theft Auto. You paid for a license to own Black Adam. Now, if something happens with the licenses in the Black Adam, you might just turn into your library and Black Adam won't be there.
And here's a kicker.
It happened with Smokey and the Bandit last year.
It happened this year with Sony in Germany. Their movies were removed due to licensing. People who owned it couldn't access it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's why I always say that physical medium is still needed.
Oh, yeah.
But people don't understand the difference between why it's needed and why digital is so prominent. Like, it's not because they're trying to steal. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's not because they're trying to steal your shit. It's because it makes financial sense for them to make more money, to stay open, have to keep their doors open, and make more big, quality games. That's it. That's all it is. It's not a conspiracy. It's not about stealing your game. It's just that's the world we live in. Unfortunately, the more expensive the games get, the better accessible it is to push it digitally because they'll make more money. Because if you push it physical, they're not going to make back that much. Look at God of War, like I said, it's 5.1 million copies, 2 million copies, some shit like that.
3 million.
Was it 3 million? Whatever the numbers were.
I don't think it was as high.
Whatever the numbers were, you times that times $70, and you see how much the intake is. Then you split that by like 4 or 5 different people, and you put like they only make like 35% of physical revenue, and you see how much the intake is. That's why they keep spending a lot of money in their games and not seeing enough revenue and profits. You understand? The reason why they were touting the profits with Spider-Man is because that didn't come out their pocket. That came out of Marvel and Disney's pocket. You understand? And they made money from it without having to spend a dime, only in marketing. And that's why they try to tout that shit. But these dummies actually think is, oh, no, I made them a shitload of money, man. Sony paid for that because they own that, man. You crazy, you bugging. And I know. Marvel's funding the new one, whether it's Wolverine, whether it's Spider-Man 2. They're funding the new game. That's not Sony funding it. All Sony does is publish the game, which means publishing is part of marketing. Because it's exclusive on their console to make sure that everybody that's watching knows that it's only exclusive on their console. That's all they're doing. That's all they pay for. For the vertical slice, basically. And these motherfuckers don't understand that. Fuck that. They just I think even Digital Foundry says stupid shit today talking about the digital shit or somebody posted that Microsoft is killing these games. They're not selling. Look at the data and some bullshit. I'm like,
he bought real sorry, man, but your Digital Foundry impression always cracks me up. You make them sound so weak. Well, he always starts it that way. Well,
they sound fucking fruity as fuck all the time. These motherfuckers, I can't stand them. Especially Mushmouth. That dude right there, he get me mad.
They're saying talking about some of these games don't sell. Meanwhile, the company's making fucking $3 billion profit in
I mean,
come on, man.
Microsoft made $16 billion last year, so They got to be doing something right. And we're talking about the Xbox division. We're not talking about Microsoft as a whole with their Windows and all that other stuff. People love doing that. That's the whole company.
What'd you say the dude
Well-
said? He said that they ain't selling well. What did he say?
Well, the guy from Digital Foundry did some type of video, and I saw Craig Simmons put up the clip where Richard Ledbetter, the one that used to work for Sega.
Yeah.
That I think he's I think he's undercover homosexual. That's why he acts the way he acts.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's like, oh, Xbox with Game Pass, it's killing the sales because your fans don't really see the need to buy the game. They just play it on Game Pass. But yet, every time a game goes on Game Pass, it's the fucking first thing you look when you see the most top-selling game is always that game that releases on Game Pass.
See, when people say that he bought, I say, what does the devs say? Because every time a game has success, the devs say we're happy. If the devs are happy, do people act like? Why do people pretend? This is what I don't get. The facts are always there. That's why I say everything's a Google search away, right? You can literally Google search any game, Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy when it had a huge bump. Every single developer literally say they're happy with the success of Game Pass, and yet everybody else try to create a sob story that they want us to feel bad that we're playing a game that for a service we're paying for, right? They want us to feel so bad for that shit. No, I'm not gonna feel bad because my $15 a month gives me access to 400 games, and then not only that, I get new games day one. Are you kidding me?
Dude, imagine that you just pay $15 a month and you make your wife happy every single day. That should be fantastic.
And here's what's madness. The developers already explained to us that Microsoft pays them out of the gate. They're not just putting
right.
games out in the wild.
That was another narrative going around. They're like, oh no, they don't pay them up front. These people just put it there and expect it to sell, and then it doesn't sell, and then they wonder why. Like, what? And then the guy for that made the game Arrow, he said, I sold more games and more copies of my game on Xbox than I did on PlayStation once I put it there, even though it was on Game Pass. I have full. It did so well that he's making a sequel, and I bet you'll be on Game Pass. It's like the guy that did Song of the Deep, Song of Iron. He's making the sequel, which is still on Xbox as a fucking exclusive, and people never talk about it. But we're not gonna say that.
That's true.
And he's making the sequel, and it's coming to Xbox again exclusively.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everything you just said, our girl Sarah Bond literally said that like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely, she did.
And what happened? Do y'all remember what happened? Because I remember making a video on it. Everybody under the sun, oh, she's just lying. She's just lying.
Right.
And I remember because I remember specifically, somebody in my comment section said, he said, what do you think they're going to react? And I said to him, they're just going to say she's lying. And exactly, not even a day later, E-Rock, oh, Sarah Bond's lying. She's just lying. Oh, look at the
She has to say that she works for Xbox. What do you think?
Like, do you people not know that these people in these high positions, they can't lie to everybody?
They got investors. They got to show them proof.
Yeah. Do you not know how stuff like investors and people like that work? Boards of directors and all that.
The only people that could get away with it is Sony, because even though Sony's located in America, they're not an American company, so their rules do not apply. They have different rule sets that they set by. Like, they don't have to do certain things like an American company does. Dude, the fact that the FTC, an American government, is going after an American company to protect a Japanese company, that tells you the fucking state of our fucking goddamn fucking government.
Wait, I need to add context, because it's not really about protecting Sony. It's more about them, quote unquote,
and the political, looking good.
Yeah. I know. Thing about big tech. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're trying to be like, look, we could even.
Yeah,
we can even destroy companies like Microsoft. You ain't fucking with us. Yeah. I know.
Big tech is the big boogeyman right now. Where you throw that word out in some political sectors, they all go, "Oh my God, big tech, we gotta stop them." That's why Bernie Sanders,
they don't pay taxes every year.
Yeah, that's why both Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren had their tone deaf tweets about a week ago. Did you ever see that, Sega Forever? those tweets from the politicians?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like and all that
Are you
was
fake?
political posturing, you know, and even now Tuck man Tuck I think his new
Go see
job
that
is
shit
researching
tomorrow.
his Microsoft shit.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
know.
been hitting us in the chat like every 30 minutes he's having a new article and the stuff.
Oh
and
yeah,
what-
yeah. Trump, he become the new investigator.
yeah,
God
man.
damn, he be finding. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is Trump looking at right now?
Yeah, Tuck be fine. And when the articles Tuck posted, it was pretty much was the former head of the FTC saying the current guys, they're I don't know. I guess their reason to go after Microsoft is flimsy. You know,
Like it's
anyone-
laughable. Like it's
Yeah.
goofy.
Yeah, and so
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
with a brain, you know, who could do, you don't need to be the expert to put two and two together with stuff like this. No, everything is just gonna go through. But yeah, it's not really about protecting Sony, a Japanese company. It's more attack on quote unquote big tech. You're gonna see it against Elon Musk with Twitter or Tesla. You're gonna see it against Facebook or Meta. You're gonna see it against Google or Alphabet, and you're gonna see it with Apple. So that's more what it is. And Sony is just kind of like, because Sony ain't that big of a deal in the market. Let's be real here. I've said it once and I said it again. The only reason why we ever talk about Sony as a company compared to Microsoft is because both make video games. But if you're not a gamer, I promise you, they're not even in the same stratosphere. That's how much bigger Microsoft is. So Sony is just kind of riding the coattail of all this acquisition stuff. And
Yeah, we know. That's why they don't want that deal go through. They scared.
And here's the thing. Their tactics are kind of working in the UK. It's not putting a dent in the American stuff. That's just political posturing. And that stuff's gonna go through and all that stuff. Like, here's the thing, he bought. Technically, Microsoft could clear the Activision, but that Activision Blizzard deal before even going to court next August. That's how flimsy this lawsuit is.
Yeah.
Man, the FTC stuff was so bad. Even the European Union and the CMA was pushing back.
Wow.
It was funny, dude. I was laughing.
Yeah,
Wow.
The FTC stuff was so horrible.
Wow.
What are these guys talking about?
Hey guys, my battery's about to go. I'm gonna have to duck out. All right.
All right.
All right. Hey, have a good one.
All
We'll
right,
see you
brother.
Sunday.
Hey,
D-Rock.
D-Rock, thanks for stopping in, brother.
Hey man, always here to support you. Hey guys, I will see you Sunday. All right.
All right,
Alrighty.
brother.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, enjoy your weekend.
Yeah. Hey, Sega Man, you got any thoughts, dude?
Well, Unlimited and Hebot, man, they're right on point with that, man. That FTC thing, man. It's just like Unlimited said too. It's still gonna go through, bro. I mean, it can't be stopped, man. It just can't be stopped. I think it was Hebot or Unlimited said, even if they did try to do something, Activision will come back and try to sue Sony for trying to stop Microsoft purchasing them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they do have a pretty weak case, bro.
I don't see it. It's gonna happen, man. They want this not to happen so bad. And just like Hebot said, they're afraid, about it, because Call of Duty is, believe it or not, a lot of people don't want to admit it, Call of Duty is their bread and butter, man. It's not fucking God of War. It's not fucking Spider-Man. It's not none of that shit. It's Call of Duty.
I would wager, Sega Man, tell me if this sounds crazy, but I would wager, I wouldn't be surprised if Call of Duty made more money for Sony than even their exclusives.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it does.
100%, bro. 100%.
I think it does. Unlimited. I think it does. I think Call of Duty it makes more than their exclusives. I really believe that. I truly believe that, man.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised because those games you could buy DLC, you could buy microtransactions, whatever the case is, that Sony games don't have.
And you know what? I got meant to tell you guys this today.
Oh yeah.
At work today, a girl I work with, she told me today. We was at lunch. She said, "I bought my daughter. My daughter wanted the PlayStation 5. Bought for her. She said, I paid $900. I said, $900.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
God damn." She said, "Well, Tone, I couldn't find it anywhere else." I said, "Man, $900 though. Shoosh."
Oh man, I feel for her, man.
900, bro. I think she said it came with God of War.
Yeah, it's a bundle, right?
Yeah.
She couldn't find it anywhere. She could not. She said GameStop didn't have it. I forgot where she got it, though, guys. But she paid $900. That's what her daughter wanted. I said, man, I hope she enjoys that $900 PlayStation. I mean, man.
You or Sega Forever ever had to do that? Drop crazy money like that on your kids?
No.
My kids know better, bro. My kids know better. They would never ask me.
Look, even if they wanted me to drop on it, I'm like, you're gonna wait.
Yeah.
I'd have to tell my kids too. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait 900. Nah, man, no.
My kids wouldn't even think about coming to me with that. I'll turn around and ask them because I know they got secret stash of money. I said, no, give daddy $20. I got you.
Yeah. Oh man, I love it. Yeah, so that's something like that. If I was growing up, my dad would have like made me work for it somehow.
Dude, I wouldn't even ask my dad. My dad would beat my ass.
Brother Unlimited, man, he was lucky. He got he got his PS5 for free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He did a Chris. He got it for free.
Yeah.
I love your video though, bro. At least you tried to be fair. I seen you struggling. I was watching that video. I was like laughing.
Was it the one? Was he playing? What game was Unlimited playing? I was watching.
It's probably Horizon Zero Entertainment.
It was Horizon or one of them. You were walking somewhere. Was it like on a snow mountain or something?
That was Horizon. Horizon.
Yeah.
Dude, he was being so nice.
Yeah, he was, and then at the end,
He's like, I mean, the console, okay, the game looks nice, but he would try like figure out how do I say it without saying it where they aren't gonna come after me in this damn comment section and annoy me for the next 2 months.
Yeah. No, you know what it was? It was when their version of Game Pass first hit. That's when I was trying to be nice. The one that I wasn't nice with was the Horizon video though. That was the one that I was like, this game is so bad. I had a rant on it because that was because when I was playing that game, and I said this multiple times, but that was the part where I reached like the thing that said throw a rock to distract them, and then the girl Aloe was like, maybe if I throw a rock and distract them, and it blew my mind that the game was that hand holding, I don't know the proper term, was trying to hold my hand that much. I was like, this game is just nonsense,
straight garbage.
Yeah, it's unbelievably terribly boring. And this is someone, look, I love open world games, right? But that is the most boring and bland open world game I've ever played. It does nothing new and nothing interesting.
Yep, that's
my God. How dare you talk like that?
He bought somebody on my collection. Somebody on my collection video, he left this long comment talking about you're not objective. How you gonna say a Plague Tale's better than God of War? I couldn't even respond to that stupidness, man.
The whole point that you said it was makes you objective. Does he not understand what the word means?
I don't give Sony.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Listen, man, these Sony fans, they stalk our videos, and every once in a while, they like to pop their heads up with just stupid. Apparently, not praising God of War was the one that the straw that broke.
Oh, like that dude, Turboverse. That dude, Turboverse TV. Mm-hmm. He said, listen, I don't want y'all coming at me, but I think High on Life is a better game than God of War. Oh, yeah. And I bought both of them. And you had to see his comment section. They was triggered, boy.
Yeah, what? Of course.
Are you fucking crazy?
But for some reason,
listen, High on Life is about to almost hit 90 with the user score. It's on 87.
That's wild.
So that tells you right there. Every time it's a game that's on Xbox Game Pass, they try to shit on it.
Yep. Meanwhile, God of War, it gets like a 94 and wins Game of the Year and all this other stuff. But you Xbox, you don't got a Game of the Year. Oh, that's what Destin's video was on. It was the fact that Xbox doesn't have never had a Game of the Year nominated game or some nonsense. It was so Sega Forever and Hebot. It was so bad that I couldn't even finish it. I don't know how
I told y'all like 2 years ago, or 3 when it came out, the first one. The game is a snore fest. Oh, you're fucking crazy. Dude, it's a snore fest. And it's not doing nothing new. It's doing the same formula that they did, that Ninja Theory did with Enslaved.
But Enslave at least had stuff like puzzles and other stuff.
Yeah, but it was a great action game. You know what I mean? Action adventure platforming. It wasn't just this stale. Let's do these chores, making women superior and men inferior. You don't know that everything.
I don't remember seeing anything like that. But what stuck out to me was just how she never shuts up, right? And so you can literally do anything, and she'll automatically tell you how to solve it. You know, and,
Right.
And I just can't mess with that, man. That's too.
Well, in the first game, right?
Not both games.
No, I'm saying in the first game, right? One of your first side missions that you do is you find a man, grown man, that he's hurt. And he said, I sent my daughter off to get help. And then you got to find the daughter, and the daughter's like probably like 6. And she's fighting these fucking robots. Meanwhile, he, as a grown man, got hurt by them. He didn't know what to do. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's just stupid inconsistencies like that. There ain't no 6-year-old girl gonna be able to go fight these 7-year-old robots. Meanwhile, her father was the one that had the experience and got hurt and couldn't do nothing, and she is.
Hey, Sega, man, you on your phone?
Yeah, I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, no, but it wasn't echoing until now, so it must be something else.
Yeah, it happens. You know, I had tech difficulties earlier myself.
You know, and every time in the dialogue, like in the first game, it's always like every time the men talk, they sound dumb, or is the women talking about like indirectly trying to say how the women are more superior. It's a lot of that in the first game. You just got in the dialogue.
Oh, see, the voice acting was so bad, I couldn't pay attention to that shit. The game lost me when she told me to pick up a rock right after the dude said to do so.
Yeah, and then she repeats it like 3 seconds later.
Yeah, and the whole game is like that, man. You walk around, maybe if I climb this ledge, I'll be able to find the rocks, and or maybe I'll find this gadget. And it's like, Alloy, please just shut the hell up, please. You know what I'm saying? You know, that would be like if in Gotham Knights, Robin was like, maybe if I stop this bad guys, I'll stop the crime. Well, no shit. That's how all superheroes are.
Unbelievable. Oh, yeah, Darwin's home. What time is it?
We got the Hebot personal family hour going on.
Oh, shit.
Still echoing?
It sounds like a little bit, but if you got something to say, go ahead.
It's still echoing a little bit, or is it all right?
Yeah, it echoes a little when I talk.
Oh, okay. No, man, I just wanted to say real quick, the video you made about that was funny because at the end of your video, you was real nice about the game and stuff like that, and you said it real quick, and then you made the video. You said, but the Xbox is still a place I play. The Xbox is still a place I play. All right, guys, have a good day. All right, I'll see you later. That shit was funny as hell, man.
You know he had to throw that in there. That's classic.
Hey man, my channel's an Xbox channel. You know, I was gonna do stuff, Sega man, like compare games and compare graphics and all that stuff. But I touched my PS5 so little that it kind of became moot. Because what's the point of making comparison video on a product I don't really use?
Yeah, that's true, man. You have one, like if you see people when they do their videos and they're predominantly an Xbox eccentric channel, you always hear them say, "Oh, that PlayStation 5 is just collecting dust. Yeah. It's not even been turned on in a couple months." I always hear them say that all the time. They say the only reason why they bought it was for their exclusives, and that's it.
Yeah, and exclusives, they're short games or they're just not all that good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Go ahead.
I don't even think he bought. I know when I went to see he bought, it was funny because he brought it out to me, and I'd never seen it in person until I went over to my brother Hebot's
a house, man, and he showed me good hospitality with all his family and everything, man. That thing was huge. I mean, that thing was huge because I was holding it, and that thing literally took up my chest. That thing was huge, bro.
Yeah, that's a big console. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than the original Xbox One.
It is.
Oh yeah,
It is.
It's bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen any comparisons to it, but it looks way bigger.
It is, man. It's definitely bigger. If you stand them up, vertically, it's bigger.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, and what I don't like about the PS5 is that it just doesn't stand on its own. You got to hook up the sound either vertically or horizontal, horizontal or landscape, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
And it just seems like a needless design flaw.
I think there was a rumor they're gonna make a slimmer one. I think.
Yeah, they're supposed to be
Really? They can't get the current ones out.
Yeah, but you're right. But I think they were talking about that, right, Sega Forever? I think they were talking about trying to make it smaller. I don't know, man.
They were talking about. But that's what it said. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, but you guys can't even get the 5 that you have out now."
Yeah, I mean they can't, man. It's they say that they fixed their production issues, but if a mother has to drop $900 on a PS5, that tells me all I need to know. Meanwhile, you could go to Walmart.com right now. Your Xbox will be in your home by Monday.
Yeah. Well, the fix, obviously, that's what I think the fix is. The fix is they're going to forgo this model they have now and go straight to this new one. I mean, if I'm being honest.
Well, we'll see. It's a terribly designed console, so I guess anything would be an improvement.
Yeah, you know that's why Microsoft never gets any credit for the stuff that they've been doing.
No.
TV stuff, which is another hypocritical thing that these guys that they don't address, or when they're wrong, they don't say they're wrong. When Microsoft does something, that's good, right?
Yeah. I've never once seen one of them say that they are wrong.
In fact, I mean, we pretty much covered all the topics, right? Just to go back on Xbox fans, dude. This community to me, I can't stand this community anymore. To be honest with you, because when I look at this community, there's Xbox fans and and then there's everybody else.
Yeah. It drives me crazy. Like I'm used to the Sony fans with their nonsense. Oh, why didn't Xbox show up at the Game Awards? It drives me crazy when I see the Xbox fans do it. They got the Xbox logo and all this other stuff, or they got their gamer tag in their name and stuff, and yet they're the ones who like they're the ones when they go off on Xbox Sega Forever. They go off. You think. So Phil Spencer personally slapped their mother. They'd be like, "Well, man, fucking Microsoft, why don't you fucking go to the?" And it's always and I'm swearing like that because that's how their tweets are and their videos are. It's not just like it's never something like, man, you know what? I enjoyed the award show and it sucked. Xbox didn't show up, but it's still gonna be a good year. I'd be cool with that. It's always, man, fuck you, Microsoft. You slapped us in the face by not showing up to the biggest events of the year. How can you fucking do that? And I just like it's the awards show. What's going on here?
The only argument that I would say about them not, showing something, it's not so much of, oh, you're fucked up. Why you didn't show nothing to us, right? The fan. It's just of taking advantage of that casual audience, right? Because it had up to 103 million people viewing it. Which we all know it's mainly casuals.
Bro, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm with Sega Forever.
But again, like I said, if let's say those numbers are real, because they could be skewed, obviously, but let's say if they were real, whatever. The only argument I would make is it would be good if they showed something that's coming out soon or in the future so that it could catch the casuals' attention. Because that's the way that the other companies and competitors like to always play the game, right. Getting the casuals' attention. But at the end of the day, when somebody wants to buy something, they're going to buy it. If they don't like it, they're not going to buy it. And that's usually how it is. Most PlayStation dudes, if they only like PlayStation, they're going to buy PlayStation. They're not going to buy Xbox. You know what I mean?
Well, but that's why I don't like that narrative, right? Because people are coming over. They're just not
right.
The media doesn't focus on it. Everybody's carrying water for Sony. Meanwhile, Xbox, given the financial situation we're in, that's why I was really impressed with the numbers. Sure, it's not the numbers that I would have liked to see, right, personally. But what I'm saying is they're making profit and they're making progress.
Yep.
And there's a lot of companies right now that can't say that, dude. There's a lot of these companies. I just looked like Disney stock earlier today. They're under $90.
Yep.
They're
He's
under
spot on.
$90. So all these streaming services and stuff like that, dude, their numbers, it's the rubber starts to meet the road right now, and they got to publish their numbers, and they can't hide it anymore, right? And it's because you're in a bad economy, man. People right now, when you're paying $9 for eggs, right? There's things that's going to be cut. And if Microsoft can just maintain through all of this stuff, right, and then you're going to hit next year. Dude, if you look at Unlimited, man, if you look at Ryan McCaffrey's video, it's horrible. It's bad. I don't know if you saw his video. I know people talking about.
No, I saw Destin Legary's. I didn't see Ryan McCaffrey's.
Dude, go see Ryan McCaffrey's. It's under an IGN post.
Oh my God, that shit is. Oh my Jesus Christ.
What did he say?
You got to see it. I'm not even going to tell you. You got to see it.
Oh, I gotta find
It's hard. It's just him showing what we've always said, that he's not really an Xbox fan. He just follows the narrative and then tries to act like Xbox is his brand, but in reality, it's just because that's all he's done since he started at IGN. So he has to stay face. But he's around a bunch of Sony and Nintendo shows. So that man is not an Xbox dude. That's all it is. Bottom line, he just isn't.
Yeah, and you said it was on IGN's channel.
Yeah, so it's not like a podcast unlock thing. It's an IGN. It's a video he did for IGN.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm telling you, dude, this is worse than the Tomb Raider take that he had.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
This is worse than
I gotta find this. I'm looking right now.
Yeah. You know what? You're gonna watch it, dude, and then I'll wait for your video.
Yeah.
On your channel. When I wake up tomorrow.
He's just. Oh my God.
Do y'all remember the title? Because IGN's got a lot of videos. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, they hide that stuff. Dude. That's why I hate IGN, dude. They're like that. Bro.
If I find the link, I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Please
I'll
do.
send it to you.
I'm looking right now and I don't see anything.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Podcast unlock if you want to watch that. It's hard to find.
It's like a after video he did to follow up the podcast.
Yeah, didn't he like post it on social media first and then he did the video? I think he said something like that. He posted.
I think so because I didn't know until you told me.
Yeah, dude, when I saw that. I was like,
is this it? Xbox Game Awards no shows a slap in the face to players.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, that's it.
I gotta see this. Oh, this tweet is wild. He said, "I woke up still frustrated about Xbox quote-unquote presence at the Game Awards last night. So I wrote an opinion piece about it on my flight home from LA this morning. Here's what I think about Microsoft Game Awards no show." It was a slap in the face.
He letting everybody know I'm mad.
Oh man, he was pissed.
I'm fucking pissed.
over not seeing a trailer at an award show.
I am the face of Xbox. You're gonna know I'm pissed. That shit fucking bad. I think it's so weak.
I'm glad Xbox is having success.
We're supposed to take his opinion seriously. The same dude that said, "Hey Phil, so how do you feel about that PlayStation 4 being a beast?" In an interview that he get about Xbox, it's the same dude that said, "Oh,
no,
hello, Eva,
hello,
Sigman, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I think Yeah. We'll come back in.
Hey guys, are you still hearing an echo from me or no?
Yeah, I still hear it.
Yeah, you know what? On my phone, I can only go through Chrome. I think it might be Chrome.
Okay. You want to jump in on your PC?
That's where I got off because my battery was going low on the PC, so I wanted to come back on the phone and see if it was any better. Apparently it ain't. Is the echo bad?
No, it wasn't as bad as early. But I could still hear myself when I speak.
Yeah.
What is it like? You can hear like me echoing when I talk?
No, only somebody else like myself.
Oh, I wonder if is it my mic? Do I have to turn my mic down or something?
I don't think so.
Do you have?
Because I'm looking at the settings and your echo.
Do you have like no?
What'd you say, Unlimited?
I was saying that maybe if you had YouTube on or something, and it had that video in the background.
I don't even have. That's the thing. I don't have nothing on. It's just the phone and us talking. I don't have like no YouTube on or nothing. I don't know what. I gotta be Chrome or something.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, before I come in, there's a mic. You know how you test your mic? It'll say you'll see yourself talking. I wonder if you can mess with those options or something.
I'm not sure.
Because I hate the echo thing, because sometimes when we have a podcast, some of our brothers echo, like Tuck sometimes, and then, you know.
Yo, this article is wild, man. The Xbox community, I don't get it, man. And he even name dropped, some people that I see like Cobril on Twitter.
Oh, Cobra was going off too. All these guys were, dude. It pissed me off, dude. All these Xbox things.
They must have short-term memory because we're the only ones who had a show this summer. 30 games, or something like 30 games, all coming out from June to next year's June, right? And I don't understand. Like, if you don't mind, if you can mute yourself for a second, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I am going to leave and come back in. I'm gonna mess with the settings.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Bro.
Yeah, but Sega Forever, like I was saying, this is Xbox is held to this weird standard where whatever happened yesterday doesn't matter. And I noticed that I first noticed this around 2016. After the day after Gears of War 4 came out, Sega Forever, all I heard was, "Where's the games, Xbox? Where's your roadmap?" That's where the roadmap stuff started from my memory. And it was like, well, guys, we just got Gears. Why aren't we enjoying Gears 4? Where's the games? There's nothing coming out in 2017. This, and that. And this is almost the same thing from this article. Just endless crying and moaning about not seeing trailers at an award show. He's not even complaining that games got delayed, Sega Forever. It's that he watched this boring show that I don't know why you waste your time watching it, but he watched this boring show and he's upset that he didn't see a trailer. And then this is another thing that drives me crazy. He says in this article, Xbox had no first party games, then said shout out to Pentiment, a literal first party game. Oh my goodness.
What he does, he actually kind of contradicts himself in the video.
And not only Pentiment, but Grounded is a first-party game as well.
Yeah.
Well, you heard what he said about Grounded, though.
No, I didn't see that part.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, he didn't. He was saying, like, I played it when it was a demo. You know, the usual crap that they always say. So obviously he's not a fan of Grounded, which it doesn't matter if you're a fan. There's like 15 to 20 million people.
Bingo.
So your opinion doesn't mean anything. It just blows my mind that this is cyclical, right? So I was on a lot of people's. I would listen to the videos like Dustin and all these guys, right? Because I just wanted to prep for the show. And so what I ended up doing was I ended up just going in their comment section and actually typing in their comment section. If you guys aren't happy with Xbox, you should just leave.
Yeah,
honestly, you guys should just sell your Xboxes and come back whenever you guys this system will make you happy. Because I swear to God, if you guys aren't happy now, you're never gonna be happy. And then what happens when you guys, let's say you go to next year and then Redfall, something happens with Redfall and it doesn't launch, right? Then you guys are gonna lose your mind. So you guys are not happy being here. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm with you there, and it's kind of funny. You know what I hope happens next year, Sega Forever? I hope Spider-Man 2 gets delayed. And the reason I hope that, because that is Sony's only first-party game coming out in 2023. And so what I'm hoping is that when that is delayed, I want to see that. I want to see people like Ryan McCaffrey go up and say the same nonsense they've been saying now. Because
and they don't have a first party. No, then they'll say, well, we have to respect what's best for the game. The developers want to give us quality, so if they need more time, then we as gamers are all for it. That's what they're going to say. That's what's going to be the bullshit narrative they're going to say. We still got other great games that are out, that are available to play. That's what they did last year, dude.
I am one. I hope and pray, Hubot, that Spider-Man 2's delayed, because I anticipate that reaction like crazy. I want to see. I want it because I'm saving these. I'm gonna do what I always do: save these articles. Remember the title so I could Google search it, whatever the case is. Because if Spider-Man's delayed and their reaction is not getting mad at Sony for having 0 first-party games and whatever narrative they want to come up with. Oh, I'm going in Sega Forever. I'm going in on them. Yep. I also see the I also just saw the Digital Foundry quote about he said Xbox first party game sales has collapsed.
It's all right.
Like
they don't even have the data, and they're talking about something they don't have no data from.
Yeah, my goodness, it's funny. It's again, you know what he bought? It's funny. Refresh my memory, but in 2021, before Forza Horizon officially released, you remember how you could play that game early, right? 3 days early. Didn't they have over like 1 million or 2 million players that weekend?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh yeah. It had like over 2 million players almost.
Yeah, but before
it even launched,
and that was and to play early, you had to pay for it.
And it was $100.
Yeah,
the $100 version.
Yeah, and so for him to just sit here and say this nonsense, it's more lies. So see that's what really gets me Sega Forever are the lies. I could deal with the fanboyism, I could deal with the nonsense. I can't deal with the Xbox fans being weak and always fall for the narratives, and I can't deal with the blatant lies to my face like Ryan McCaffrey and Richard. I think that's Richard Ledbetter, the older guy from Digital Foundry, saying stuff that. Listen, if Microsoft is making money, how is nothing selling?
Right. That's what I've always said.
To me?
How is something not selling and yet they still make money? Yeah, and then they're trying to, because they're counting the money as Microsoft as a company. And no, they're not. They're talking about the Xbox division.
Yeah, they say forever. Can you explain this to me? If Microsoft lies so much, why aren't they being arrested for fraud and all that stuff?
Oh yeah.
Something doesn't add up. Apparently, to every expert on Twitter and in the game community, forever, Microsoft just does nothing right. Xbox don't sell, games don't sell, Game Pass is unsustainable, and yet somehow everybody at Microsoft is breaking financial records. Somebody explain it to me, please.
And somehow today's big news topic for Sony was Stray was played by 4 million people.
That means nothing. Grounded was played by 15 million.
When Stray was nominated for like 12 awards, but you trying to say High on Life is corny, that tells you everything you need to know.
That's right. Sega Man, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
cool.
no echo. Yeah, you good now, Sega Man.
Yeah, you sound good, brother.
It sounds sexy. Yeah.
Hey, stop that.
You know what they'll be like tomorrow's headline? Hebot and Sega Man are lovers.
It is Brook Mountain 2.
You guys got some stalkers, so that might actually happen.
Yeah. Well, listen, whatever can bring us more viewers and traction, fuck it.
Look, hey, I want to tell y'all something, man. I'm jealous, man, because I'm the only person out of all of us that don't have a stalker. I'm waiting.
Oh, he'll be there.
Have what?
You don't have a what?
YouTube used to have this feature where you could leave comments on your channel. They removed it for some reason. And there used to be this guy under my comment tab. He would go off on these long tangents. I kid you not, Sega Forever. He left at least 300 comments complaining about every single thing about Xbox I've ever said. It was insane. I never responded once. I'll just look in awe every once in a while that he's still commenting under my videos, and it was I see why YouTube removed that feature, because that was some wild stuff.
I had one guy, because I haven't been able to do videos consistently. I've been busy, sick, whatever. And when I did a video, finally after a while, he's like, "Oh my God, I thought you were dead, man. Why don't you just go away already?"
So
that shit was horrendous.
He subscribed to your channel and he's mad you making videos.
Obviously, because how he knew I made it unless he didn't get the alert.
Yeah.
So you should make like as many videos as possible. Like 5
He's like, he said, "Rest in peace" and shit, some stupid shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's still on there. You got to look for it. I forgot what video it was. I think it was in the Crow review. It was somewhere. It was one of those.
Damn.
I'm like, these dudes, like, wow. The fact that I'm in somebody's mind like that, that's me winning right there.
Yeah.
That's me winning.
It's fast. It's almost fascinating to me to hate somebody, to watch somebody you hate that much. Because I don't watch TV shows I hate. I don't follow YouTubers I hate.
You damn right.
But these dudes, man, they be following you to high heavens.
The only dude that I watch that I don't like is digital fuckery, but that's because I like to catch them on their lies all the time.
Yeah.
Because on Twitter, I go after him all the time, and he blocked me several times. That shit funny as hell.
Oh, man.
Twitter is so fun, man. I have so much fun fighting with like Marvel fanboys, like the Disney Marvel fanboys. I have so much fun fighting with them.
Oh yeah. They think everything's perfect over there at Marvel.
Oh my gosh,
you can't tell them shit.
They're trying to push like She-Hulk on me and trying to push.
Oh god, She-Hulk was fucking garbage.
Dude, I don't have to watch it, dude. I had the comic books, dude. I owned all the comic books, even that revised one that they did that this was kind of based on.
Mm-hmm.
Hot garbage.
Yeah. Comic Twitter's no better. They if you don't follow that whole LBGT stuff, man, dude, they jump on you like crazy.
Dude, thank God E-Rock's not on Twitter, man.
Yeah, like
E-Rock tonight, man. If you were in, dude, E-Rock was like, yeah, 100 said it right. He was passionate. Talking about DC.
Now liking something is not about liking what in the actual material or the IP. Now it's about liking people's sexual preferences. Like, what the fuck is that?
That is extremely weird to me, and I
can't. Fucking retarded.
I can't get over how that's treated so important nowadays. People's sexuality.
That's crazy.
To the point that I've even seen videos of like teachers telling their students in school they're gay and stuff like that, and it's just like that's baffling to me. I would legit probably pull my kids out of school if I saw that in my classroom.
People are doing that, bro.
Yeah, because when I was in school, first of all, when I was in school, you did your work, you went home, and if I didn't have homework, my parents would have looked at me like I was crazy, like I'm lying or something. You don't have homework? Nah, we ain't, that ain't gonna happen. My parents. Yeah. My parents kept me busy. I was in sports, I was in school, I would read in the summer and all that shit. Right. And so when I see teachers stuff like telling kids that they're gay or they're trans or something like that, I'm just like, whoa, that is
that's none of the students' business. That's something personal and not appropriate for a teacher to be telling their students that or their sexual preference. Like, what the fuck?
Listen, imagine if you're at the store, Hebot or Sega Man, and somebody came up to your son, Sega Man, is like, "Hey, I'm gay." Wouldn't that like bother you at your core? Wouldn't you like start fighting or something?
Oh no, it'd definitely be a problem. Like, dude, what the fuck?
And that's what that's what.
My son don't give a fuck about your sexual life.
Yeah, man. But that's what some teachers are doing to kids, and it's just like disturbing. That's disturbing.
They're putting it like it's part of the what you call that when they have their right. That's why there's so much problems going on in school now.
Well, my son goes to the school Puno. In fact, that's where President Obama went, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where my son goes to school now, right? He got into that school, so I have to worry about that over there. And then my daughter, she goes to this public school, man. But I love my daughter because her generation, they don't seem to like the teachers because the teachers are always trying to be their friends and trying to identify with them.
No,
and I think our like at least with my daughter's generation, they seem to be like, they don't like the people doing that. Like trying to be like it comes off kind of phony too, right?
Right.
and they look at these teachers like, you're old, you're like in your 30s. Don't talk to me.
Yeah, it's weird. It's funny because the people who are probably teaching are around my age now, but my era was probably the last of the teachers, the hard ass teachers, right?
Oh,
the
good.
teachers that would swear in class, and you'd be like, oh wait, this guy ain't messing around. Type teachers, man, and yeah, just crazy times, man. I feel for parents, man, especially with little kids. I would not. I would if I was navigating as a parent, it'll probably be to just disconnect from a lot of this stuff, mainstream stuff.
Well, but a lot of this stuff actually was because it opened the parents' eyes, which is kind of good because the parents didn't know what was going on. So that now you see them having to get involved, which they should have been.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, brother. As ever since I had kids, I thought I'd have problems with the school.
Mhm.
So you always have issues with the school, but the one problem I always had was other parents.
Oh, okay.
Not like for me at my age, I'm a little older too.
Yeah.
When I have my kids, but a lot of these people, it's like kids having kids, and they're not responsible enough for their children. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's a whole a whole cavalcade of stuff like that. Sega Man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You okay, brother? Yeah, you sound good, dude. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Limited's right though. I mean, like, all this woke stuff, man. All this stuff going on right now is just, I don't know, guys. It's crazy, man. And then I don't want to sound. Then you don't want to sound like you're anti, anything or whatever. But I don't know, man. I think a lot of this stuff. I think they're just really trying to like force a lot of things like that. I think that's another reason why. Do you think that's another reason why Disney where it is right now because of all that stuff?
Yeah, Kevin Feige. That's why I'm saying Kevin Feige. That's why I wasn't joking when I talked about Zaslav. I wish we had a Zaslav at Disney because that's what it's going to take to change it. Because Kevin Feige, man, he's all in on this stuff. How can you go from having phases 1 through 3, right, and to go into phase 4, which is absolutely it's absolutely horrible. There's no connection at all, and then they're doing stuff that the fans do not want. So they have their sycophant fans, but the majority of the people don't want this, and that's what's pissing them off, and that's why they're losing money, right? Because the average, it's funny to them because like they're a victim of their own success in this way because they built that connectivity, that connective tissue through phases 1 through 3. So you have a lot of people that aren't hardcore pushing back, saying, "Oh, this doesn't make any sense," because in Avengers, like. So what Marvel did, which is kind of hilarious to me, is they created canon. Right. For me, I'm a comic book guy, and I'm a Marvel guy, so my canon comes from the comic books, right?
Right.
So that's where I'm at. For Marvel, they've created this cinematic universe canon, and now they're getting pushed back by their fans, right? Because it doesn't make sense to them. So it's just not like old racist guys like me. That's what they call me. It's like, "Oh, you're a Nazi," right? I'm like, "No, dude. I just don't like the story." That kind of stuff. But now the people pushing back, right, are the fans that they've pretty much brought up, right? I think Unlimited, you're talking about Sony in that sense, right, with their fandom.
Yeah. Being trained to think a certain way.
Yeah, and that's what's happening to Marvel right now. And Marvel's trying to change this, doing this stuff, and it's kicking them in the ass.
Yeah, and you know what? I think one issue with the woke stuff is that it feels like there's no escape from it. I think if they just had their own bubble of entertainment, like if there's some random gay show on TV, stuff like people will be okay with it because they got their audience, and that's cool. But what's happened is that pretty much every facet of entertainment it leaks somewhere. It doesn't matter if it's some gaming, it doesn't matter if it's superheroes, it doesn't matter if it's the sci-fi shows. Every form of entertainment segment, even the NFL had a period where they used to do the pink things during every breast. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Even they had that period, man, and it was just like, oh, this is just too much,
Yeah.
And then I'll end by saying this. It's okay to not care about some things. Everything doesn't need to be a call to action. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just let entertainment, like what people want, say for that for their entertainment to be entertainment, not to preach to them, not to talk down to them, and people like I remember when the NFL had this commercial about that they had football players saying things like "stop beating women," and I'm like, we're not the ones beating women. That was Ray Rice who hit his wife.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Why am I treated like the bad guy? I never beat women before, and so that's the stuff that gets me. We're being talked down to as if we're the bad guys for stuff they're doing.
Dude, I'll tell you this story, man. I was at work and my friend was with me. We were walking towards the elevator to go upstairs, and there was a lady that came in and she was wearing blue jeans, and she was wearing blue jeans to and we didn't know. We were just in regular, dress professional dress for our jobs. And so this lady was like, "Hey, why aren't you guys in blue jeans?" And I'm like, "What's going on?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's for like domestic violence or rape or something like that, right? Like something like that." And she goes, "Yeah, so why aren't you guys wearing blue jeans?" And then my friend just looked at her and said, "Why? I didn't rape anybody." Just said it like that. And I started laughing, and the look on the lady's face, right? So we got on the elevator, we went upstairs. I was like, "Dude, we might have to go to training for that." You should tell someone. But that's the society we're living in right now. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, Unlimited. It really has nothing to do with us or do with me. So why am I being held accountable for it?
Yeah, and I don't think it's right. When somebody, if a racist does a racist act, we should attack that specific racist. Same with sexist, same with rapists.
Right.
It's not. But what happens is that they put like this whole pillow that every white man's a racist. No, they're not. Come on, let's think a little here. Every man's a rapist. No, they're not. That's literally impossible. And I'm sorry, but guys hate rape. And I know this because if you ever touch my sister, I'm gonna fucking kill you. If you ever touch my mom, I'm gonna fucking kill you. If you ever touch Sega Man's daughter, he's gonna kill you.
Oh yeah.
So we're not the bad guys either. The truth is, in almost every case, there is in crime in general. Most people are not criminals, right? It's just that there's a small percentage of people who do the crime who get all the attention, and then a lot of it's like media, whatever the case. Makes it seem like it's worse than it actually is. And I will die on that hill because most people that I've run to in my life have been good people. And I'm sick of being preached to, Sega Forever, on everything about how terrible I am because I don't support X, Y, Z, and all this other stuff.
Or how they just how do they basically like categorize you? Like for me personally, right? It's just like there's certain things that I should care about.
Hey, there's an echo, real bad echo.
Oh, can you? Hello? Can you hear the
Yeah,
echo?
okay, yeah, you good now.
My thing is kind of down because I'm trying to keep my volume down because there's people setting up fireworks.
Right.
It's loud. Like they're setting up bombs. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Yeah, I can hear it. How about now?
I think it's good now.
Oh, is it Sega Man? Is that? I think that's yours. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, but were you saying Sega Forever?
Yeah, I'm just tired of just like example. We were talking about Jason Momoa earlier, right? And people were like, "Oh, you like him because he's Hawaiian?" And I'm like, "Dude, I've liked this dude ever since he played Ronan Dex."
Yeah.
In Stargate Atlantis, dude. I don't really. Yeah, it's cool. He's Hawaiian, but that's not. I like fantasy. I like sci-fi. I like playing games. I'm a nerd. And this dude came into the nerd sphere, being who he is, man, and he owned that role.
People are so dumb. They don't realize he was Conan in the new Conan movie.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
He was also the villain in Get Carter with fucking Sylvester Stallone, which is one of my favorite movies he did in recent years.
Yeah.
He was also the villain in that.
In that Conan movie, man, I thought it started off pretty good, and he was okay in it, right? But it didn't bring in the box office. What switched it for him? He did the Ronan Dex role, and that got him a fan base. But then when he was Khal Drogo in Game of Thrones, that's what really put him on the map.
Yeah, that's where I remember him from.
And so one of the things I think that's great about him, even though he's done some like culturally significant stuff, he tries to represent his culture and stuff like that. One thing I like about him, and I wish Simu Liu was like this too. Look, you don't have to wear your stuff on the sleeve, man. Just be a good actor.
Yeah, exactly.
And like Hebot, I believe it's Hebot, right? You were saying this earlier, brother. That he has a charisma about him, and he's a very attractive person. There's a lot of women that like this dude, right? and that doesn't hurt either. But he has the tangibles to be something more than what he is, like The Rock does, or Bautista did, or Chris Pratt, or Chris Evans, and he has his personality. So he's basically selling himself on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's, to me, that's the most
Can you guys
important.
hear me?
Yeah.
I think, man. Yes. So anyway, that's the most important thing, right? It's just like, look, dude, just be an actor first. You know, that's your bread and butter. That's what you should focus on. And Simu Liu, I've liked him for a while, and I watched Kim's Convenience. It's on Netflix. It's a great show. You should watch it. It's really funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, and he played the brother, and he just basically played a dude, bro. But he was very likable. And when he got Shang-Chi, I was happy for him. But then one of the first thing he did, dude, he felt like the weight of representing the Asian culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I felt bad for him because yes, he's Chinese, dude, but he grew up in Canada.
Right.
And then I watched this video. I follow stuff in Asia, man, and this video called Asia. Anyway, it's just this news program where they go and talk to people on the street, and they talk to people in China, dude, and they didn't like him as a character, or they didn't find him attractive. Is what they were saying. They didn't find him attractive, and that he looked like a body. He looked like a body, like a bouncer.
Mm-hmm.
And then they asked who would they want to play the role because Disney was trying to appeal to China, right? And none of the fans wanted that. So I found it ironic, right, that you're trying to represent and you're even getting rejected by the country.
He took it. And the problem is he took it personal and started getting offensive with fans.
Yeah.
And that hurt him. That hurt the situation, you know?
Yeah, I wish he just would have focused on the movie. And then, of course, the movie had a lot of issues, right? Because they Marvel had pivoted.
Oh, the last act of that movie is fantastic.
Yeah.
The last act.
Yeah.
It's just the build up.
Well, I took my son to watch it because he really wanted to watch it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, man, I was dialed out already because I grew up reading Shang-Chi. I read all the old comic books. And so when they decided to do the Shang-Chi, and then the comments coming out was, that the type of comic book that it was back in the day, right, which you couldn't do. And a lot of those comic books you can't do that today. So they were going to change the character, but then when you started talking about modernizing it, making it a hero for today, representing it, and I'm like, oh, here we go. The buzzwords, right? That you hear.
Yeah, that's always a death sentence.
Yeah, you know it's coming, right? So. Already I knew, and I told my son, I was like, hey, if you want, I'm not going to put my hang-ups on my kid. So, like, if you want to watch it, Daddy will go with you. We'll watch it. I can watch it. And we watched it. He liked it, right? So that's all that mattered. He liked the movie. But then my son's not a hardcore comic book fan too, so
All right.
Hey guys.
Hey, man. Yeah, what's up, brother?
I was talking to Hebot about this, or I think it was Hebot or another friend. Like you remember, not to get off topic, the channel, the Hallmark channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody watches it Christmas. They like the Christmas shows, whatever. Me and my wife, I watch them with her, whatever. But Candace Cameron Bure, she used to be on there, but she left because they started putting on all that, Megan starting to make shows that have gay guys kissing and all that. And she's a Christian, and she said, well, I really don't want to be part of this channel anymore. I'm going to go to the Great American channel because I'm more of a Christian. I want to make Christmas movies based on, a man and woman and stuff like that. And they shunned her like big time. People calling her out, calling her homophobic, all this stuff. What y'all think about that, man?
I think, listen, man, their strategy to get people to capitulate to their views is to attack them and guilt trip them. And it's funny how they pretend to care about other people's views unless you're certain, usually Christian and white in most cases, and there brings a great irony to all this stuff to me, and that's I feel like it's racist. Like okay, at their extremes, like the worst of the right wing people. The worst of right-wing people, their racism is like the classic Ku Klux Klan racism. Okay, I understand hating that. On the other extreme, the racism of the left side is like this almost superiority complex of, hey, you poor black people, only we white saviors can save you, right?
Yes.
And I don't understand why that racism doesn't ever get called out.
Yeah.
Or they almost treat like you. Black people need to be babysitted all the time.
Oh my
No,
God.
they do that with everybody. Hey, we're not going to call y'all Latino or Latina anymore. That's offensive. It's
Latinx, like,
Latinx.
get the fuck out of
Yeah.
here. Nobody in the Hispanic community addresses it Latin. Like, you tell me Latina, I'm gonna slap you.
Yeah, man.
Like, it's
Exactly.
Latino and Latina. That's it.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
that's how. And see how insulting that is. That's how I feel all the time with that stuff too, right?
I could imagine.
And I feel like the same goes towards like how they treat Christians and stuff. Where we support everybody's views. Hey, look, guys. It's this the gay thing isn't for me. I'm gonna go somewhere that support. Oh, you hate us, don't you? No. If somebody, my thing when it comes to hate. Okay, not in every case, you know, you do kind of need to read between the lines, right? But sometimes, man, if somebody doesn't just outright hate you, it's pretty clear that they don't hate you. And here's the thing, and I know social media has kind of made people think the world cares about them specifically. People don't really think about any of this stuff. They just trying to live their own lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
But hey, but Sega Forever, I gotta get going, man.
Yeah, I
Thank you
know,
for
brother.
having me.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a while.
It's been a fantastic show, but I gotta get going myself. Hey, Fire Boss, man, what's up, my brother?
Yeah, I know I'm crashing. I'm crashing the roof.
What's up,
on
man?
y'all.
Yeah,
What's
man.
going on?
Hey, sorry I gotta bounce when you jump in, man. But you know I gotta get it on, my brother.
That's all right, man. Yeah, let me tag you. Let me tag you out.
All right, that's what I like.
Duty calls.
All right, on the
Do
minute.
the Midnight Express.
You know how we do it on this show, man. We late night. What up, boss?
Hey, now, oh, like we lost we lost Sega Man too.
I think he's gonna come back in because we're getting echoed, so he's probably gonna pop back in.
Okay.
I
Oh
just-
yeah,
I
that
mean,
was that
Yeah,
was
if,
dead.
if we have echo and stuff like that, it's fine. I don't care. I mean, I'd rather have him in the podcast, even if it's echo.
It adds reverb, adds more immersiveness,
Yeah,
more emotion,
it's
More
spatial.
more emphasis.
Yeah.
Emphasis.
Welcome to the show, man. Like Hebot's been holding it down. We had a full crew, and then, you know, we've been going for a while. But E-Rock was here, and so was 100. You missed the beginning, dude. The beginning was fire.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had to take care. Yeah, I had to take care of some things, and I just noticed that you was on, and I'm like, oh shit! I'm very sure I must have got a link, and I looked and I was like, yeah, I got the link.
Oh yeah.
So-
What I do is before I kick it off, like I'll set it up and I'll just send it out to everybody, so I don't have to do it during the show. So, and then the brothers are nice enough to jump in.
That's what happens when you're dealing with a bunch of misfits, Sega Forever. We're always gonna let you down at some point.
No, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Hebot, for coming too, man. I know it's late where you are too, but E-Rock and 100, dude. I was like, I got my popcorn.
No, that's funny.
it was
That's
going
funny.
on. It's funny because they basically kind of in some instances they were saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, so
What was the
when it comes to DC, you can't tell E-Rock anything.
Yep. Well, shoot. Before I asked what the bullet points was, I guess I wanted to chime in because it's funny what Sega Man brought up, and that Unlimited was speaking on is that I understand, dude. I'm with them on that. Whereas like I don't have a problem with anybody, you know, what anybody's orientation is. That's always how I've been. But my thing is that if I'm not interested, don't go pushing me. That's that's the thing.
But I think that's the general consensus, Fireballs.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with anybody's sexual orientation or preference because it's not my life. What I do have a problem is you coming over here and say, "Oh, yo, you need to do this. You need to practice this because if you don't, that means you're against me or you're homophobic." No, it's called that I'm straight and you're gay. It's that simple. It's as simple as that.
That's basically it. And it's like, and the thing is like, see, it's funny, this era that we're in now and this future that we're marching towards and stuff like that. And it's really weird because since we're talking about like media and stuff like that and pop culture stuff, do any of y'all remember the cartoon that was on? I think it was like about like maybe like 4 years now. That was on Netflix. Kipo and the Extraordinary Beast or some stuff like that. God, I can't remember.
I think so.
I don't remember.
Yes, yeah, the animation style looked like it was done by the same studio that did Teen Titans.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a pretty good cartoon. I mean, the first 2 seasons, yeah, but the third, it kind of started like anything. It started kind of like falling off.
Mm-hmm.
But my little brother, who's really he's really particular about what he watches. So he's not like how other kids where they gravitate towards Naruto or Dragon Ball and all that stuff. Nah, he doesn't pick up on that stuff. And there was one time where he showed interest in Power Rangers, and then that just dropped. So he's very particular. But if it's anything Transformers or Godzilla, oh dude, he's there. He's there all the way through it.
Right.
And especially he would sit there for hours on end rewatching G1 Transformers over and over again because that's his more favorite continuity.
Right.
The original. So, anyways, he was watching Kipo and he was enjoying it. He was really enjoying it, and it got to this episode. Spoiler alert for anybody who's watching this and haven't seen Kipo before, because I was still, even after this, I was still recommended as a good watch. To kill some time and eat some popcorn. It comes to this part where they're at this amusement park, and while they're on the Ferris wheel and stuff like that, Kipo, who's never really interacted with another human being and stuff, is starting. She's now of age, and she's starting to kind of like get her human female emotions kicking in. So she looks to the male character. Now, when they introduce him, Vincent is like has to be like. It's like when they first introduced Vincent is like the black support character done right.
Okay.
And I mean done fucking right. Pardon my French. I'm sorry. He was done right. And that's what made my little brother gravitate towards him, was like, it's like, wow, this feels more like me. So while they're on the Ferris wheel, Kipo looks over at him because they've been traveling all over the place with each other, and she's starting to feel emotions, and she reaches over to try to kiss him, and he he face palms her. He's like, whoa, hey, whoa, what's going on here? What are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's just I started feeling the mood, and he was like, oh yeah, this is awkward, and that's when my little brother was like, no, please, no, don't do this, no. Now, he is only 12 years old at this time. And a 12-year-old already knows where the heck this is going before I even kick it. My brain even kicks in as to where this is going. Vincent comes out the closet and reveals that he's gay. At that moment, my little brother stood up. He turned off the TV. He looks at me and he's like, why do they have to keep doing that? And I know where his frustrations come from. It's like, you get this character that you're clicking with, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's something that you're not.
He's not what you thought he was.
Huh?
He's not what you thought he was.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that it kind of seems to start becoming a trend, and it's like, I understand wanting to have more representation and everything like that, but to me it's like, I don't know, it's the one thing that always kept me away from a lot of Netflix cartoons and stuff is that it almost kind of feels like they're trying to fist it down your throat. Like for example, Voltron. Their version of Voltron.
Yeah, don't even get me that. Don't even get me started with that.
Yeah, man. It's like, dude. Here's what killed me, because I'm gonna get started with it, and then I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let that goof go. Here's what killed me. That Voltron started off just banging. I mean, it was amazing.
Started off really good. Yeah.
And I mean, dude, they were hitting. Hey, Heba.
All the marks.
They were hitting all the marks. They were going off the Japanese original story, more so than the American revision. Because remember when it came over to here, who was supposed to be the leader? It was supposed to be Shiro, the one who was always wearing the black armor, but they had him in the blue line.
Ichiro, yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the other way around.
Then he ended up dying. Remember?
Yeah. So, yeah. And so they so here it is, spoiler alert again, folks. I'm sorry for anybody watching. Here it is. It's Shiro is gay. And I'm like, wait, huh? But then but the thing is,
I didn't like also when they did the whole thing with Pidge turning her into a girl, and she liked her.
Yeah,
they did that as well.
Yeah, and so, but the thing is like, as far as Shiro goes, I kind of eased off the brake on it, and I was like, you know what? I guess it's not too bad. I mean, it's, he's still being Shiro. He's still, out there, kicking ass and stuff. Doing, great little Shiro. Still doing, doing that thing. So I was all right with that. I could live with that. But what killed me with the series, what made me completely lose my appetite with it, was that there was a clear message that they sent with that ending. So, in other words, the gay couple, Shiro and his boo, they get married and have a happily ever after. But Lance, who was the straight couple with Allura, what does he get? Heartbreak and bump kiss. He loses Allura. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. So you're going to sit there and tell people it's okay to have a happily ever after with a gay marriage, but you're going to have a crap marriage straight? I know what y'all playing at. I know what y'all trying to do. And that's what teed me off. Hebot. That's what did it to me.
Oh yeah.
Because the thing is, my little brother, he caught that too, and that's another thing that upset me, was the fact that I had to try to explain that to him, who is not, of that interest. Which to me, it's like he's too young to even be worrying about that type of stuff.
Yeah, his mind shouldn't be having to worry about what does that mean to like the same sex or things of that nature, right?
It shouldn't be in cartoons that are meant for kids. That's my thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
It has no place. No place.
Kids shouldn't have to be where they need to be worrying about that right now. So that's how I feel, and that's where my complaint was, because to him, this was like a double whammy. This was like twice they did this. First with Kipo, then with Voltron, and he's like, what are they doing? And I can't give him an answer.
They did it with fucking Shiro. They did it with fucking Shiro.
Yeah.
When they brought that new Shiro from Netflix, where they made all these different changes and trying to be more inclusive. Like they made characters like Glimmer be overweight, and they made Bo gay, and he was also African American. And then they made fucking Catra, which was Shiro, which was her friend, and arch nemesis in the show. They made them where they have a love interest with each other, where Shiro and her are in love.
And what the hell are we doing with your weak ass Hordak? God damn, he got beat by Catra, and it's like, come on, man. That ain't no man. That's not horde acting.
That whole show is fucking. It was a goddamn insult. That's why I did so bad, and it got fucking canceled immediately. I'm so happy.
Yeah, that's right. The second season they had to speed through that.
That shit, whoop, because it was already done, right? Because you know how Netflix is; they'll create something where it's really supposed to be one season, but then they spread it into 2 seasons and bring it out in like the same year or whatever, you know,
Oh,
or months after each other.
It was so popular, that's why. And then when they did that, a lot of people just bounced.
Mm-hmm. Oh no,
Yeah.
that's the creator of the show is like, oh, like just blatantly disrespecting the She-Ra fans, acting like it was done by men when it was, like I said, when back early in the show, it was created by Lou Scheimer and his daughter because it was her influence that brought about the character. You know what I'm saying? She was
That's
created
right.
by Lou Scheimer's daughter, and the bitch would think, oh, it was created by men, female showing his pigs, and you just don't want to show no femininity, and stupid shit like that. You know, it's just the same stupid narrative and arguments they try to bring up. You know, saying, oh, if you don't like, if you don't accept gay marriage or gay characters because you're homophobic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stupid narratives like that or whatever,
But but the other thing that kind of cut me deep, Hebot and Sega Forever, was the fact that they completely disassociated it. I understand trying to be its own thing. I get that. But they completely disassociated it from the Masters of the Universe line.
Oh yeah.
They cut the rope, and to me it was like a happy dance. They got the hatchet in their hand and they're scooting over to the rope and just whack. We are on the thing now. And remember there was supposed to be news in the rumor mill that that the He-Man cartoon series was coming up, and that was supposed to tie together. It was all supposed to tie together, and
yeah, but they were proud to have disassociated with it.
Yeah,
that was the attitude and the vibe, right?
Yeah, it's like wow, it's like, dude, what a mighty fine slap to the face of all of us, OG. Masters, fans. Just wow, thank you so much. You just slapped the taste out of my mouth, and now, now I don't know what to think anymore.
Well, that's been the biggest problem. That's been the problem that's ruining everything that's going on right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's catching up with them. It's catching up with them.
Well, the people who made these shows are the very same people that try to act like, oh, you're not important.
Yeah.
That's that's a big no-no.
Yeah, that is right. Because I mean, it's like, dude, it's like you look at so many people that want to get their hands on like older properties that they have no understanding of. Like, for example, I can't remember the dude's name, but remember before Michael Bay took over Transformers. Remember the original director said that he wasn't going to do all that Autobot Decepticon crap. He was just doing 3 robots and that's it, and that's final. The dude, the blowback he got was like people are like ready to hunt him down in the street with spears, pitchforks and knives and stuff, man. Because and I mean, he was proud too. In that interview, he was proud. He was like, I mean, he was just so arrogant, just thumping his chest like a silverback, like, I'm just doing 3 robots and that's that, and you can't tell me. And everybody's like, dude, then it won't be Transformers. What is your damn problem?
Yeah, bottom line. Like I said, they're treating the properties like they were, like if the properties made themselves and not with the people, which are the fans, that built them throughout the years. Like where that mindset comes from, I have no idea.
I think it's, me speaking as an artist myself. I think what the problem is when it comes to a lot of my fellow creatives, especially the more younger generation that is, coming fresh out of these art and film schools and stuff like that, the first thing on their mind is that they don't care about nurturing, building and nurturing something. They don't care about that. They only care about putting their flag in the ground, saying, "This is me. This is what I did." That's all they care about. Put your mark down and move on to the next thing. That's all they care about.
Well,
That's why a lot of
putting their own ideologies into things. When the reality is that when you're being creative, even though you're going to, you put in some of the things obviously that reference you, but when you do it blatant like that, where it's not something that's socially acceptable because it's not something that everybody does, you're gonna hurt your product, or you're gonna hurt whatever it is you do. Like Clyde Barker, right? Clyde Barker always put his sexual life away from his art, right? They separate the art from the artist, kind of speak, right? And it's the same thing with it's the same thing with creators, but vice versa. He's a homosexual. He's been openly gay for many years, but people didn't know that. But when you see the Hellraiser movies, even though they have some of that sexual tension and tendencies or indirect messaging, it's not pushing homosexuality on the audience. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
He'll tell you, oh yeah, look, homosexuality exists, but he's not telling you, hey, listen, this is what you got to do. This is the way of life. He's telling you this exists in all the parts of the world, but there's also other things, a greater thing like evil, a greater evil, and demonic things and bad things that happen. He didn't push that, and that's why, no one ever cared. Oh, Barker's gay, so I'm not going to watch this shit. And, in the contrary, he's very well loved and respected, and people like his material.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, he respected his craft, and that's something that.
And his craft, absolutely. Yeah. That's what I meant. The craft.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that and see, Sega Forever just summed up what I was getting ready to come in behind Hebot and bomb with. And, even as a creative myself, if I was to take on a task of doing something, of working on something on a previously made IP, then it's like, to me, it's like the best challenge and the best way to honor that IP, because the thing is, you didn't make that. All right, you didn't make
yours.
That.
Yeah,
that's right. So it behooves you to honor it and respect what that creator went through, not to take what they done, what they bled and sweat over, and completely wipe, your fourth point of contact with it and just throw it out there. That's what irritates me so much, and stuff like that. That's what tees me off, because it's like, I mean, for a lot of people who are the fans, as old as we may be, we're the ones just ushering in more fans to you. It isn't a thing of, oh, you're going to put it up and they're going to come. No, it's the fact that we are sitting there because we know what it is, and we're bringing our kids, our grandkids, our nephews.
Yeah, it's a generational thing.
Yes,
yeah. You're passing it forward to the other generation of your family, of to something that you were brought up with and that you were introduced to. It's definitely a generational thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because who introduced my little brother to Godzilla? Me. It wasn't that Godzilla was playing and he just saw it. No, I introduced him to it. Who introduced him to Transformers G1? Me. And he took it upon himself to look at like the Armada series and all that, and he was like, "Wow, this is hot garbage compared to the first." I didn't have to tell him that. He did that. He made that assumption on his own, and he defaulted back to G1. and stuff like that. And you know, and the thing is like if it's my place and stuff like that to try to take over the mantle, it's to try to keep, I guess I'm going to make what changes would be needed to like modernize it. And when I say modernize, because that's a scary word and stuff like that, is like, it's like I want to make it where it's, it fits with the current times without ham fisting it. But at the same time,
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
it,
going to.
like
Yeah,
you
I'm
could
not
put
going
like cell phones, tablets,
Exactly.
Game Pass, 3D. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
Yeah, but the
The
one
street
thing,
lingo.
exactly. But the one thing, especially the fashion, but the one thing
Yeah.
that I would refuse to ever do is to remove the IP's identity of what it's supposed to be. Don't just
Right.
let it just sit there and be like, oh, this is what it is because of the name. No, it is what it is because of what it was supposed to be when the OGs brought it out to us.
Yeah, the original creators. Yeah.
But the thing is, a lot of these hotshot noobs coming, on into the bright starry lights of Hollywood and everything. They're Sega Forever and Hebot. They're not like they don't think like me. They don't think like that. But of course, I'm older anyway, so that's probably one big difference also. But all of them have it in their head that no, we are here to make our mark. That's all I care about. That's all I want. I'm gonna make my mark and I'm gonna move on, and that's it. We done. That's all it is. Drop it. Yep, I'm gonna come to your house, drop a doobie in your toilet, move on to the next house.
I've said this on my channel a couple of times, man. I honestly feel that these people don't read. They don't read anything classical. Like when you have people doing these superhero genre type movies and television shows, and they don't know what a superhero is.
Yeah.
Right.
E-Rock earlier tonight, E-Rock was talking about Superman and basically giving the breakdown of him being the arch type character. Now, Superman is so huge; it actually influences like one of my favorite animes right now, right? Which is My Hero Academia, right? There's a character called All Might, and he's a representation of Superman in their eyes, right? And of course, the direct correlation of America and all that, right? But
that's real quick.
Yeah.
Who would win between All Might and Saitama?
Yeah, I want to touch that one, dude. That's.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was messing with you. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, even Saitama to some extent, right? But what it is that's the type of influence, the heroes that we've created have wielded around the world, right? And I'm not saying that taking credit for that we're taking credit for it, but this country has had a sphere of influence around the world as far as pop culture. And what I find myself happening nowadays is that I'm not enjoying the stuff here, and I'm actually going outside to different parts of the world and enjoying their pop culture, right? Because they do the stuff that we used to do, character, story development, all that kind of stuff. And it's not happening here now. And that's what these guys got to realize. I did a video yesterday talking about the award show. When it's all said and done, because of their biases, and it's pretty boring, right? Eventually people, it's not even going to be a console war thing. It's going to be like, this is not good content thing. And that's across the board. Whether it's the games you play, the comics you read, the anime you watch, the movies you go to, right? It's all of the above. And they're living in a bubble, and they've been able to get away with this for years now, and that's shifting. And it needs to. So, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, but that was just, we had a good little conversation just off of that. What Sega Man left off of, but that was just my angle on it and everything. So it is what it is, but it's just that it just feel the only thing I guess I'm just against is just the stuff being ham-fisted, just cobbled in there.
Yeah.
Just it's something that doesn't fit, but you're going to squeeze it in there anyway, just for the sake of hitting some check marks.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When a character, as a creator yourself, when you're creating something, if you're going to create, even though you can put hints of things that represent you, you have to worry more about what you're creating as a whole for your audience. You're not creating something just to appeal to people that are gay, like you, for example. You get what I'm trying to say? And if it's established IP, it's even worse. Because when something's established, when you're disrespecting it blatantly, that means you're totally disrespecting all the heartache and all the hardship that the original creator went to get it created and to make it become something big in the first place, right?
That's right. The thing is, Hebot. It's not just that. It's It's a slap in the face to anyone that's a creative.
Right. Absolutely. It really is.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like I mean, I haven't been able to start on my own stuff again because I'm so busy trying to keep catch up bills by doing commissions. But there's stories and everything that I want to do, and that's been one of my biggest fears is that once I start the work, is that I don't want it to be handed off to someone else, and they're injecting stuff in there that has nothing to do because you know how it is when you in the big time and stuff. It's like this won't fit here, so we want to take that out and put this there. We want to change this, from a black person to a white person. We want to do this, right. And then that stuff does exist, and it's like, to me, it's like I kind of feel that's probably where I'm going to have problems with. If just hypothetically, if I'm able to make it that far, is just that's going to be a problem I'm gonna have. Is that I'm not going to accept that, and they give you that check, then they cut you that check. You take anything, man, and it's like no, because I won't be able to stomach sitting there watching it, and then having to try to explain it to people who are fans. Or that were fans of the original stuff, and they're now looking at me like with this look on their face, like what the hell's just happened? What's going on here? And I'm left with that fallout. That's the worst part. Is you are left with you are one person. You're not $1 million company. You're one person left with the fallout.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of money that's going to wash that away.
No.
And then when you go to try to do something else, you think they're going to be hanging and banging with you then?
Yeah. You lose your audience completely. Anything you do is in the future or thereafter. Where's Andy?
Yeah.
Well, they've gone one step forward, dude. They actually insult their audience now, which is a new thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he's right. I mean, dude, it's like when I came into this, one of the things that still sticks to me this day is when a random person just out of nowhere contacts me through you remember when AOL was the thing, and hey, you had the little voice chat thing and stuff, the little voice chat channel on AOL Instant Messenger. Yeah. So I was in one of my rooms and stuff because this is when I was still like doing my one comic that I had out, and the dude contacts me and he's like, you know what? I don't think you're gonna do very good. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, you're too nice. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, you're an artist. You're supposed to act like one. You're supposed to be a complete utter asshole. You're supposed to be. Like, and I'm like, what? I'm like, hold on. I knew what he was getting at because I can attest to coming across artists that were like that. Dude, I mean, I'll call him out, like Stephen Platt, the one who's known for the comic series Prophet, but he originally started off as one of the artists that used to do X Force along with what's his name, 501,
yeah, Rob Littlefield,
Stephen Platt, and or when you looked at his signature, it just said Splat, and he was one of my inspirations, and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm trying to, like, talk to the guy at the show and stuff like that, and the dude.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Fireboss, are you there?
Oh no! I thought you was talking, and that's why I just.
Oh no,
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so the thing is, the dude, what the dude was saying, it's like I understood why he was thinking that way, because not all of them, but a good majority of a lot of the artists that we may have liked or looked up to, and not just artists, but even writers, they're just really, really up there and full of themselves.
Oh yeah.
And it's kind of hard to, like, try to make people drop that, that notion that every single creative person out there is the same way. Whereas, like, me, it's like, yeah, it could be that way, but the reason why I'm not that way is because, one, I wouldn't want nobody treating me or talking to me that way. Two, people have no idea just how tiring, just how exhausting it is to just be with a scowl on your face all day, just constantly just having this facade of being this angry, uppity, jackass that always has a stick up his butt. That's tiring, man. That's exhausting. And nobody's saying you got to be all happy-go-lucky and, kicking your heels up and all this other stuff. Nobody's saying that either. It's just be you. That's all. It's just be you.
It's interesting because I follow a lot of these guys that are in the Gamergate stuff and in the Comicsgate. And for me, basically, it's just at face level, right? The guys who are actually comic book people, right? That's what I look at. And just across the board, man, it's just the industry's changing. The content's definitely changing. The artists and the writers are changing. So, and I understand that there's a progression that needs to happen in the industry. But what's happening now, man, it's going to be the death of the industry. I mean, it's dying already. It'll be dead soon, in my opinion. And I'm talking specifically about comic books. But with content and creativity and all that stuff, man, it's just there's really, it's hard. It's hard to find good stuff out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of industries just really have me very worried, to begin with. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, y'all probably might have already talked about this earlier and stuff like that. Like, for example, with what's going on with the ABK deal and stuff. It's like, here's what bothers me on this is the fact this is where I'm more, I don't want to get deep into it, but this is where my fear and worry is that now we're getting into this whole little, what I'm calling the kindergarten era. Okay, you can't have the ball. I know you went. I know it's your ball. I know it's your parents bought it for you, but you can't have it all the time. You got to share it with Timmy and Michael. You got to share it with Lucy and Benny. And it's like, why? The ball was not bought for them. That's what's worrying me, is the fact that what's the point of acquiring anything if you can't see, when you acquire something, what do you get it for? You get it to bolster your own brand. Mm-hmm. It is to bolster your brand so you can better compete against brands that are probably, whipping your ass. That's why, you acquire stuff to, basically bolster your offerings to your audience so you can expand that audience even more. So all that gets chucked out the window when you're sitting there saying that, oh, well, you can't take these things and use them for yourself unless you're sharing them with everyone else. That has got to be the most just off the cusp thing. And I'm just sitting there scratching my head like, wait, what, huh? That's the era we're going into now. And I'm like, wow, I don't know what to make of this now. Because it's like, wow, damn if they do, damn if they don't. It's almost like telling Microsoft, why are you going to bother to acquire anyone else? Because you're going to be forced to have to share it. And I'm one of those people where it's like, I understand people are like the whole, exclusives bad, boo and stuff. I get that. But here's the thing. Content is what matters. All right. We all know this. You just said it yourself, Sega Forever. Mm-hmm. And if I can get the same thing over here, why should I come over there to your platform? You get what I'm saying? Why should I? I could just stay right here in the safety and comforts, because basically that's all it is it's a safety net. So y'all are A-okay with making us spend the almost $600 damn to get JRPGs, but yet you want to sit there crying and kicking in the toy aisle because you might have to eventually buy, my platform of choice just to play, a shooting game. That doesn't add up, man. That don't make sense to me. But we've all talked about it blue until we're all blue in the face, and that's the world we're living in. And that's what bothers me about what I'm saying.
Are you expect the company to spend, $70 billion to make another company better?
That's it. I'm paying $70 billion for somebody else to eat off my meal ticket and get fat. But yet here it is. When they bring their lunch, they ain't got to share it with me.
Mm-hmm. And that's the funny thing. Like, if this stuff, with the way everything's going, I've seen other people from other platforms, especially on the Nintendo side, bringing this up. And it's not so much a defense of Microsoft as it is a defense for themselves.
Ugh.
Basically, what they're talking about is making everything multi-platform.
It's horrendous.
And for a platform like Nintendo,
That's horrendous.
Because they do rely a lot on
That's horrendous.
That's what they're known for, right? Their first-party stuff.
Yeah, see the Nintendo community. I really don't take anything they say when it comes to that seriously, because they are the number one, ones that are guilty of clinging for dear life to a platform.
No, they were like I was listening to one guy. That's what he was kind of saying. He's like, this could have ramifications. I don't think a lot of people are viewing. Right? You just focus. People are just focusing from the Xbox angle, right? But nobody's talking about the ramifications that something like this could happen. That could have on the industry.
I think another problem with it is the fact that it's quite amazing how everybody forgot, the elements that led to the original video game crash. And because everybody keeps focusing on ET. Oh yeah, ET, skull drug the industry. It's like, no, dude, it wasn't just ET. It was the fact that a lot of the work started getting very lazy. It started getting very lackadaisical and everything. And they were just getting to where they was churning out stuff for the sake of churning out stuff without any sort of innovation whatsoever. Because what was the point of innovating anything if everything was going everywhere? When it first started, Atari had their things. ColecoVision had their things. Well, not Coleco, Intellivision had their things. You get what I'm saying? Everybody had their things that brought them to their platform. But then when everything started crossing up, that's when the water started getting muddy. And quality just started to plummet. And that's one of my fears, is that where I don't think it's going to go anywhere get that bad, but it's going to get to the point where things are just going to get so blurry to where, it's like, why bother getting this? Why bother getting that? And the thing is, maybe that's where Phil and everybody's trying to take it. Maybe that's where they want to go. It's like who am I to say?
I mean, for me, I'm not worried about it at all. I said this earlier in the podcast when we talked about it. Is I actually like all of this stuff because it's exposing the hypocrisy within the gaming community, and I'm talking about both fans and businesses. Microsoft. I think Microsoft is good at expertly.
Yeah,
because the stuff that they're saying is not, they actually believe in it, so that helps.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I agree with you too. But hey, man, but the biggest thing that I'm hoping for from it is that I'm hoping that Phil is starting to see now. The one thing I know Hebot used to always get on about is I'm hoping Phil is starting to see now that, look, man, dude, you can sit there with this whole, they're partners, they're affiliates. You can sit there with that all day, but at the end of that day, and you look to your left and to your right, you don't see those partners at your side because they're more concerned about their own thing. And the moment you're not able to help them with their own thing, they won't hesitate to cut that rope and let you drift. They won't hesitate. And it's like I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, it's like, dude, let it go. All right. It's not working. Let it go. Just let it go. Focus on us, the ones who are here rocking with you. Focus on us. We're here in front of you. All right. Forget them over there. You can't win them. They done proven that. Let it go. And that's what I'm hoping is being learned from this. There's part of me that kind of feels that Sadia, even though he's not that invested in this, in everything in video gaming, I kind of feel from a business angle, he realizes it. And maybe off to the side talking to Phil, like, hey man, I don't think this is going the way you were hoping it's supposed to go.
I think he's a hands-off type of person, but I think the biz, like you said, like it's caught his attention because he's commenting on it. He's commented on it a couple times.
Yeah,
So,
both him and Brad Smith, and it's like you look at them, it's like they're really starting to kind of see what's going on, and it's like, we just offered y'all a decade's worth of Call of Duty, and you just farted in our face. Matter of fact, you threw us under the bus. You threw Nintendo under the bus. You threw EA under the bus. You threw you threw everybody under the bus for one game. That tells you already, because see, by them doing that, how Sony did that, that was one of the most unprofessional. It doesn't matter if it's about blocking the deal. All right, there's a tone. There's a way you go about this stuff without doing it the way they did. Oh, Nintendo shouldn't count because it's a platform for children. You don't say that. You do not say that.
right.
Now, part of me, because I know that I'm one of the outliers, but part of me kind of feels that I kind of almost really do hope the deal fails. And the only reason I say that is because I want to see the fallout from when Jim Ryan's all happy and they're high-fiving each other in the boardroom and, all happy, and he goes tap dancing up to the Activision to get it to extend that deal because go Jim, go extend the deal and stuff. He goes up there And those executives, especially Bobby, they're going to look at that $150,000 or at $250,000, and they're going to look at him and they're going to remember that you just screwed us out of almost $70 billion with golden parachutes. We were going to be cut loose from all this legal fallout, all this legal tension, all this stuff that we couldn't figure out a way out of. You just screwed us over. And now we're in a worse situation than we ever been. We don't know if there's enough Call of Duties we can sell to get out of this. And you come tap dancing up here with a check with chicken feed?
I would say at this point, I mean, if I'm being honest, I would say at this point is it's not that it's more Sony just wants Microsoft not to have it. That's why they're going this extra distance. So they're willing to shoot themselves in the foot. But you hear a lot of people talk about that, right? What would happen if it still doesn't go through, and then Microsoft, they'd be unleashed, especially if they really are pissed off at Sony and the things that they can't do. But Sony's at this point, it just looks like they just want to kill it. Again, no, I don't see any leg for them to stand on. Microsoft, there's a reason why they're $1 trillion company. They dotted their I's, crossed their T's. They got their legal team, right? They got unions coming out for them right now, right? They got the FTC on the other side of the pond contradicting the FTC, or not the European Union actually contradicting the FTC. There's a lot of stuff that's pointing towards this deal is going to go through. I've always thought that it's going to go through.
It has to.
Yeah, but Microsoft has a clear option.
Yeah, it has to, because there's more. See, what's so sad is that all these knuckle draggers are so just up in each other's asses over Call of Duty, that they're overlooking the big picture of, wasn't you guys hooping and hollering about supporting devs? Wasn't y'all hooping and hollering about, Activision needs to clean up his act. Their developers need a better life. Wasn't y'all just going to town about that stuff? And now you're sitting here trying to send text messages, emails, tweets to the government officials to cancel the deal. That means y'all never cared. It was never even about any of them. You don't care that if this deal falls through, almost over half that fucking workforce. I'm sorry. Half that workforce is going to be let go. A lot of people don't know that. Activision is hurting. They sold great on COD this year. Yeah, they sold great. But look at the bigger picture and look at the stocks. They're hurting. And then they got pending lawsuits. There's still pending investigations on Bobby Kotick and a lot of those executives as far as inside trading goes. Dude, they're not in a safe spot right now. That's why they were that's why they were on the hunt to sell Activision, because they're trying to get out. They're trying to get out. But these jokers, they don't care about that. It's like, no, we just don't want Microsoft to have it. You know why? You know the reason why you don't, because you're not as stupid as y'all act. They're not. They're not as stupid as they act. They know their history. They know what happened. They know how PlayStation crawled on top, and it wasn't because of data war.
Yeah, I agree.
PlayStation crawled on top because they went and Bobby Kotick signed the check, the back of the check behind Microsoft's back, to feed Sony premium prime rib and steak and bring nothing but the burger and sweet potatoes over to Microsoft. And when the seasoned COD players saw that, when they saw that, they were like, "Oh man, dude, they're getting the exclusive stuff first." And it wasn't so much as getting it first. A lot of that exclusive content was just exclusive. Period. It never came to Xbox till this day.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that that pokes holes in both the CMA, European Union, as well as the FTC. Right? You can see that they have tunnel vision when they're looking at the facts of the case. Which is why you constantly see the people at Microsoft and even at Activision, their legal team, talking about, right, to point it out. The fact that the FTC would even meet with Microsoft to have a discussion is suspect, right?
I think, and see, that's what's sad. I think what's going on is what we're dealing with. Because I was talking to somebody about this earlier. I believe that what we're dealing with is we're dealing with people because see, when we look at Bernie and Elizabeth Warren, okay, in this situation, we're looking at people who, for some odd reason, see, they're not invested in computers and gaming.
No.
So they don't know, let alone even care about this sector. So why is it that they're so vested to say, "Get them, Nina, go get them"? Why? Because for some odd reason, a lot of them are still thinking that this is still Bill and Ballmer's Microsoft. They're still thinking that this is Microsoft still in the 90s and still ran by Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. That's what is going on. That's why when you hear everything that comes out their mouths or that they type out, you're scratching your head because it's like, where's this coming from? Because it's dated. Because their information is dated. They evidently don't realize, and maybe they do realize, that Bill has been long gone for well over a decade. Ballmer has been long gone, well over a decade. They have nothing to do with the company no more. The only thing Bill has left to do with the company right now is that he supposedly, I guess it's still going on. There's supposed to be some sort of an investigation regarding some sexual misconduct.
And Microsoft?
Yeah. Microsoft is investigating. Yeah, it was God, maybe it might be like 4 months old, 4 or 5 months old, because it came up when the ABK thing was first starting to heat up. That it was brought up in one of the articles that Microsoft, I guess, told the government that they were investigating several executives, including Bill Gates, regarding sexual misconduct.
Wow, that's not a good look.
Yeah. But see, the thing is that unlike 2 other companies, at least this one is transparent about it.
Yeah, that's why I give Microsoft credit. They're trying to, and I know a lot of people when they look at Microsoft doing something like that, it's like an agenda thing. But we deal with Microsoft long enough to know that these guys are true believers in this kind of stuff. So, they told that line when it comes to diversity and all that stuff, STEM, equal opportunity. It's a belief system for them, especially currently now within the Microsoft, and Microsoft, the business itself. Right, that's their culture. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. That's their culture.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Honestly, you want me to be honest with you? I think that's one of the reasons why they're buying Activision. Right. I'm not saying it's the main reason. I think it's pretty high up there, though, right? I mean, they're basically white knighting to try and change the culture there. On top of all the bennies they get for like the mobile market and all that kind of stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was on there, if they're in a meeting talking about this, discussing this acquisition, and that was one of the bullet points. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
A lot of people don't believe me when I've been on on different shows, like for example, like with New Legal with his show, Direct Gaming and everything. Shout out to them. It's like I always keep bringing it up, and I know everybody rolls their eyes and everything, but I always felt that because at first when it all first started, everybody was going on, oh, this is about Call of Duty and everything. And even and the thing is, I'll give them that. That's 1 point on the scoreboard that you're right, but you're still missing something else. And then all of a sudden, now it's starting to shift towards, oh, this is about King. This is about the mobile. Hey, okay, there you go. Now you got score 2. The one thing till this moment nobody bothers to bring up, and I always keep saying is part of the Triforce on it is BattleNet. What has been one of the biggest pain points that everybody always keeps shoving Microsoft's face into the dirt over? Their online store, right?
Yeah.
Their store interface, their launcher, their PC launcher, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Granted that it's gotten better, but it's not. But people still. But every once in a while, you'll catch that. But it's not quite there yet. You get that,
right?
That's why I keep saying to people that the other part of the pie, the other slice of the pie, which everybody keeps ignoring, is BattleNet. The systems and the servers they have in place for BattleNet would be a boon for Microsoft to add to their arsenal. That storefront, that launcher, would be exponentially good for them. And BattleNet is one of the only other things out there that's been standing toe to toe with Steam. Even if Steam is the name you hear the most, BattleNet has always been lurking behind it in the shadows. They get to own that. Now, it's probably no longer going to be BattleNet anymore because they've been very extra chummy with what's his name, with Steam and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They've been chummy with them. So
Gabe.
With Gabe Newell. So I've been wrong on that, where I was saying that, holy crap, they really won't have to have Steam anymore. They can compete against Steam with their own games because they'll have BattleNet. And I was wrong. You hear it, folks. I'm admitting it right here. I was wrong. So apparently, no, it's not that. So the only other thing I can think about is that they're just going to use what they have to bolster what they are, what they're having problems with. Which,
that's what I say about Microsoft. They have a plan in place, right? Regardless of what people are saying out there. But they also have to be very flexible, which I give them credit for doing that as well. And they've been doing that especially well for the last 2 years. But we were just talking about earlier in the podcast, when all these negatives were coming out about Microsoft not showing anything at the Game Awards show and all this other crap, and then Xbox guys were the worst, right? So Aaron Greenberg basically put out trailers for games, and then they did a lot of these collection type trailers. Right, one of them was talking about the live games that are on Game Pass on Xbox right now that you can play. It's just really good point counterpoint type of advertising, right? Which I thought, which they've been doing for like I said, about 2 years now, expertly.
Yeah, I think, and the biggest problem is that a lot of these so-called Xbox guys doing this stuff, all I can do is shake my head because I know why they're acting like this, because they've had their heads beat in so much that they're traumatized. Last gen screwed a lot of Xbox people's heads up bad. It screwed their heads up bad because you got to remember, we came off of a high point. We came off the top of the mountain with the 360. and then to all of a sudden be toppled off the mountain all the way down into the caverns, all the way into the mud, and to have to dig our way back up to just to get to the summit, not even the peak, but just the summit of the mountain. That screwed a lot of them up. But I can imagine that over on the other side, the 360 generation screwed a lot of PlayStation guys' heads up too. They didn't know what the hell to think.
No, the 360 shellacking that they took was the whole reason that, the Sony Defense Force was in full effect when the Xbox One launched.
Yeah, I mean, it's like nobody talks about it and everybody gaslights it. But I can attest to it myself, seeing it firsthand, how you could walk into a GameStop and the person behind the counter is literally trying to talk a person out of getting an Xbox One. I'm one of them people. So I'm damn sure not lying to you. I came in there, I already bought the Xbox One. All right, already had it. And I was going in there to get a game. And the guy was more pushed towards making me buy the PlayStation 4 version than the Xbox version. And I'm like, dude, look, the game is for me. All right. It's for me. I'm the one with the Xbox. And the PlayStation, yes, we have one, but it's not mine. It's not even hooked up to my TV. So, and the person in question is not going to play this game. And he just couldn't take no for an answer. And I'm like, dude, what's going on? I mean, are you guys getting paid for this? This is insane. I mean, is somebody in the back looking at you on a camera and ready to fire you the moment you failed? It's like, come on, man.
I know a lot of those guys are PlayStation guys anyway, so that's another problem.
Yeah. So I mean, but yeah, like I said, I mean, the way I look at it is like, yeah, this does bring COD back home to the Xbox platform, and it does bring up the question mark to a lot of these hardcore COD players. Where do I go now? Because the whole thing is like, yeah, sure, okay, COD can stay over there, and they can stay there themselves, but then they'll start, wondering about what could have been. In other words, I could have been playing this on more performant hardware on a better network. I could have been playing this where I could be, having crossplay with people on PC if I choose to. Because I know a lot of people are starting to kind of get a little fluky about dealing with anybody on PC anymore right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that request for crossplay to be turned off.
Yeah. So it's like, the thing is like when you look at all the pros versus the cons, it starts to kind of get to a point to where it was just how it was with the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4. Why am I here when I could be over there getting the best version? That's what has Sony scared. That's what has their fans scared. At least their fans that are not as dumb as they seem to act. They know it's the dude. There's far-reaching effects than just saying, "Oh, it belongs to them now." This is stuff that starts just changing stuff. Everything just starts flipping over, becoming what it used to be, and they're not ready to see that. When you've been on top for so long, it's hard to accept that there's going to come a time when you're going to have to, you're going to have to pull a Cobra Commander and scream, "Retreat!" You're going to have to do it. And they're not ready to do that. And
I don't know if they can. I don't think they can. In fact, Sega Man was talking about it earlier about Sony just going away, and I feel that way.
Yeah,
They've had a lot of time to change, and they just can't do it.
yeah. It's funny because see, that's what Pachter talked about one time on RDX and stuff was, and I mean, oh, dude, he had a lot of them on that panel heated and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He had a lot of them. I mean, they were ready to throw chairs at the dude and stuff. And he's like, look, listen to me. I'm not saying Sony is going to die a dog's death. I'm just saying that the way you know them, the way we know them, it's going to change. Because if they're going to keep in existence, they're going to have to change whether they like it or not.
Yeah,
and the way they change, you're not going to recognize it. To me, it's no different. It's no different than now, because the Sony that I remember, the PlayStation I remember, made more games that the likes of me would enjoy.
Yeah.
But now we're getting all these. It's almost like they started letting too many people from their movie studios eke over into their game development studios. To me, it's like okay, that's good for like maybe one or two games, but for all your games, for every single one of them, it's like, dude, it's like, other than Ratchet and Clank, where's your other platformers? Dude, y'all used to have some banging JRPGs like Beyond the Beyond, Arc the Lad. Where's those at? What's going on, man? Where's Legend of Dragoon? That wasn't Square's, that was y'all's. Where's it at? What's going on?
I think it's ironic because for all the hate that Microsoft gets, man, Sony's doing the exact same thing.
Yeah,
as far as third party and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but everybody wants to all of a sudden forget it. But don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm the same way on Microsoft too. Just like this situation right now, the situation going on with Square, showing that huge mega lineup of Final Fantasy games coming everywhere else except Xbox. And everybody is like, Phil, what's going on? Sarah, what's up with that partnership you talking about? Which, yeah, I have to agree with them on that. Like, yeah, Sarah, sister, what's going on with that? These people just swept your leg out from under you. They got you with egg on your face. That ain't cool.
Well, I would, for me personally, I would just wait, right? Because they could have a deal with them for it to be in Game Pass, but they can't announce it. Stuff like that.
Yeah, but the thing is like, yeah, the questions do come up, and it sucks when there's no answers. But where I stand at on this is that it's like I've been stopped expecting anything from Square, just the same as I've been stopped expecting anything from Nihao Falcom.
Yeah.
From I don't know. I'll put it like this: unless the ink is signed for the check going to Sega after this ABK thing flies, I don't know how much faith and belief I'll have in a suit in a Atlas. Now it's supposed to be completely new leadership there. That's supposedly that's one of the reasons we're starting to see stuff. There's supposedly new leadership over at Atlas. So I mean, we'll see. That's the only thing I can leave it at. But the thing to me is like, why are we expecting anything from these people? And Microsoft had their own IPs of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take 5 years or 6 years to see them come, be developed.
I mean, I think
I would love to see them. I would love to see them just go back for the. In other words, just do, just do what Moore did. Moore knew what the problem was. He addressed it. The only thing that the only point I can't give to Moore is that he didn't think to make more first-party studios that will stay locked in. Because a lot of the studios they created, what do? They signed them a check and let them go off into the sunset, on their own.
Mm-hmm. But that was definitely a different Microsoft. You know?
Part of me also feels that I think it was also a thing of money because you got to remember Microsoft really kind of was still holding Xbox off by a long stick.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, and I guess having to shell out over $1 billion to replace all those red ring of death units probably left a very sour taste in that board's mouth at the time. So it was probably kind of hard to, sit there saying, hey, we're going to carry you guys through the same way Sony carries PlayStation through.
I think the one saving grace that Xbox has always had when it comes to Microsoft is that Microsoft just couldn't ignore the game space, and they knew that. Right? I know the documentary they had on it did a good job explaining the motivation for Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer and all these guys, even though they didn't care for the business model in some, in one aspect, and of course the cost on the other aspect. But ultimately, they knew, that the industry was changing and that it was going to be huge to be the right call. And I think that's what it is. And Xbox has a brand now that's synonymous, or Microsoft has a brand that's synonymous with them. Xbox, regardless of how Microsoft treated them, right? That's what people think about now. And because it's the mind share and gaming as an industry is so huge that Microsoft, I feel, would never, like when I see people talk about that, how Microsoft might have shut down or just, Xbox could have been gone, and all these people talk about that. I'm like, look, as a business, I'm pretty sure they reevaluate the situation, but I wouldn't ever think that it was going to be, seriously thought about being closed down, just for the simple fact of the history they had and the things they've contributed, and then just, of course, pushing forward into the future, right? And gaming is a huge part of that, and the revenue, right? So if they left, they'd be giving up a lot of their market share to their competitors.
Yeah, there's a huge sinkhole that would appear if they all of a sudden was to vanish.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people, seem to like overlook and everything, because like I told one pony, I said as much as you can laugh and you can pray for it, I said you don't want Xbox gone. You really don't.
Yes.
As much I said as much as you sit there saying it, you don't want that.
Right.
That would be I was like, that would be the most gravest thing. That would be the most gravest thing for the gaming industry. Yeah, the gaming industry is going to keep moving forward, but the question is how many more steps forward before it hits a wall. As far as I've been seeing and I'm aware of, Nintendo seems to have made it clear they have no intentions whatsoever to innovate anymore than just little gimmick controllers.
Well, I mean, it works for them, right? And that's what surprises. That's what amazes me about Nintendo, right? They have their little niche. They know what they do, and they stay in that lane, right?
Yeah.
But again, and I said this on the previous podcast I did, when we talked about it. That's one of the things I don't want, because I want the innovation. That's probably why it was easy for me to transition from Sega guy to actually the console of choice being Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Sega S things, which is why
Same.
it also was hard for them to actually buy Sega.
Yeah. And so like I said, it's just, I don't know, like I said, it's the deal, the ABK deal is going to go, bottom line, it is going to go through. I believe that. Part of me is like, if, damn if it do, damn if it don't, but it's like, if it doesn't, it's like, there's no reason for anybody to dance in the streets and go to a bar and, have a kegger and celebrate. There's no reason, because by breaking that up, you created two monsters that you're going to regret. You created a monster that now has over $60 billion back in its bank account.
Mm-hmm.
And you created a monster that you can't work with anymore, because you screwed them out of their get out of jail free card. And people like to sit there saying, "Oh, money is money," and all this. No, dude. Big businesses can get petty. Look no further than Sony themselves. Big business can get petty, and it's their. And the thing about it is, you can't say it's their prerogative. It's their prerogative if they choose to work with you again or not.
That's funny, dude.
And a lot of people need to wake up and get that and get that through their skull. Because I know why Jim Ryan is doing this. He's doing this because his hires are telling him to do this. It's a show. You got to make it look like you're fighting. You gotta fight. This is what our investors want to see. Like, I don't know, the way their stocks are dropping. I don't know if that really is what their investors want to see. But the thing about it is that it's just that they can't just sit there with their, twiddling their thumbs. They can't just sit there giving it thumbs up like everyone else. Yeah, okay, all right, good luck. So, but hey, man, I'm sorry, I'm over here rambling and starting to wind down because it's already coming on 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, no worries, dude. I mean, this is why we do the podcast, dude. Speak your truth. But yeah, I've been on this since I guess 5.5 hours.
Yep, that's what it's showing.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I'd actually like to get the participation of the chat going on these podcasts. And I'll continue to work on it. That's actually a little bit more interesting to me than actually the actual view counts. That's why I do enjoy being in the discussions on the other guys' podcasts as well. But what I'll do, dude, is if I do any more videos this weekend, I'll hit you up.
All right then. All right.
More if you have time, so I can have a real robust discussion on this kind of stuff. I do enjoy your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate you having me. And just like I always tell anybody, it's like if you're interested in having me, just toss up the bat signal.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. And that's what I do. It's so the podcast again, just to let everybody know that might watch this video this far, but it's every 2 weeks, right? So I'm not doing one next week, but the week after, I'm definitely gonna do one. And then same thing. Friday, either early evening or in the afternoon for me, early evening for you guys, so that we can get everybody in it. And I don't have to worry about staying up too late and stuff like that. Because these dudes are running podcasts. I think Sega Man might do one tomorrow, or Tuck, and then Tuck Master. But I definitely know E-Rock's been doing one on Sunday, and I'll try and jump in on that one if I have time. Sunday's kind of a hectic day as well. But yeah, dude, just for anybody who checked out the podcast, please enjoy it. For those guys that did stop in and was watching, appreciate it. To all the guys that were in here, Fireboss, E-Rock X, the Don King of Xbox, my homie, the world's most powerful gamer, Hebot, the gaming historian, Unlimited Productions, who always brings the truth, and the man, the myth, the legend, Sega Man, who joined us as well. And I really appreciate all of you guys being here. And of course, Mr. 100, always bringing the truth as well. And he's going to have a podcast tomorrow night. So looking forward to that. But hey, Fireboss, man, thanks for joining.
Yeah, once again, thanks for having me.
No problem. And Xbox Online channel, we out.
All right. Peace, everybody.